Good morning, and thank you for coming. The hearing of the Committee on Finance is hereby called to order. Chair would like to recognize and acknowledge the presence of our distinguished Senate President, Senate President Drilon. Good morning, sir. Chair would also like to acknowledge the presence of the DBCC family headed by Secretary Abad, Secretary Purisima, Secretary Balisacan, Governor Tetango, Deputy Governor Gunigundo, Commissioner Inares, as well as Treasurer De Leon. Mr. Secretary Abad, may we know the order of your presentation this morning? Okay. Unless the good Senate President wishes to make some remarks, kung wala po, Secretary Abad, you are recognized. You may begin, sir.
With the permission of the Chair, good morning. Honorable Senator Jesus Cordero, Chairman of the Senate Committee on Finance, the Honorable Senate President Franklin Drilon, and the rest of the members of the committee are still to come. It is the privilege of the Department of Budget and Coordination Committee, Mr. Chairman, to present to you the financial blueprint of the Aquino administration for fiscal year 2015. I wish to introduce to you the members of the DBCC in the order of their presentations today on the 2015 budget. NEDA Director General R.C. Balisacan will present an overview of the Philippines' economic performance so far, growth prospects, and internal and external macroeconomic challenges for 2014 to 2016. Bangko Central Governor Armando Tetango will present the monetary, financial, and external developments in our outlook for 2014 and 2015. Finance Secretary Cesar Purisima will present our fiscal and revenue collection performance so far, as well as our targets for fiscal year 2015. Finally, as DBM Secretary and as Chairman of the DBCC, I will present, Mr. Chairman, the overview of the proposed National Expenditure Plan for 2015, its underlying principles and key investments we are making for 2015. Your Honors, as President Aquino said in his budget message, we are now discussing the proposed budget for 2015 in a truly remarkable time. In the 4 years that passed, our country has achieved unprecedented feats, remarkable economic growth, the renewed confidence by the investing public in our country, the landmark peace agreement on the Bangsamoro, and of course, with your support in Congress, the enactment of sin tax reform law and the Reproductive Health Act. These and many more were made possible because our people themselves chose not to let the status quo prevail, but to embark with us with government to pursue reform. Certainly, our work is not yet done. Our last 2 remaining years in office must be focused on addressing 2 key challenges. First, how do we sustain our growth and make it truly felt by the people? Second, how do we sustain and intensify the reforms we have already rolled out? This proposed budget for 2015, Mr. Chairman, honorable members of the committee, addresses these 2 grand challenges. First, on the challenge of inclusive development. Our remarkable growth must translate into real and tangible benefits for the people, especially the poor. So far, poverty incidence has been reduced to 24.9% of Filipinos in the first semester of 2013 from 28.6% in the same period of 2009. While this shows that government interventions have gradually become effective in reducing poverty, this must be intensified to achieve inclusive and sustained development. This is why this proposed budget for 2015 was built around one simple idea, that regardless of birth, gender, and geography, everyone has a fair shot at opportunities this thriving nation can offer. We have dramatically reshaped the way the budget is distributed. In 2005, the combined share of social and economic services was a mere 45.3%. For 2015, these premier sectors now take up a combined 64% of the total budget. Through reforms, most notably the Budget Priorities Framework, we are ensuring that the budget has both a sectoral and spatial focus. In other words, to ensure that public funds go not only to our priority programs for poverty reduction and economic expansion, but also on priority localities where the poor are and where we must create more opportunities. While we increase public spending, we must also make sure that we are not putting our people under more indebtedness. Our efforts to put our fiscal house have contributed to the renewed confidence in our economy, most eloquently expressed by our investment grade ratings. On the second challenge, good governance reforms must be sustained and made irreversible, especially in the budget process. Through reforms, we continue to ensure that government spends within its means, on the right priorities, and with measurable results. Moreover, the increased public clamor for reform only tells us that we should continue empowering citizens through increased transparency and accountability, and most of all, wider avenues for their participation in the budget process. With this, the 2015 proposed budget intensifies reforms that give citizens a greater voice in how their taxes are allocated and spent. Through grassroots participatory budgeting, local communities and civil society organizations in 1,225 cities and municipalities have contributed to the shaping of this budget. This is the opposite of pork. Pork makes people dependent on political patrons. Grassroots participatory budgeting empowers people to say how the national budget should be spent. The 2015 proposed budget also intensifies government's accountability for delivering tangible and measurable results through public spending. For the 2014 budget, we are thankful that Congress supported the adoption of performance-informed budgeting, or PIB, a major reform that links each peso with the performance targets of each government agency. For the 2015 budget, we are taking PIB a notch higher. By reflecting outcome indicators, the people through Congress are empowered to hold each agency accountable for the outcomes, the end results of their actions. At the end of the day, no matter how well we design our interventions and how sharp we target our beneficiaries, this would be meaningless if these are not felt by our people in an immediate and meaningful manner. This is why we continue to implement reforms for faster spending and more effective service delivery. The GAA has released document regime, the disaggregation of the budget, into greater detail, the implementation of procurement innovations, among other reforms. In addition to this, we also propose key policy reforms to Congress that seek to encourage agencies to use their budgets in a timely manner, to spend or lose it. The first is the reapplication of the one-year validity of appropriations. We believe that this policy regime discourages agencies from carrying over their budgets and postponing the implementation of programs and projects to the following year. The second is a clearer definition of savings and augmentation consistent with the Constitution to provide a more realistic and responsive timetable for the use of savings. In the last 4 years, we have shown how good governance translates to good economics. Honorable members of this committee, through the 2015 budget, we intensify our journey towards inclusive and sustained development through sustained and irreversible good governance reforms. With this, honorable members of this august committee, thank you, and I ask that Secretary Balisacan be recognized for his presentation. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Secretary Bad. Before I recognize Secretary Balisacan, Chair would like to acknowledge the presence of Senator Binay. Secretary Balisacan, you're recognized, sir. You may proceed, and good morning.
Senate President Franklin Diliron, Finance Committee Chairman Jesus Cudero, Senator Nancy Binay, colleagues in the government, good morning. On behalf of the DBCC, I am pleased to present the recent Philippine economic performance as well as growth targets for the year and for 2015. We will also identify the risks that we think may impact on our economy in the short to medium term, as well as the opportunities for growth. Recently, the Philippine economy has become one of the bright spots in the Asian region. We had 9 consecutive quarters of higher than average GDP growth rate. The full year growth rates in 2012 at 6.8% in 2013 and in 2013 at 7.2% were even higher than we have targeted. This growth was achieved despite the uncertain global environment and a series of natural disasters that afflicted the country. Not only is the growth higher, Mr. Chairman, there are indications that we are heading towards a higher and more sustainable growth path. The chart you see on screen shows the different dimensions of the growth experience. First, looking at the growth rate over time. During the 1999 to 2000, real GDP grew by 3.7% on the average. We have seen since then an acceleration of the growth rate to 4.6% for the years 2001 to 2005 and 5.0% during the years 2006 to 2010. For the years 2011 to 2013, we witnessed an even higher average growth rate of 5.9%. In 2013, the growth rate was 7.2%. So clearly, you see the economy accelerating in recent years. The other dimension is the source of the growth. On the supply side, the services sector still takes the lion's share of the economic growth. But industry, particularly manufacturing, is increasingly becoming a major growth driver. In 2013, more than 40% of the 7.2% growth was contributed by industry, where more than 3/4 was due to the acceleration of manufacturing activities. On the demand side, although household spending continued to have the largest contribution to GDP, investment is increasingly becoming a major driver of growth. As already noted, the Philippine economy has been able to weather the global slowdown, attesting to its ability to draw on the internal sources of growth. With the eventual recovery of advanced economies, the prospects for future growth can only get better. The country's growth has been supported by strong macroeconomic fundamentals, which fueled positive expectations of businesses and households. This is characterized by low and stable inflation, favorable interest rates, sustainable fiscal and external positions, and a stable financial sector. In the first quarter of 2014, while the country's economic growth moderated to 5.7% from a high of 7.7% in the same period in 2013, the country continued to be one of the fastest growing economies in Asia. The moderate first quarter growth was expected as the country was still recovering from the hails of devastation brought about by Typhoon Yolanda in the last quarter of 2013. Moreover, reconstruction and rehabilitation efforts are yet to gain traction. Despite the slowdown in the first quarter, we are confident that the full-year growth target of 6.5 to 7.5% will be achieved. The country's positive outlook for 2014 is also supported by recent indicators. For instance, the latest result of the Monthly Integrated Survey of Selected Industries, or MISI, points out that manufacturing is likely to remain as a major growth driver. Double-digit growth rate in manufacturing output was sustained in June 2014, although slightly lower than in the previous month. Overall, the production indices from April to June point to a stronger manufacturing performance in the second quarter of the year. Year-to-date equivalent expansion of manufacturing output grew by an average of 8.6% in terms of volume and 7.5% in terms of value. In addition, merchandise exports accelerated at a faster pace in June 2014 as it grew by 21.3% to $5.4 billion US dollars from $4.5 billion US dollars in the same period in 2013, largely driven by higher outward sales of manufacturers, mineral products, total agro-based products, and forest products. For the first half of 2014, total exports rose by 8.3% to $29.8 billion from $27.5 billion in the comparable period in 2013. In terms of the 3-month moving average growth, exports gathered speed in June 2014 and registered higher growth trend following better performances of both electronics and non-electronic segments. However, the generation of more decent, productive, and high-quality employment that provides adequate income for the Filipino workers continues to be a major challenge. The recent results of the labor force survey show that both unemployment and underemployment rates have remained high. While the quality of employment has been improving, as can be seen from the rising share of more remunerative wage and salaried workers in the total number of employed workers, the increases in the number of productive employment opportunities have not been enough to both absorb the new entrants to the fast-growing labor force and reduce the huge stock of the unemployed and the underemployed workers. In the April 2014 labor force survey round, the economy generated 1.7 million employment. Total employment in April 2014 reached 38.7 million, 4.5% higher than the 37 million level of employment in the same period in 2013. All major sectors, agriculture, industry, and services, posted employment gains. This broad-based growth in employment provides a good indicator of the country's economic performance in the second quarter of 2014. On a positive note, the 4 consecutive quarters of higher than 7% growth in real GDP from the second half of 2012 to the first half of 2013 translates to a significant reduction in poverty incidence during the period. Poverty incidence, or the proportion of population deemed poor among Filipinos, registered at a 3.0 percentage point drop, coming from 27.9% in the first semester of 2012 to 24.9% in the first semester of 2013. This translates to about 2.5 million people lifted out of poverty. Meanwhile, the proportion of Filipinos in extreme poverty also posted strong declines during the period, from 13.4% to 10.7% during the same period. Notwithstanding this accomplishment, we know that we need to further accelerate poverty reduction, thereby fulfilling the President's social contract of inclusive growth. We believe, Mr. Chairman, that we'll be able to keep the momentum of achieving growth and poverty reduction by addressing the lessons we have learned these past 3 years. These have been considered in the updating of the Philippine Development Plan. Constraints faced by the poor shall be specifically addressed by integrating spatial and sectoral focus in the development strategies. In terms of reducing and managing disaster risk, a comprehensive strategy will be pursued covering aspects of preparedness, prevention and mitigation, income diversification, social protection and insurance to mitigate effects of disasters. Government will continue to enhance efforts to improve competitiveness by investing in infrastructure and human capital development and improving regulatory environment to support investment and innovation. Fiscal prudence will continue to be observed, as well as the commitment to maintain sound macroeconomic fundamentals. And finally, governance reforms will remain a priority, and this will focus on transparency and accountability. Addressing the specific constraints faced by the poor requires consideration of geophysical characteristics. We have categorized the provinces into 3 depending on the number of poor, proportion of the poor, and incidence of natural disasters in the province. In each category, we have a focused and specific strategy. These are described in detail in midterm
testing, 1 to 3 sound.
Plan midterm update. The updated PDP identifies 6 key sectors that have the potential to generate high-quality employment for Filipinos. These are manufacturing, agribusiness, tourism, IT business process management, logistics, and construction. Strategic plans and roadmaps are developed to support growth in each of these sectors, as shown in this slide. The proposed 2015 budget strives to support the key strategies in the updated PDP with the end view of massively generating high-quality employment for Filipinos and significantly reducing poverty. Although prospects in the next 3 quarters remain upbeat, the government remains on guard to provide the necessary measures to mitigate, if not prevent, the effects of realized risks. The external risks include tapering of the United States quantitative easing program, slowdown large emerging economies, particularly China and India, tightening fiscal policy stance in Japan, uncertainty of growth recovery in the euro area, and geopolitical tensions in the Middle East and the Russia-Ukraine region. On the demand front, the risks include natural disasters such as typhoons, prolonged monsoon rains, the El Nino, now with 70% probability, possible spikes in commodity prices like, for example, petroleum, power, and food, delays in infrastructure and reconstruction projects, destructive coconut scale insect infestation, and the port logistic problems induced by truck ban. We have also taken into account the monetary and external sectors as shown on this slide. This will be discussed later by our colleague, Governor Tetanco Jr. In closing, Mr. Chairman, I would like to reiterate the socioeconomic targets indicated in the Philippine Development Plan midterm update. GDP to grow by 6.5% to 7.5% in 2014, 7 to 8% in 2015, and 7.5% to 8.5% in 2016. Unemployment rate to decline from 7% in 2013 to 6.5% to 7% in 2016. And for income poverty to be reduced to 18 to 20% by 2016. We are confident that this will be met with the timely passage of the budget that will enable the executive to implement the strategies in the PDP midterm update. With that, Mr. Chairman, I would like to end my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Secretary Balisacan. Chair would like to recognize and acknowledge the presence of our Assistant Minority Floor Leader, Senator Soto. Secretary Abad, who's next?
Mr. Chairman, can we recognize the BSP Governor Sai Tetanco to make his presentation?
Governor Tetanco, you're recognized, sir. You may proceed. Good morning.
Morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable Chairman of the Committee on Finance, Francis Escudero, the Honorable Senate President, Franklin Drilon, the Honorable Minority Leader, Senator Vic Soto, and the Honorable Senator Nancy Binay. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. As a resource institution of the DBCC, the BSP is pleased to provide the committee with an update on the emerging trends in the monetary, external, and financial sectors of the economy, as well as to explain the overall thinking behind the macroeconomic assumptions underlying the 2015 budget. Let me highlight the key themes of the BSP presentation. First, the BSP believes that the macroeconomic fundamentals remain strong. While growth appeared to have moderated in the first quarter, and we now see some upside pressures to inflation, the underlying narrative of the Philippine economy remains the same. Mr. Chairman, the economy continues to expand above the historical average. We also expect inflation to remain within the government's target range in 2014 as well as in 2015, supported by well-calibrated monetary policy settings. Second, we acknowledge that the economy faces challenges, but we believe that we can stay the course. Risks from the external environment, such as uncertainty surrounding monetary policy normalization abroad, economic slowdown in some emerging economies, and geopolitical unrest could impact the Philippine economy. In the domestic front, natural calamities and possible power outages could exact a toll on both growth and prices. And these risks were discussed earlier by Secretary Balisacan. While previous BSP measures are still working their way into the system, liquidity growth remains strong, potentially leading to price pressures and financial imbalances. However, we believe policymakers have sufficient policy space to counter these risks. Well-directed fiscal spending could support growth. Timely implementation of supply-side measures would also help keep prices manageable. In the monetary sector, the BSP has already preemptively adjusted some of its tools to guard against potential risks to price and financial stability. The BSP remains prepared to implement further policy actions as needed to prevent any potential build-up in inflation expectations and financial imbalances. Finally, let me point out that the way forward necessitates consolidating recent gains and pursuing reforms to boost the economy's flexibility and our productivity. Mr. Chairman, any economic story is never of a straight line. There could be bumps and kinks as we move forward, but we can and we will stay the course. To this end, the BSP remains steadfast in our commitment to prudent monetary policy and purposeful reforms in the financial system. For a better appreciation of the likely path of the economy going forward, let me briefly discuss where we stand at the moment and how this current position compares with where we have been over the past decade. The slide shows that, one, real GDP growth remains resilient and is driven by strong domestic demand. Two, effective monetary policy has contributed to delivering within target inflation. Three, modest fiscal deficit ensures effective government spending and sustainability to pay debt. Four, ample liquidity has continued to support economic activity. Five, a sound and stable banking system aided by strong prudential supervision and regulation has resulted in the efficient intermediation of funds and management of risk. And six, a strong external position backed by comfortable foreign exchange reserves and prudent external debt management has provided buffers against external vulnerabilities. In the next slides, I shall provide some details to describe the thinking behind the policies that helped bring about these results. But at the outset, let me say that there were no quick and easy fixes behind what we have achieved thus far. The transformation of the Philippine economy is the result of a long history of structural reforms, along with disciplined macroeconomic management and improvements in governance. The slide lists these reforms, the latest of which is the liberalized entry of foreign banks in the Philippines, which we expect will facilitate the entry of more foreign direct investments in the country. And we'd like to thank the members of the Senate, particularly the Committee on Banks, for the speedy passage of this bill. Earlier, Secretary Balisacan spoke at length about the real GDP growth. Now, let me just add that even as output growth has moderated in the first quarter, we expect strong domestic demand to hold up. Household consumption is expected to remain steady on the demand side, and growth in services is expected to be sustained. 2013 is the fifth consecutive year that inflation had fallen within the government's inflation target range. In 2013, year-on-year headline inflation averaged 3%, the low end of the government's inflation target range of 3 to 5% for the year. For 2014, inflation is seen to still fall within the government's target range of 3 to 5%, albeit above the middle of the target range. With pressures emanating mostly from the supply side, inflation averaged 4.3% for the period January to July 2014. Now, for 2015, the national government has adopted a lower inflation target range of 2 to 4%, consistent with the expected disinflationary path. Our expectation is that inflation will be within this target range for next year. BSP's policy actions are always guided by our primary mandate of price and financial stability that is supportive of economic growth. Over the last 4 monetary policy meetings of the Monetary Board, morning Senator Recto, the BSP adopted a series of policy actions to 1. Contain domestic liquidity, 2. Address possible financial stability pressures coming from such excessive liquidity, 3. Guide inflation expectations, and 4. Preemptively soften possible second-round effects as price pressures from the supply side have increased. So far, these measures, which include tightening reserve requirements, increasing the SDA rate, and raising the RRP or the policy rate, have been effective in reining in inflation expectations and containing frothy financial market behavior. The BSP also believes that the Philippine economy remains resilient to accommodate recent tightening of monetary policy. We will continue to coordinate with other government agencies to address pressures from the supply side, including the timely importation of certain food products and tighter price monitoring to prevent speculative trading, and that could help ease price pressures. Now, on credit conditions, these remain supportive of economic growth. The committee would be pleased to note that the bulk of bank loans has gone to the productive sectors of the economy, including electricity, gas and water, trade, transportation, storage and communication, real estate, renting and business services, as well as manufacturing. On the banking system, the key banking system indicators demonstrate the soundness of Philippine banks, which is one of the reasons credit continues to grow at a healthy pace. The Philippine banking system is characterized by solid asset growth, improving quality of loans and assets, continued profitability, and strong capitalization that are above international norms. Our banks have therefore continued to perform their central roles of efficiently channeling funds to productive uses, as well as managing financial risks. Moving on to the external sector, the current account continued to perform well due to resilient overseas Filipino remittances, rising BPO revenues, and increased tourist receipts. Cash remittances from OFWs coursed through banks for the period January-June 2014 reached $11.4 billion, higher by 5.8% compared to the same period a year ago. The country's balance of payments position recorded a deficit of $4.5 billion in Q1 2014. However, the deficit in Q1 2014 reflected the net outflows of portfolio and other investments amid the ongoing uncertainty in the pace of the U.S. Federal Reserve's normalization of monetary policy. Recent data on capital flows indicate a gradual return of foreign investments and subsequent improvement in the external payments position. On the gross international reserves, the country's GIR stood at $81 billion as of end July 2014, adequate to cover 11 months' worth of imports of goods and payments of services and income. That level is also equivalent to 7.7 times the country's short-term external debt based on original maturity and 5.7 times based on residual maturity. This shows, Mr. Chairman, that we have a healthy external liquidity position. On the exchange rate, the peso has maintained its relative competitiveness as it moved broadly in line with neighbors in the region. The continued positive outlook for the Philippines, credit rating upgrades, and sustained dollar inflows have provided support to the peso. Now, having gone through a review of emerging trends in key macroeconomic indicators, what do all these mean for the macroeconomic assumptions used in the budget process? First, inflation is within target. The year-to-date inflation is expected to be within the 3 to 5% target range for 2014, while 2015 inflation is seen to fall within the 2 to 4% target range. The balance of risk to the inflation outlook continues to be tilted slightly towards the upside, with price pressures that could emanate from higher food prices, short-term volatility in international oil prices, and pending petitions for adjustments in power rates. So we need to closely monitor the movement in prices, Mr. Chairman. Second, for oil prices, the per barrel price of Dubai is likely to trade between 100 to 110 US dollars per barrel in 2014. And between 90 and 110 US dollars per barrel in 2015. The U.S. Energy Information Administration expects oil production to outpace oil consumption over the next 2 years, resulting in generally stable oil prices. However, geopolitical tensions in the Russia-Ukraine region and more recently in Iraq pose considerable risks to oil price stability. Nonetheless, any resulting volatility in oil prices could be transitory in nature, as tensions would likely be contained and upside pressures could be tempered by sufficient supply. Third, in the foreign exchange market, the peso-US dollar rate is expected to remain broadly steady against the US dollar. On the one hand, the scaling back of the U.S. Federal Reserve's asset purchases and the possibility that the U.S. Fed would begin to raise interest rates next year would put additional pressure on currencies in emerging markets, including the Philippines. In addition, an increase in dollar requirements due to anticipated stronger import growth as the domestic economy continues to expand could also affect the peso. And then, on the other hand, the sustained surplus, particularly in the current account, should provide support to the local currency. Fourth, in the near term, rates on government-issued papers are expected to remain relatively low. Assumptions for the 364-day T-bill rate are set at 1.5 to 4% for 2014 and 2 to 4% for 2015. The trend in the T-bill rate will continue to be influenced by developments in the fiscal position of the national government and the BSP's policy stance, as well as liquidity conditions in the economy. Fifth, the trend in foreign interest rates will continue to be driven by policy actions undertaken by major central banks in response to the developments concerning the global economy. A slowdown in asset purchases by the U.S. Fed and the expected increase in the U.S. Fed funds rate next year would lead to higher foreign interest rates. Recent data, however, suggests that while foreign interest rates have begun to inch up, these rates have remained relatively low. Thus, we see the 6-month LIBOR settling at 0.3 to 1.5% for 2014 and at 1 to 2% for 2015. Sixth, and finally, on merchandise trade, we expect full year 2014 exports and imports to grow by 6% and 9% respectively. Demand for major export commodities in 2014 is expected to be driven by manufacturers, fruits and vegetables, other agro-based and petroleum products. For 2015, export growth is seen to be driven by relatively stronger performance in manufacturers as well as continued robust growth in fruits and vegetable exports. For imports, growth in 2014 will be supported by anticipated improvement in the importation of raw materials and intermediate goods, capital goods, higher crude and other mineral fuels, and rice imports. Imports in 2015 are expected to be supported by a stronger capital goods imports as power plant rehabilitation will continue and increased imports of raw materials as the anticipated implementation of projects under the PPP program is expected to gain further ground. Mr. Chairman, honorable members of the Committee on Appropriations, the BSP is endorsing these macroeconomic assumptions. Now, going forward, we recognize some major challenges, and these challenges have been discussed earlier, such as the ongoing policy normalization in advanced economies, escalation of geopolitical tensions, slowdown in the Chinese economy, and natural disasters and power outages. Given the challenges that have been enumerated, allow me to highlight our policy thrusts. First, the BSP remains committed to safeguarding the inflation targets, in line with our primary mandate of promoting price stability conducive to a balanced and sustainable growth. Second, the BSP will continue to undertake reforms and measures to further strengthen the domestic financial system and help manage risks attendant to financial market developments. And third, the BSP will remain supportive of policies that will cushion the economy from external shocks, including that of maintaining a market-determined exchange rate, keeping a comfortable level of reserves, and keeping the country's outstanding external debt manageable. That concludes my presentation, Mr. Chairman, distinguished members of the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Governor Tanco. Chair acknowledges the presence of Senator Rector, Senate President Pro Tem, as well as Senator Gingana. Secretary Bad?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much, Governor Titanco. May we now ask that Secretary Purisima be recognized for his presentation, Mr. Chairman.
Secretary Purisima, you're recognized, sir. You may proceed. Good morning.
Honorable Senate President, Honorable Chairman and members of the Senate Committee on Finance, good morning. My presentation today will focus on the national government fiscal performance in 2013 and the first semester of 2014. I shall then tackle the 2015 National Government Fiscal Program and end my presentation with a discussion of key legislative initiatives that are critical for sustaining our fiscal health. For the third year in a row, I'm pleased to report that the total revenue growth in 2013 outpaced nominal GDP. While nominal GDP in 2013 grew by 9.3%, total revenues and tax revenues grew faster at 11.8% and 12.8% respectively. National government total revenue collections amounted to 1.716 trillion, or a revenue effort of 14.9% of GDP. This is higher than the revenue effort of 14.5% of GDP registered in 2012. The tax effort reached of 13.3% of GDP was higher than the 12.9% tax effort achieved in 2012. Tax revenue grew at a rate of 12.8%, spearheaded by BIR collections growth at 15%. The SIM tax law contributed significantly to BIR collections in 2013, and we thank the Senate for passing that crucial legislation. Non-tax revenues grew by 7.5% in 2013, higher than the 5.5% achieved in 2012. With improved revenue performance, our fiscal deficit for 2013 stood at 164.1 billion pesos, or 1.4% of GDP. As I mentioned, the SIM tax law contributed significantly to BIR performance, with actual excise tax collections from SIM products exceeding expectations. The national government collected 51.2 billion in incremental revenues, 51% higher than the projected incremental revenues for 2013 of 34 billion pesos. Because of the SIM tax reform, excise tax collections from tobacco and alcohol products increased from 0.5% of GDP to 0.9% of GDP, reversing the downward trend in excise tax collections from tobacco and alcohol since 1999. Increased revenue efforts in the Aquino administration have led to greater spending on social service agencies. We improved the education budget by 62%, health by 203%, DPWH by 55%, DSWD by 418%, and the conditional cash transfer program by almost 600%. The passage of the SIM tax law and several government reforms were critical factors in the country's achievement of its investment grade rating from all the three major credit rating agencies. After reversing nearly a decade of credit rating declines, the country achieved investment grade status for the first time in Philippine history from all the three major credit rating agencies in 2013. This allowed the government and the private sector to borrow at cheaper rates, lower debt service, generating fiscal space for government investments in social and physical infrastructure. On May 8, 2014, the country received another credit rating upgrade from Standard & Poor's, which affirmed the continued improvement of the macroeconomic environment and increased attractiveness of the country as an investment destination. This prompted JP Morgan to note that the Philippines has been the most upgraded sovereign credit in the region in recent years. The Republic's credit default swap, another measure of investor confidence, has continued to tighten, which implies that the foreign creditors are more confident than ever in the sustainability of our public finances. The performance of our CDS, which used to be in line with those of Indonesia, has now surpassed that of Thailand, even though it's rated one notch above our own credit rating. In fact, we now share the top spot with Malaysia, a single A-rated country, as the most trusted sovereign issuer in the ASEAN region, other than Singapore. During the first half of 2014, our revenue collection continues to be double-digit. Total revenue grew by 11.2%, this time led by the Bureau of Customs at 19.5%. The BOC was able to collect 173 billion for the period January to June 2014, which is higher than the collections for the same period last year. The BOC performance is a result of the President's call for change in the BOC during last year's SONA. Several measures were undertaken, including personal movements, the appointment of a new commissioner, 6 new deputy commissioners, and other new officials and staff. Also, new offices under the DOF were created, the Office of Revenue Agency Modernization and the Customs Policy Research Office, which are tasked to review current systems in revenue-generating agencies to increase collections and modernize operations. The movement of the post-entry audit functions from the BOC to the DOF Fiscal Intelligence Unit was also instituted. In summary, we have improved our fiscal position through a combination of improved tax effort, reduction in interest expense, more efficient expenditure, as well as support from the legislative branch, particularly in terms of the sin tax law. I will now present the National Government Fiscal Program for 2015. For 2015, the national government deficit will be pegged at 2% of GDP, which is in line with the national government's medium-term fiscal program. Tax effort will be increased to 16.6% of GDP in 2016 to be able to finance needed social expenditures as well as infrastructure investments, which we hope to reach 5% of GDP by 2016. To support the budget, the national government will raise a total revenues of 2.337 trillion, which is equivalent to 16.5% of GDP. This is an improvement from the 14.9% revenue effort in 2013 and this year's target of 15.7%. Tax effort is targeted to reach 15.5% of GDP. We are continuing with the uptrend of trajectory of our collection efforts to extend the message that we have and will continue to lay the foundation for a sustainable fiscal growth. We endeavor all of this with our commitment to stay on the path towards fiscal consolidation to keep the fiscal deficit at 2% of GDP over the medium term. For our financing program, the national government will continue to borrow predominantly in local currency to meet our funding requirements. Our bias for domestic financing is in line with the goal of reducing our exposure to foreign currency volatility and the long-term objective of developing our domestic capital markets. As of June 2014, the financing mix is 65% domestic and 35% external, which reflects a $1.5 billion global bond issuance in January as part of a liability management exercise to buy back some of our more expensive outstanding debt. The emerging financing mix for the whole of 2014 is 83-17, still in favor of domestic. The foreign component is higher compared to the initial 2014 program of 87-13 due to the inclusion of emergency loans for Yolanda recovery and reconstruction efforts. It should also be noted that we did not tap foreign markets last year in concession to the liquidity management objectives of our monetary authorities. For 2015, we are targeting a financing mix of 86% domestic, 14% external, with external debt mostly in the form of ODA support amounting to $1.45 billion and $750 million in global bond flotation. As of end 2013, the general government debt stood at 4.5 trillion or 39.2% of GDP, lower than the 40.6 ratio in 2012, an improvement from the 44.3% in 2009. Total general government debt includes the outstanding debt of the national government, the CB Board of Liquidators, Social Security institutions, and the local government units, less intra-sector holdings of government securities and those held by the bond sinking fund. This general government debt to GDP ratio is used by credit rating agencies as one of the major indicators of credit worthiness. For 2013, the consolidated public sector financial position posted a surplus of 19.2 billion or 0.2% of GDP, primarily due to PISAM's financial performance following the prepayment by NGCP of deferred payment for concession fees amounting to 57.8 billion to PISAM. With a continued lower national government deficit ratio, improved GFI and LGU performance, we expect the CPSD to remain low at 1% in 2014 and 1.1% of GDP in 2015. In 2015, the Social Security institutions will have lower surplus compared to 2014, mainly due to higher benefits payments to be undertaken by PhilHealth. To enable us to attain our desired revenue effort and medium-term fiscal objectives, we will be working with Congress on the following key legislative agenda. The first one is the Fiscal Incentive Rationalization. The second is the TIMTA Bill, the Tax Incentives Management and Transparency Act. Third is Customs Modernization and Tariff Act. Fifth is the Valuation Reform Act. And the other is a fiscal regime for mining industry. We would also be very glad to work with Congress to look at the overall tax structure of the country. I think it's time that we revisit the whole structure so that we can maintain our fiscal sustainability as well as maintain our competitiveness, especially in light of the impending ASEAN integration. We would also would like to work closely with Congress to deal with some issues that we face involving the judiciary that affect our ability in key areas to deal with our fiscal issues. For example, recently we got a ruling from the Supreme Court that requires us to pay 62 billion pesos from PISAM for labor-related issues. No? For the simple reason that the board that approved it had only 3 principals. No? These, I think, are important issues that can affect the fiscal sustainability of the country, and we would like to work closely with Congress on how to better manage these challenges. With that, I thank the Senate Committee on Finance.
Thank you, Secretary Purissima. Secretary Abad, ikaw na?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Thank you,
You may proceed, sir.
Secretary Purissima. With your permission, sir. Just to present the outline of my presentation, which will involve, after the introduction, key features, the dimensions of the budget and priorities. To enable government's role as facilitator of inclusive growth, Mr. Chairman, we are proposing an expenditure budget of 2.606 trillion for 2015, a 15.1% increase over 2014, and equivalent to 18.4% of GDP. This is consistent with the macroeconomic assumptions and fiscal program earlier presented. Mr. Chairman, before I proceed in the detailed discussion of the proposed budget, let me first contextualize what we have achieved so far. As already been presented, after 4 years of firm political will and unwavering determination, our economy is now on the path of sustainable growth. In 2013, we grew by 7.2%, which is the fastest in Southeast Asia. The Aquino administration's doggedness in implementing reforms has led various third-party observers to note the improved quality of governance in the country in terms of perception of corruption, competitiveness, and ease of doing business, political risks, and other governance metrics. We have grown our economy founded on our good governance platform, and as a result, as Secretary Purisima mentioned, we have now achieved for the first time in our history an investment grade rating. But despite this upbeat performance, as pointed out by Secretary Balisacan, the challenge of inclusive development remains, which means there is a need for growth to be felt, especially by the poor, thus reaping the benefits of our historically high economic growth rates accomplished in recent years. Hence, the inclusive development framework, Mr. Chairman. Through this framework, we seek to answer questions like how can we get our poor out of poverty permanently? How can we manage our country's high growth rates to make a larger dent on poverty and unemployment? How can we sustain our economic growth, which is essential to poverty reduction? We can only attain an inclusive economy if everyone, especially the poor, has an equal shot at opportunities our thriving nation can offer. Therefore, Mr. Chairman, allow you to run through some of the key features of the proposed budget for 2015. First, this budget expands with the economy. But an aggregate increase in the budget is not enough. After all, the national budget has been growing over the years, but the poverty situation had remained. That is why, Mr. Chairman, this administration has not only been increasing public spending per se, but also reshaping the government's budget priorities in a dramatic way. As you can see on this slide, the social and economic services sectors as a percentage of GDP has increased to 6.8% and 4.9% respectively, from 4.1 and 3.1% a decade ago. Meanwhile, we have decreased interest payments from 5.3% in 2005 to a mere 2.6% of GDP. Similarly, to bolster sustainable economic growth, we are increasing infrastructure spending to 4% of GDP in 2015 towards 5% by 2016. Second, this budget sustains the consolidation of our finances, as already been presented. Not only have past governments been spreading resources thinly in the past, they have also left a huge burden on our people. We seek to bring down our debt, outstanding debt, to 45.6% of GDP from 52.4% in 2010. To bring down public debt to respectable levels, the government will continue to limit deficit to 2% of GDP as envisioned in the PDP. Third, this budget is focused on social inclusion and job creation. From now to 2016, Mr. Chairman, the Aquino administration will focus on the following priority objectives and programs. First, making growth inclusive. Second, expanding our economy. Third, adapting to and mitigating the risks of climate change. And fourth, underlying all these programs is the need to continue to provide an enabling environment for inclusive development. Fourth, as economic growth and human development have geographical dimensions, so should our budget be biased in favor of localities where the most poor and vulnerable are. So through the years, economic activity has been unevenly distributed across space, thinly spread in poorest rural areas while bustling in the richest urban centers, and the result of which is striking gaps in wealth, population density, and regional economies. To address this requires a strategy anchored on geographical convergence of living standards and the integrated, locally anchored delivery of services. The following types of provinces determined by the Human Development and Poverty Reduction Cluster have been prioritized in this budget. Provinces with high poverty magnitude or biggest number of poor households, provinces with high poverty incidence, and provinces vulnerable to shocks and disasters. Fifth, the budget continues to increase citizens' voice in the budget process. For 2015, we have expanded the Grassroots Participatory budgeting to cover, to engage grassroots communities and local NGOs in 1,693 cities and municipalities, resulting in 22.4 billion in locally developed poverty reduction projects. This is higher than the 8.4 billion and 595 cities and municipalities in 2013 and the 20 billion in 2014. Six, this budget increases government's accountability for results. In preparation for the 2014 budget, we push for the adoption of performance-informed budgeting, which links budgetary allocations to measurable performance targets. For 2015, Mr. Chairman, we shifted to outcome-based PIB. Aside from their major final outputs, departments' outcomes are also now featured and have performance indicators and targets. This means that departments are being assessed not only for the delivery of actual services, but also the outcomes resulting from the delivery of such services. Last but not the least, this budget supports a continued rollout of reforms to ensure the rapid and effective delivery of public goods and services. We will again propose to Congress the restoration of the one-year validity to all appropriations. We are also sustaining the GAA as released document policy to declog the budget execution process. We are likewise pursuing procurement innovations to help agencies implement their programs and projects. For instance, Mr. Chairman, we are mandating agencies to conduct pre-procurement activities for 2015 starting August 1 up to December of this year, so that contracts are awarded at the beginning of the year. To help agencies fast-track bidding processes, we allow the creation of more bids and awards committees, as well as permanent secretariats for BACs, and to hire permanent procurement staff to support these BACs. Moreover, we are supporting the early completion of feasibility studies and detailed engineering plans used as basis for procurement, including authorizing additional funding. This budget also provides ways to incentivize the bureaucracy to perform better. In addition to the PBB, we are proposing to provide a one-month performance enhancement incentive to agencies which meet their 2014 targets to promote teamwork and incentivize the organization. For those who fail to meet their targets, they will only be entitled to the existing grant of 5,000 pesos. Mr. Chairman, I now wish to present the 2015 budget level, its distribution by sector, the infrastructure budget, then the 10 departments with the highest budgetary allocation, and the program special purpose funds. The proposed 2.606 trillion expenditure program is equivalent to 18.4% of GDP, which is higher by 15.1% over last year's GAA. Around 37.4% of this amount is developmental and relates to the productive side of expenditures. The developmental expenditures refer to operation-specific component of the budget, intended for the direct implementation of programs and projects. When broken down, economic services grab the lion's shares of development expenditures at 50.3%, with 490.4 allocation, followed by the social services sector at 33.7%. Here's a visual on how the budget pie is distributed per sector, Mr. Chairman, comparing 2014 and 2015. Clearly, our core investments in social and economic services are increasing as a share in the budget, while our debt burden is decreasing. Consistent with our plan to increase infrastructure spending to at least 5% of GDP by 2016, a total budgetary support of 562.3 billion or 4% of GDP is allocated for infra outlays. This is higher by 27.1% over previous year's 442.3 billion, or an increase by more than 240% since this administration started in 2010. Of the total infrastructure outlays, Mr. Chairman, the government has allocated a sizable amount of 222.9 billion for the construction, rehabilitation, upgrading of roads and bridges to provide affordable transportation and to ensure access for the delivery of goods and services. The rest of the investments in infra are shown in the slide, Mr. Chairman. Presented on the screen are the top 10 departments in terms of the respective allocations in the proposed budget. Both the DepEd and the DPWH will remain as the top two departments with the highest budgetary allocation at 365.1 billion and 300.5 billion respectively, owing to the expansion of the respective banner programs such as basic education and infrastructure development. The DND completes the top three departments with 144 billion allocation, increasing by 16.9%, mainly on account of the AFP modernization program. For 2015, the DSD budget will increase by more than one-third of the current year's allocation towards 109 billion, which brings it within the top 5 departments with the budgetary allocation. Mr. Chairman, at this point, we would like to note that under this proposed budget, only 1.8% or about 48.1 billion of the total 2.606 trillion proposed budget can be considered as strictly lump sum under the special purpose funds. By their nature, these items like the contingency fund, the calamity fund, allocations to LGUs, for example, cannot be disaggregated as the specific programs and projects to be funded by them are contingent by certain events happening or can only be identified during the period of budget execution. Releases are made only when conditions are met. Mr. Chairman, I now wish to present key priority programs to be funded under the 2015 budget, in line with the 4 priority areas that I earlier discussed. Under the social protection and social services, our first priority area, we have included investments that help us meet our Millennium Development Goal of reducing poverty incidence to 16% by 2015, and at the same time sustaining equalization of opportunities for all. The priority programs under this pillar are the Social Protection Program, the Universal Healthcare Program, Basic Education, and Social Housing. The Conditional Cash Transfer Program is designed to address chronic poverty and meet our commitments to the MDG. We will increase the program's budget to a total of 64.7 billion from 62.6 billion this year, which represents an increase of 494% from 2010, Mr. Chairman. For 2015, the regular CCT will already cover the beneficiaries of extended CCT, which was started in 2014. This will translate to an estimated 509,366 children, beneficiaries aged 15 to 18. With the funding of 59.8 billion for next year, the beneficiaries will be 4.33 million families as compared to the 2014 budget support of 60.6 billion benefiting 4.329 households. Under the modified CCT, itinerants, homeless, street families, and indigenous people shall be eligible for cash grants. Another major undertaking of the DSWD, which helps in the transitioning the poor to something more self-reliant posture, is the Kalahi Seeds National Community Development Project, which aims to empower communities to access services and participating in local planning, budgeting, and implementation so they get access to services. It has a total budget of 17.5 billion in 2015 to cover 19,352 barangays in 826 municipalities across 58 provinces. Apart from providing adequate social safety nets to our people, we continue to expand healthcare services to the poor. Through the Universal Healthcare Program, we seek to increase health insurance coverage, improve accessibility to healthcare facilities, and help achieve our health-related MDGs. The improvement of the sin tax reform law in 2013 has increased our resources to provide health services, particularly for the poor. To reduce out-of-pocket health expenses, an allocation of 37.2 billion will cover the health insurance benefits of 15.4 million indigent families identified by the NHTS PR. Considering the importance of health facilities and healthcare delivery system, 13.1 billion shall be spent to upgrade 1,242 barangay health stations, 587 rural health centers, 128 LGU hospitals, 19 DOH hospitals, and 11 treatment and rehab centers. The rest of the health services are in the slide, Mr. Chairman. Also, to help our MDGs, we continue to support our family planning and responsible parenting program with a proposed budget of 3.3 billion for the programs mentioned or listed in the slides. Education, being an essential human development investment, requires substantial funding support. To support the successful implementation of the K-12 program, Mr. Chairman, the 2015 proposed budget for DepEd will continue to address concerns on access and quality. Mr. Chairman, for the past 4.5 years, the Aquino administration has doubled its investment in the education sector. To support the K-12 program, a total of 52.9 billion will cover the construction of 31,728 classrooms, 13,586 water and sanitation facilities, and 455 technical vocational laboratories and repair of 9,500 classrooms, and the procurement of 1.3 million seats. In line with the continuing modernization of education, the provision of 24,028 ICT packages will be supported by an allocation of 8.5 billion. We continue to support GASPE with 8.4 billion to benefit 1,082,798 grantees. Finally, under the social services, the 2015 budget supports the provision of socialized housing for poor Filipinos. A total of almost 11 billion will be provided in 2015 to support the provision of affordable housing. It should be noted that the reduction of the budget from 17.2 billion for this year is due to the availability of previous releases to the housing program for ISFs in danger areas in Metro Manila, amounting to 5.6 billion from previous budget releases. Similarly, an amount of 5.6 billion is available for the implementation of the AFP, PNP, BJMP, Bucor project by the NHA. In terms of program, another 2.3 billion shall be allocated for the following: Community Mortgage Program, Emergency Housing Assistance, and Resettlement Program. Our second priority objective is to expand the economy and generate more jobs. Expanding the economy necessitates a physical integration of the archipelago, primarily by connecting lagging towns to growth centers, products to markets, and people to productive areas. This is what the Transport Infrastructure Program seeks to achieve. In 2015, the DPWH commits to pave 97% of our national roads and make all the bridges along national roads 100% permanent, with a total investment of 174.6 billion. To support DPWH's effort, the DOTC is building integrated transport systems around Metro Manila to decongest the metropolis and provide seamless connection of different transportation modes. A total of 7 billion is allocated for the road transport projects. Among others are the integrated transport system for the South, 1.2 billion, integrated transport system for South Coastal, 800 million, and the North integrated transport system, 750 million. To improve the transportation of people, goods, and goods throughout the country, the DOTC will be provided with 13.3 billion for air transport, consisting of airport projects. Among the major airport projects are Bicol, Indaraga, Puerto Princesa, Clark, Calibo, Iloilo, and the NAIA capacity expansion and maximization project. To address the needs of the riding public from nearby areas of Metro Manila, LRT-1 is expanding to the south, Cavite area, and LRT-2 to the east, the Rizal province area. In 2015, this entails an allocation of 4.8 billion for LRT-1 and 2.4 billion for LRT-2. Meanwhile, MRT-3 shall upgrade its various infrastructure projects by acquiring more coaches to accommodate more commuters, reduce the long queue of riders, and improve overall railway services. The proposed 5.14 billion budget of this DOTC for maritime transport supports not only the construction and rehab of seaports, but also endeavors to improve maritime safety. The Agricultural Development Program seeks to achieve competitiveness and sustained growth in agriculture and fisheries. To achieve this goal under the Philippine Development Plan, this program seeks to increase productivity in agriculture and fisheries sector, improve its forward linkages to industry and services, and bolster the resilience of the sector against climate change risks. The DA shall lead in attaining these outcomes by promoting a condition for profitable, competitive, and sustainable agri-fishery sector. For the National Rice Program, a budget of 7.004 billion next year has been allocated. For the Fisheries Program, 4.6 billion. For coconut, 4.08 billion. And for the corn program, 2.3 billion. For the high-value crop sector, 2.2 billion, and livestock, 1.5. Sufficient resources are also allocated for the improvement of agricultural infrastructure. We will be investing 25.983 billion for irrigation, 14.5 billion for farm-to-market roads, and 756 million for fish landings, and 534 million to complete the rehabilitation and improvement of strategic municipal fishing ports all over the country. Over the years, the share of the manufacturing industry to GDP declined from 26.3% in the 1980s to 23.7% in the year 2000. This put the Philippines outside the league of East Asian successes. Thus, it's important to develop a manufacturing industry roadmap. We will support the development and bolster the employment generation potential of micro, small, and medium-scale enterprises to a budget of 874 million for the promotion and development of MSMEs. A total of 194 billion will also be invested into industry development. Efforts to be supported by this amount include the development of comprehensive national industrial strategy and specific industry development roadmaps. For R&D and extension support under DOST for manufacturing, an amount of 662.4 million is proposed to support small enterprise technology upgrading program. Meanwhile, a total of 132 million is proposed for research and development facilities for the Philippine Council for Industry, Engineering, and Emerging Technology Research and Development. As one of the strong backbones of our economy, tourism generates revenues and employment through combined efforts of tourist promotion, interconnected transport infra, and world-class service. For 2015, to attract 8.2 million international tourists and encourage 51.7 million domestic travelers next year, we're investing a total of 3.6 billion for the tourism promotion efforts of DOT and the Tourism Promotions Board. We are also investing 16.2.5 million in constructing access roads leading to declared tourism destinations, as well as 9.9 billion, as earlier mentioned, for air transport and 275 million for maritime transport port safety. Finally, under this pillar, the 2015 budget supports the development of manpower appropriate for the development of priority industries. The provision of tech-voc education, especially for the poor, enhances their opportunity to get employed immediately. Through the different scholarship programs of TESDA, students are provided trainings usually driven by the requirements of the market. Meanwhile, we are providing a sizable 7.8 billion to fund various forms of tertiary scholarships, grants, and financial assistance. An amount of 2.5 billion will provide for the educational requirements of 40,453 Pantawid Pamilya beneficiaries being implemented by various SUCs. Tulong-Dunong Scholarship Program being implemented by CHED and SUCs shall cover 202,912 grantees. The DOT Scholarship Program, based on merit and aim to ensure graduates, to ensure adequate supply of qualified S&T human resources, is being invested with 2.2 billion to cover 18,500 scholars. The Student Financial Assistance Program of SCHED, with a provision of 762 million, will assist 54,208 beneficiaries to pursue college education. Painful and costly lessons learned from the aftermath of Typhoon Yolanda have taught the government to shift gear from a reactive approach focused on disaster rehab and recovery to a proactive one couched on prevention and preparedness. Thus, for 2015, The budget will support a preventive approach along with activities that aim to fully operationalize the merger and harmonization of the climate change adaptation and mitigation with disaster risk reduction management actions and interventions. Funds for rehabilitation and reconstruction have been incorporated in agencies' budgets. In addition, the National Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Fund, formerly known as Calamity Fund, will increase to 14 billion from 13 billion in 2014. Furthermore, some 6.5 billion for Quick Response Fund lodged under the budgets of certain departments will also be provided. The QRF is stopped to help normalize as quickly as possible the situation and living conditions of those affected. To build our country's resilience to climate risk, we will focus our efforts on strengthening the country's natural ecosystems and the adaptive of government institutions and communities. To help mitigate flooding in the 18 major and principal river basins, as well as areas below sea level, DPWH is intensifying its flood control and drainage projects with 44.8 billion, or an increase of 33.4% from previous year's allocation. To improve our carbon sequestration and reduce downstream flooding and soil erosion, we are continuing our support for the National Greening Program with an allocation of 7 billion pesos, which will cover 300,000 hectares and 222 million seedlings to be produced. Finally, this budget invests in an enabling environment for inclusive development through good governance and anti-corruption and the promotion of lasting peace and the rule of law. For 2015, the regular budget for Ombudsman was maintained at fiscal year 2014 level. However, the provision for capital outlays was reduced by the completion of the ISSP, a non-recurring budgetary item. 543 million is being proposed for the corruption deterrent services of the Ombudsman. The Sandigan Bayan shall be supported with 295 million for adjudication of cases involving graft and corrupt practices by public officials, employees, and their accomplices. The DBM is in partnership with the Department of Finance, Bureau of Treasury, and the Commission on Audit, aims to clarify, simplify, develop, and harmonize the current financial information management system through the implementation of the Government Integrated Financial Management and Information System. The Comprehensive Human Resource Information System, which we'll be having for the first time in our history, the Treasury Single Account, which also is going to be implemented for the first time, and the PFM Systems Testing and Training Facilities, also going to be a first time. COA, with a budget of 2.6 billion for its government auditing services, commits to conduct financial compliance and 23,973 audits, 25 special audits, and 25 fraud audits in various agencies. To widen citizens' involvement in the auditing process, COA shall spend 5.9 million for citizens' participatory audit. To support the improvement of regulation system and in efficiency in delivering frontline services, DTI shall be provided with 159 million for business and trade regulation services. The DOF, through the Securities and Exchange Commission, will target the issuance of 10,500 licenses, registration, and 64,300 for entities reports disclosures, monitored and evaluated for 2015. For its part, DFA, with a budget of 9.953 billion, commits to issue 3,451 consular and legal documents and provide assistance to 21,500 overseas Filipinos. Lastly, DOJ shall set aside 773.4 million for its investigation services and processing of 5,475,000 NBI clearance applications. To achieve the target revenue of 2.337 trillion in 2015, the DOF, as well as the BIR and the BOC, will continue to implement more effective and efficient collection strategies. The DOF is provided 179.6 to be used for public sector financial resources management services to improve tax collection to 15.5% of GDP. Meanwhile, BIR seeks to collect higher revenue in 2015 at 1.72 trillion. To achieve that, BIR will be supported with 5.6 billion for tax collection services, while the BOC, which expects to collect 456.5 billion, is provided with a proposed budget of 1.66 billion. This is the old. It's going to be in the errata pa yan. Isa na lang. The 2015 budget supports the holding of the 2015 SK election as well as the preparations for 2016 national and local elections, and the budgets are provided there. Finally, the 2015 budget supports establishment of just and lasting peace and the rule of law. In particular, we will be prioritizing the implementation of our peace agreement with the Bangsamoro. And in anticipation of the enactment of the Bangsamoro law, an initial support of 2.7 billion is being proposed for the various socioeconomic programs. Also included is a total amount of 228 million to implement the annex on normalization. Support for the Pamana program, which will be continued with a total funding of 7.3 billion, will cover 7 geographical zones in which targets have been selected and prioritized to assist rebel groups such as the Moro National Liberation Front, the Cordillera People's Liberation Army, the Revolutionaryong Partido ng Manggagawa ng Pilipinas, and Alex Bongkayon Brigade, among others. Said amount will be spent for the implementation of various programs and projects to increase livelihood and job opportunities in conflict-affected and vulnerable communities. That's about all for the 2015 budget, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Secretary Abad. Now, in the order of the arrival, Chair would now like to acknowledge Senate President Drilon for his intervention. Senator Drilon, you're recognized, sir. You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. That was a 1.5-hour presentation. And let me thank first the budget family, the DBCC, for that very comprehensive presentation. But how I wish you can shorten it a bit and so that we can understand it better. You know, I cannot help but think that the underlying strategy is to confuse the enemy with all that data. But indeed, thank you very much. And let me, at the outset, state that the framework, the economic framework that we have been presented under is indeed to be examined by the legislature, if only to find out if the expenditure program is realistic and reasonable, and the allocation of revenues proposed would indeed be consistent with the plans and programs as indicated in the medium-term development plan. Let me start with some basic information. First, what is our gross domestic product in nominal terms in 2013? I have not heard any figure on that. Sa haba na yung prosesyon, wala akong narinig kung magkano ba size of our economy in 2013. Magkano ba? In nominal terms?
In nominal terms, sir, in 2013, it's 11.5 trillion pesos.
11.5
trillion.
11.55 trillion. And what is the program GDP in 2014 in nominal terms? 2014.
12.829.
Huh?
12.829.
12.829.
12.829 trillion.
12.829
trillion.
Mm-hmm. And in 2015, what is the
14.18 trillion.
14.18 trillion. All right. Now, the growth rate, as you have mentioned, for 2013 was 7.2%. Is that correct?
Real terms, sir.
Yes, in real terms, no? And for the first 6 months of 2014, what, or let's say first quarter?
0.7%, sir.
Yeah, you mentioned that, 5.7. As against program for the whole year of 2014, is it?
It's 6.5 to 7.5.
6.5. And Are you confident that we are going to meet these targets? This is anywhere from 6.5 to 7.5.
As of today, sir, we are quite confident. We are working on it. I think we know the constraints.
Now, I'd like to focus on agriculture because it would appear to me that agriculture has been, well, I don't want to use the word deteriorating, but certainly has not met many expectations. My first question is, historically, what is the contribution of the agricultural sector on our GDP?
Sir, as of now, it's about 12%, going 11%. It usually declines with economic development. It used to be in the 70s. It used to be about 25, 30% to 30%.
Mm-hmm. And today?
Today, it's about 11%.
And you attribute that to the expansion of the non-agricultural sector of the economy?
So usually that's what happens when an economy succeeds in economic transformation.
Mm-hmm. It's okay. Sige, intervene, pare. Sige, sabihin, pare. Now, for the first, I'm a little bit concerned because on the supply side, my notes indicate that for the first quarter of 2014, the growth of agricultural sector is less than 1%. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Because in the previous quarter, the last quarter of 2013, we had a number of those disasters.
It was what?
Disasters. We had a number of disasters that hit the major agriculture growing areas, particularly the Yolanda in the fourth quarter of last year.
But Mr. Balisangan, Secretary, in the first quarter of 2013, what was the growth of agriculture? It was also preceded by weather disturbances in 2012.
3.2, sir, first quarter of 2013.
So it contracted, agriculture contracted. Is that correct?
Yeah, correct. It slowed down, it's not
it has slowed down tremendously. Is that a correct statement?
Tama ho.
Ano ba ibig sabihin ng somehow?
That's correct ho. Historically ho, if agriculture could grow at 3 to 4%, that's quite respectable.
Yes. And today it only, as of the first quarter, it only grew by 0.9%. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Because we keep on talking about increases in the prices of rice, of garlic, of basic commodities, and we try to impose measures like anti-smuggling, hoarding. These are to be, this helps. But the basic issue is the law of supply and demand. Do we have enough supply? And from what you tell us, that agriculture expanded by less than 1%, I can imagine that there is less supply, and therefore the law of supply and demand drives the prices of agricultural products to levels which become difficult to afford by our poor sector. Would you agree with that as an economic manager? Yes?
I agree completely.
You agree? So it's not really, all of this raiding of the warehouses which will solve the problem. It is basically providing more supply of agriculture, improving our supply side in our agricultural sector. That can bring down the prices. The others are just palliatives. Is that correct?
Tama ho.
Tama. Kaya po maraming mahihirap sa atin dahil maraming mahirap sa kanayunan at ang sama ng performance ng agriculture. Tama po ba yan?
That's correct ho. I mean, if we compare the performance of agricultural sector with our neighbors, indeed.
And our agricultural sector has this dismal performance, notwithstanding the fact that we have 2 agriculture secretaries. Hindi po ba? You have two agricultural secretaries. Yung isa, hindi ko, si Secretary Alcala, yung isa, si Secretary Pangiliban.
One is 70%, the other is 30%.
They are so, you know, I am no AIM graduate, but the moment you have two heads of a single department, I don't know how you propose to manage your shop well. Just on the legal structure, for example, you know, the board of directors of institutions like NIA, of NFA, they have a board, and the Secretary of Agriculture is the head of the board. And now you have another Secretary of Agriculture heading the board. So I would strongly suggest, hindi mo babago dahil batas yun eh. By law. For example, the NFA head is the Secretary of Agriculture, if I recall correctly. Now it's under the jurisdiction of Secretary Pangiliban. So, I'm sorry, Pangilinan. So, you know, this is this may just be one of the reasons, but certainly this does not add to the confidence on the growth of on the contribution of our agricultural sector. So, you know, I'll take this up again when we get to the agriculture budget, but just on an overall, I can see that, you know, the contribution of agriculture to our economy, to our GDP, poses a very serious problem. If we are going to move forward faster, you cannot deny that a lot of our poor sector of our society are in the rural areas, and agriculture is a major driver in our poverty incidence. So that if you have this dismal showing in the agricultural sector, you know, and I keep on hearing that we were supposed to export rice in 2013 ba?
End of 2013.
Oh, end of 2013. Are we exporting rice today? What
But
kind?
importing more.
Are we actually exporting rice, Secretary Balisacan?
We heard
Or are
we are exporting a different variety. That's the native varieties. Your Honor, that has it's a higher value, and we are importing more. That's correct.
We are importing more, and we are not even importing on time. Is that correct?
Given the recent developments, so yes, that's correct.
We are not even importing on time, so that we cannot address shortages in the market on time, and that is why the prices of rice keeps going up. Would you agree with that, Secretary?
I agree po.
Okay. So, as I said, we will be looking at this more in detail when we get to the... Very good question.
With the permission of Senator Dulanch, I would like to acknowledge the presence of Senator Legarda. Good morning, ma'am.
Just one more item, and I'll give a chance to my colleagues to also ask the questions. Now, you know, the matter of unemployment has always been an issue. First, the unemployment remains high. So how do you propose, how would the present budget address this problem of unemployment? Just in some understandable language rather than what we have heard.
Yes,
Paano po ito?
In the strategy that we are pursuing, as spelled out in our Philippine Development Plan update, we focus the government spending, particularly infrastructure, in areas where we believe have high employment generating potentials. That's why kanina we focus on convergence in tourism, in infrastructure and logistics, in manufacturing, in agribusiness. These are the areas where we believe we could generate good, high-quality employment and enable our low-income, unskilled workers, particularly in agriculture, to have opportunities, gainful employment opportunities outside of agriculture. That's part of the transformation that we would want to achieve, because almost as I said earlier, the agriculture contributes now only 11% of the economy, but it absorbs 1/3 of the total labor force. So you can imagine the productivity of workers there is very low. We need to create employment opportunities outside of agriculture to get the welfare of people in agriculture rise as we increase productivity in agriculture. That's basically the strategy in terms of the employment generation.
Yeah, well, you are the economic managers. I am no expert there, so I will leave that to you as an economic manager. But I take note that your statement that 1/3 of our labor force is in the agriculture. Ibig sabihin po, nandun yung ating mga
even the 2/3 of our poor po nandun sa agriculture.
And therefore, I think that that strengthens the proposition that we should strengthen our agriculture sector, you know, because when you strengthen the agriculture sector, people will stay in the rural areas rather than come to the urban centers and cause so much difficulties here in terms of infrastructure. That is why I go back to my previous statement. I am really concerned that the agriculture sector, whose contribution, where 1/3 of our labor force belong to, is only contributing or is expanding at the rate of less than 1% compared to last year, and given the present, I don't see much of an improvement there. Which brings me to the second point. Again, the underemployment is a serious issue in our economy, Mr. Balisacan. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
And again, the underemployment or the quality of the employment is so prominent in the agricultural sector.
Correct, sir, partly because of the seasonality also of agricultural production.
And in fact, marami doon, they are family members doing agricultural work and not considered as wage and salary earners.
They're self-employed. On account, they're categorized as on-account workers.
Yes, but they're considered as employed.
They're employed.
They're considered as employed. Is that correct?
Our definition, sir, because employment is defined, or one is employed if he or she is employed for at least an hour in the reference week.
A member of the labor force employed for 1 hour during a week is considered as employed.
In our officials, it's an international practice of the ILO.
I know, I'm not disputing that, but I just want to emphasize that that is how we define employment. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Which, to an ordinary person, you work for 1 hour in a week, you cannot consider yourself employed. Di ba? And that is why there is a very high poverty incidence in our country. Is that a correct equation?
That's correct. That's why, apart from the unemployment figure, we also report the underemployment, because that takes into account the number of hours that a person actually works.
Yeah, and that is why we have to do a lot of income transfers, so-called, or the emphasis on social services, so that, for example, even if the unemployment is high and the underemployment is high, you alleviate poverty by such programs as the 4Ps, or the conditional cash transfer. And here, there is a misconception that the 4Ps is a poverty alleviation. It is not. Precisely, it is called 4Ps because it is Pangtawid Pamilyang Pilipino. It is a bridge program, literally, which would enable the poorer sector of our society today to graduate in the next generation at least, chances of a better life or better economic life because of this intervention that we are doing. Now, so apart from the CCT, the poverty incidence is also reduced by what? The OFD remittances.
Remittances comprise a big part of household spending.
Yeah, so that so that the remittances, without these remittances, your poverty incidence could go higher.
Very likely.
Yeah, and remittances would be about what, $24 billion a year, if I recall the news reports of Bangko Sentral. 24 billion for 2014. Of course, next year, 2016, starting next year, there will already be elections. So again, this would help in our economy. But in any case, that is why we need these income transfers, because of our employment situation. We have to do this. Now, I also notice with concern, just final point, Mr. Chairman, I notice with concern that the government expenditures have gone down tremendously as a percentage of GDP, the demand side. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Secretary, but in the first quarter of 2013, government expenditures amounted to 10% or grew by 10%. Is that a correct statement or not? Tama ba yun? Yeah, the growth rate for government expenditure was 10% in the first quarter of 2013. That's what my note said. But can you confirm that? First quarter of 2013. 13. Is that correct, Mr. Yes, Mr. The growth rate in 2013, quarter one. Government expenditure. Yes, Mr. Balisagan, Secretary Balisagan.
The way the national income accounts is prepared, the government final consumption expenditure, that's what you are seeing as a low number. But part of the government spending is also in the investment, particularly on capital outlay.
I know that, but just first on government final consumption as on the demand side of GDP. The growth rate was 10% in first quarter of 2013. Is that a correct statement?
Yeah.
Huh?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
9%. Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir. What happened is in the last year, 2013, we quite succeeded in front-loading spending, yes, compared to this year.
And this year, first quarter, if my notes would be correct, the final government expenditure growth rate for the first quarter of 2014 is about 2%. Is that correct, please?
That's correct.
And 2%. And if in your presentation, the budget or government expenditure should constitute about 18% of GDP on the demand side. Is that correct? How much is? Please use your microphone, please.
I think it's about 18% of the growth.
Of the growth rate, yeah, of the growth rate, yes,
not,
of the growth.
Not the share.
I'm
of
sorry,
GDP.
yes, of the growth, because that's the demand side. And today, it's first quarter, it's only 2%. The government, the final consumption, the government expenditure.
Sir, for the first quarter, but that's why we are quite confident that that contribution of the government spending for the subsequent quarters will be much higher.
I hope so, because the reason I'm pointing that out is you cannot discount the fact that the bureaucracy is now concerned about spending given the decision of the Supreme Court on the DAP. Takot na takot ng bureaucracia at baka masampahan sila ng kaso because of the decision on the DAP. whether you like it or not, the DAP had a chilling effect on the government expenditure program. The challenge, therefore, to our economic managers should be how to comply with the decision of the Supreme Court, the final decision of the Supreme Court, but at the same time accelerate government spending for the next 3 quarters or 2 quarters, whatever is left. Because you have to, we have enough revenues, but we are not spending well. In fact, our program budget deficit is way below target. Is that a correct statement? Our program deficit is way below target.
It's below program.
Below program, yes.
Chair, yeah.
And that means there is underspending.
Underspending plus better revenue performance.
Right. Sige, dagdagan mo. But indeed, that's where I'm concerned. So yes, let us comply with the Supreme Court decision once it becomes final. But at the same time, the challenge to the economic managers is how to accelerate public spending to meet programmed expenditures so that it can contribute to the expansion of the economy, I mean government spending. Yes.
Mr. Chair, we completely agree. Although the government, as a percentage of the whole pie, is not as big as the private sector, and that's why we've been working closely with the private sector to also accelerate the implementation of these programs. And this is where some of the challenges we face involving the other branches of government arose. Now, for example, the latest PPP program, which is our largest so far, the extension of LRT Line 1 to Cavite, cannot be implemented because of a TRO. And again, I think these are things that we need to work together to resolve, because you have an issue on one part of the line, not even an issue on who the winner should be, but the whole thing is held. Another good example is the writ of kalikasan on the Redondo Power Project in 2011, and that's still outstanding. The plant could have been built already, and we would not face the prospects of a potential power outage, But we have a TRO on that. You can go on many. We have a BCDA privatization, 2010. We have a long list of this. There's privatization in 1995 for $300 million. The buyer paid $1 million, brought the government to court. It's sitting in the court. We've been denied the $299 million ever since. And I think this was my point earlier in my presentation, where I think Congress really will have to help the executive in managing some of these issues.
Yeah.
But if I may,
go ahead.
But Secretary, what if there is a cause of action? What if there was indeed a basis to file suit and go to court? Shouldn't the executive also, on its part, make sure that processes are followed to avoid potential lawsuits later on?
Mr. Chair, I think that's where Congress comes in to better define what would be the proper basis, because in effect you have a judicial veto on executive action. And the world is not perfect. You can never have perfect situations, but I do realize that there may be parties that can be affected, but it is, I think, important that we have to look at the one that benefits the most, rather the concern of a few. So that, in effect, I think in a lot of cases we end up in stalemates.
I do recall, years back when the Supreme Court decided against the transfer of a factory, a plastics factory, from Bataan to
Batangas to Bataan, petrochemical.
Yes, the petrochemical plant. The Supreme Court TRO'd the decision of the upon petition of an official from Bataan. The Supreme Court said that you cannot put up your factory in Batangas. it should be in Bataan. Those are business decisions which are a little difficult to understand. Secretary Abad wants to...
Yes, just to respond to the query about the slack in expenditure. We're actually improving on that end, Mr. Chairman. The figures in June show a 44% increase. And that has been brought about mainly by, finally, the billings from the PhilHealth services have come in, and we released, for example, I think 36 billion pesos of the PhilHealth subsidies. And I think we're going to see more because in the first quarter, we had to recluster DPWH projects to give the engineering districts and the regional offices greater participation in the bidding up of projects. And the other slowdown there was the conditional cash transfer program because of the typhoon that hit about 44 provinces. The National Household Targeted Survey had to be revalidated because of, for example, there were about 20,000 households that needed to be included because of Yolanda alone. So I think those delay will now be straightened up in the second quarter, and that explains partly why the expenditure spiked by 44% in June. And we are going to see further improvements because of, as I said, the procurement innovations that we introduced in the expenditure to accelerate expenditure for the rest of the semester, Mr. Chairman.
But I wish you could also accelerate the expenditure in the agricultural sector, because the multiplier effect insofar as our poverty incidence is concerned, I would is greatly influenced by the disbursement in the agricultural sector. And not only that, it addresses the poverty incidence more in the agricultural sector. It improves our production and therefore lowers the prices, and a lot of beneficial effects for disbursement in agriculture as fast as we can should provide some relief to our poor sector. And again, I must express my disappointment over the performance of the agricultural sector that we have seen. Just a final point, Mr. Chairman, if you'll allow. I'm again concerned about the growth or the contraction actually of private construction in our economy in the first quarter. Can you give us the data on the growth rate in private construction, comparatively speaking, last year and this year, first quarter probably, or first half? Because my notes tell me that private construction has contracted.
Yeah, first quarter of 2013, the number is 33%.
33% growth. Yes.
Yes, growth.
Growth. Yes. 33% growth in the private sector construction. And in 2014,
it's minus 0.6.
Minus 6.
Minus 6%.
Minus 6. There was a contraction. Can this be explained? And should this be a cause of concern? Especially, for example, private construction would involve construction of energy of power plants. It would go into this. And today we have we're facing a shortage in energy, and the data on the amount of money spent in the economy for construction of power plants by the private sector would go into the statistics of private construction. Should this be a cause of concern, as the statistics would show that private construction has contracted as in terms of its growth?
The first quarter of this year, I believe, Mr. Chair, was quite unusual in the sense that we are coming from from a series of disasters in the last quarter that caused disruptions in the supply chain, particularly in the prices of construction materials, and because there's a lot of that effects not only in the Yolanda affected areas but throughout the country. So my suspicion, sir, I don't have any evidence, but my suspicion is that that during the first quarter, investors, particularly those who are planning to expand their businesses, their plans could have postponed their decision until prices would stabilize. But again, I haven't done a empirical study to validate that claim, sir. But I think that's what happened.
My confidence level is not raised with your answer, Mr. Barisakan. I am not convinced that the disruption in the supply chain as a result of the typhoons in the Visayas causes this contraction in private construction. In fact, this should accelerate, construction because of the destruction brought about by these calamities. Then if the private sector is encouraged, then they should invest more in infrastructure projects. So, yes.
Normally, sir, yes, that's correct. But I think there was quite a lag. It did not happen right away.
Secretary Balisacan, I don't think there's a lull insofar as the private sector construction on the rehab side is concerned, because even according to Secretary Lacson, private sector lang nga daw ho yung gumagawa doon, hindi ho yung gobyerno. And add to that the fact a while ago, as pointed out by Senator Drilon, on the consumption demand side, maliit na parte lang ang gobyerno, mas malaking parte yung private sector, sabi ni Secretary Purisima. But if private construction is or contracted, in fact did not go down but contracted, saan manggagaling yung growth na makikita natin o hinahanap natin?
That's why I do think that there was such a lag, and I do think that a good part of the reconstruction and rehabilitation, even by the private sector, could have started picking up in the second quarter and third quarter. I hope to see that such numbers next month when our data for the next week when the data for the construction would come in. But please note that disasters happen in many parts of the country in the fourth quarter of last year. We have the Bohol earthquake. We have the one also in Central Luzon, and so that could have. But I think that the other, I'm not discounting that there are other possible factors, like as early as the early part of this year, there have been talks about interest rates coming up as a result of quantitative easing abroad, and that could impact on the country too. Inflation was also beginning to pick up, so that those could have affected business confidence.
Just one final point on the revenue side. A number of measures were mentioned by Secretary Purisima, prominent among which is the rationalization of the tax incentives, so that we can plug the loopholes in our tax program. But I noticed that up to now, the cabinet has not come up with a unified position on the rationalization of the tax incentive. We are still awaiting the version of the cabinet on the rationalization of the tax incentive. There is a dispute between the DTI and the Finance Department on this rationalization. Kailan ba nyo maibibigay sa amin ito?
Secretary Purisima.
Mr. Chair, we've reached agreement with the Department of Trade and Industry, finally.
Finally, after 4 years.
And, yes, sir, after many, many years. And we are submitting this week, sir, the consolidated, the revised common version of the bill that we've agreed to with the Department of Trade and Industry.
And how much is the estimated revenue that can be generated by this rationalization? Would you have an idea? Because, 10 years ago, this was already in the drawing board. 10 years ago.
Up to 2% of GDP, sir, over a period of time. But it won't happen overnight, sir. Because, as you know, the incentives are granted over a period of years.
But I assume you have some program
Yes, sir.
on a yearly basis, just off the top of your head. How much would this generate on the average? Without putting you really on a commitment.
At its lowest, sir, 0.2% of GDP per year. No?
Which is roughly
about 30 to 30 billion pesos.
30 billion pesos.
Approximately. Yes.
Now, will you also be open to a review of our tax brackets?
Sir, I think once we pass the measures that we agreed to, as I mentioned earlier, we'd be open to review, to do a sir, we cannot tweak just one part. Our suggestion is we do a comprehensive review and we run models. No, if we tweak one, what happens to the overall system, so that we know what.
So that it does not have to be sequential.
Yes, sir. No, sir. It can be.
It should not be sequential because you're barely talking about 2 years left in this administration.
Yes, sir. It can be parallel, sir.
Huh?
Yeah.
So that it can be parallel. So that at the same time that we're looking at the rationalization of the tax incentive, we will be looking at the whole, including the bracket, the tax structure bracket, because it is so inequitable that we have not reviewed this tax bracket since 1997.
Yes, sir.
Since 1997, we're still, 1997 prices up to today, we're still using the same bracket.
Yes, sir. So a review of the brackets, the rates, the exemptions, the whole I think would be preferred rather than specific parts of it that can have unintended consequences.
But I just don't want to emphasize that this should not be sequential. In other words, we will not be confronted with the situation na sasabihin nyo sa Kongreso, tapusin nyo muna itong tax incentive bago natin tingnan yung inyong tax bracket ng mga manggagawa sa pamahalaan.
No, sir.
Wag ganun, ha?
No, sir.
So simultaneous.
Yes, sir.
So will you now submit your rationalization of the tax incentive, which you said will be submitted this week, together with the revised tax bracket, so that we'll do it together?
Sir, we will do our homework first, sir, because on the incentives, as you know, we worked maybe 15 years on that to get to where we are.
Again?
On the incentives, we've been on this debate for, I think, 19 years. So,
19 years, yes. Oh.
Yeah, but
so baka naman mga half of that, mga 9 years itong ating tax bracket bago natin.
Well, with your support, sir, we hope to finish this within the next 2 years, sir.
Which one?
The review of the whole tax structure.
No.
Yeah.
Ang usapan natin, Cesar, is that isabay natin yung rationalization of tax incentive at saka yung review ng tax bracket. Hindi pwedeng sequential na unahin mo muna yung revenue side mo pagkatapos titingnan natin yung tax bracket. Pwede ba, sabi mo, isabay natin. So can we have some idea or can we have some strategy here so that we'll consider this together? I commit to you, we will not pass the tax bracket review without plugging the loopholes on your rationalization of tax incentives, so that it will be at least revenue neutral.
We will work with you, sir. I think we are all in agreement that there is no free lunch. We need to raise the money to fund the programs that the Congress wants the Executive Department to implement, and we will be completely honest with you on what would be the results of certain proposals, and so we will work with you, sir.
That's right. At bottom, we agree with you. It should be at the very least revenue neutral, so that you you review your tax bracket, which can, according to your study, could result in some reduction in revenue. But at the same time, we have other measures which will enable us to recover whatever we have lost there.
Mr. Chair, our hope is actually the whole review would be result to revenue positive.
Okay,
because,
fine.
We're not yet where we are. In fact, on infrastructure this year, our proposal is just 4% of GDP. The benchmark, the minimum that countries should spend in infrastructure is 5% of GDP. In fact, our neighbors spend upwards of 7 to 8% of GDP. And I think these are parts of the puzzle, the pieces of the puzzle that would help us solve the unemployment problem, the poverty problem. Because as we speak now, we're challenged with port congestion, with the slight growth that we had. So, this all emanates from our ability to invest on infrastructure, on social services, and other areas.
Talking about resources, I noticed that you said that our sin tax incremental collection exceeded budget or expectations in 2013. It was a reform measure which I had difficulty getting through. The lobbies, the propaganda, the lobbies against that measure, the attacks I was getting in the media because of some industry players was something that I had to live with. But for at least in 2013, we had 51 billion in incremental excise taxes from the sin tax. What is it in 2014? What is the projected collection?
Give me a second. Sir. Wala?
45.
No, bakit? We expect a growth of about 30%, sir. That's our hope.
30%.
Another 30%.
Which from 50 billion increment?
Maybe another 15. No?
Another.
Yeah, we will get back to you, sir, with the actual number.
So another 50, roughly.
Yeah, another 15.
Okay, so thank you very much for the.
Sir, just clarification to add on to what Secretary Balisacan was saying. On the construction, sir, private was -6, no? But public was actually positive 22.3.
Yes.
That's why we were, as a country, minus 0.9. No?
Yes.
So I just wanted to. The other item on government consumption is actually 2.2%, and that's MOOE and personnel services primarily.
Yeah, but yes, I acknowledge that public infrastructure has expanded, has improved, but the private construction has really contracted. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Dillon. Senator Soto, sir, you may proceed with your interventions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At the outset, allow me to state for the record that I do not take offense with the Senate President when he mispronounced the name of my son-in-law.
Son-in-law?
My son-in-law, Senator Pangilinan, because my firstborn daughter is Sharon. That's why. In much the same way as I take no offense with Governor Tetanco as he called me Vic Soto. As a matter of fact, at times it is a compliment. Thank you. No, I don't mind at all. Thank you. It's a very common mistake. The important thing is we admit our mistakes. Because pride is the head of Satan, and humility is Satan's headache. I told the chairman yesterday, finance chairman, Senator Escudero, that just for the record also, the minority will be having its own internal briefing before we pose our questions, if we get the chance to do so. Perhaps at a later time, if you will be discussing still policy later on or at the proper time. So we thank you for that. I will be very brief. At this point, allow me just to scratch a little paint and ask the central bank concerning some, public issues, a public concern that I would like to bring up. This would be a good chance to do so. It involves policy anyway. We would like to pick the mind of the governor of central bank. Governor Tetanco, is it correct to say that nowadays wala na tayong usury law in actuality? I ask this because, for example, sa mga car loans, meron kang yung nalingat ka lang ng konti, yung balance mong 1 million, biglang 3 million dahil sa mga penalties What is your comment on this?
Mr. Chairman, you're right, Senator. There's the provisions of the usury law do not apply anymore. What we have in place right now is a market-determined interest rate regime, which means that banks and other lenders can set their own interest rates that they charge their clients.
Well, ang intindi ko po kasi kayo ang manager ng interest rates central bank. Ano po ang allowable interest na sinasabi? Let's say sa credit cards. Credit card charges, yung ang alam ko po mga 3% a month, ano?
Let me explain the role of the central bank in setting interest rates. Yun yung siniset naming interest rate, yung tinatawag na policy rate. Ito yung interest rate na ginagamit namin para sa tinatawag naming reverse repurchase facility. Ito yung facility ng BSP na ginagamit para mag-siphon off ng liquidity from the system. Kung madaming liquidity, we have to mop up the excess liquidity so that this excess liquidity will not generate inflationary pressures. Yun ang sineset namin interest rates. In addition to that, we also set a rate on what we call the special deposit account. Itong special deposit account, ito naman yung facility na nasa central bank na pwedeng paglagyan ng mga excess funds ng mga bangko. So yung interest rate that BSP pays on these SDA deposits is also set by the Monetary Board. Now, in as far as interest rates set by banks or credit card companies, yun wala kaming ceiling dyan at this point in time. Because we believe that it's more important, or I guess it's sounder policy to allow the market to determine the rate. Because we were in that situation before. In the 1980s, we had interest rate ceilings. And the system didn't really work because the banks, on paper, complied with the ceiling, but there were a lot of other charges, hidden charges, that the borrower had to shoulder as well. So now what we are telling the banks is full disclosure. You tell the client how much the interest rate is. You also tell the client what other charges are being imposed and how much are these charges that are being imposed. So the client or the borrower will have full knowledge, full information of how much he or she will have to pay. Now on that basis, the client can make a decision whether to borrow from this bank or another bank. I mean, normally one is advised to shop around to look for the lowest interest rate available in the market.
On the other side naman, yung savings, 2% lang, ano?
Yung savings, mababa interest rate talaga ngayon. Partly because of the significant amount of liquidity that is available in the system. Yun yung minamanage namin para we'll just have enough money supply to fund yung mga pangailangan ng mga productive sectors like manufacturers, like yung sinasabi ni Senate President Drilon on agriculture, etc., na hindi mag-generate ng inflationary pressures. Ngayon, makikita natin that interest rates overall have actually declined. I mean, you can get long-term loans now at single-digit interest rates, whereas before you can, you can only think of high double-digit rates. Let's say if you get a housing loan before, you really be thinking of 15% up. Ngayon, pwede yung kumuha na around 5%, 6% long-term mortgage. So, bumabaho yan ngayon. And I think two main things. One, we have enough liquidity in the system. And second, the inflation rate has also historically gone down.
Will you, as I said, I'm trying to pick your mind, will you support an anti-usury law?
Mr. Senator, our preference is for market forces to determine the rate of interest. So we wouldn't support an anti-usury law.
Anyway, we'll try to digest the position that you expressed now. Let me move to another point. Again, your comment. If there are around 8 million OFWs working abroad, how many right now are coursing their dollar remittances through the banking system? Would you know?
We have an estimate of how much is coursed through the banking system in terms of amount. We have about $24 billion coursed through the banking system. And this amount, we estimate, accounts for about 97% of total remittances from overseas Filipino, which means that around 3% would be coursed through unofficial channels, Mr. Senator.
All right, thank you for that. Meron silang concern yung mga OFWs, no? Pag-uwi nila dito, nadidimanda sila dun sa bouncing check law. Kasi mga financiers, mga recruitment agencies, they are sometimes tawag itong pinipilit na mag-issue ng cheque. They are forced to issue a check. Sometimes they don't really have any intention to defraud. Good faith sabi nga will you be in favor, or the Bangko Sentral would be in favor in decriminalizing the bouncing check law? Civil na lang.
We will have to think about that, Mr. Senator. But I think it's very important to maintain the integrity of the check system in the economy, because a large part of the financial transactions within the Philippine economy is still done through checks. So it's important that people have confidence, continue to have confidence in the check system. Now, our legal department is currently studying that particular proposal. I think whatever is going to be the result of that study, the underlying objective should be that confidence, integrity, confidence in and the integrity of the checks should be maintained.
What if it's only for OFWs?
Siguro, Senator,
will decriminalize natin ang bouncing check para sa OFWs?
Pwede nating pag-aralan. Pero kung di-decriminalize, civil suit na lang ang pwede. In my view, dapat sa lahat, instead of just providing this to a particular sector.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Governor Tetanco. Just one final matter, policy also, for the BIR, Mr. Chair. For a revenue-generating person like like Pacquiao, Commissioner Henares, as a Filipino, his income anywhere is taxable, hindi po ba? So, ang question ko po who is the first crack at his income? Tayo dahil Pilipino siya o doon sa lugar kung saan siya nakipag-boxing at nanalo ng premyo? Kasi kung tayo una, tax credit na lang ng US, di ba? Pero pag una US, tax credit na lang tayo. Ganun po ba yan? Ano ba ang pananaw natin ng BIR doon?
Depende ho yan, no? Kung may tax treaty ho tayo dun sa bansang pinaglabanan niya, no? Kasi kung sa US yun, meron ho tayong tax treaty, no? So, kung yung Pilipino kumita sa Amerika, babayaran niya muna yung buwis sa Amerika, tapos i-report niya ko yung income niya globally, tapos kukompute niya kung ano yung tax sa Pilipinas, tapos i-recognize natin yung binayaran niyang buwis sa Amerika, provided ho, lahat ho, ito documented, no? So, ang Amerikano naman, kung kumita siya sa Pilipinas, ang unang magbubuwis sa kanya, ang Pilipinas, tapos nun, re-report naman ho niya sa Amerika yung total income niya at magko-compute siya ng buwis ng Amerika at kukunin niya yung binayaran niya dito as tax credit ho.
And we have a treaty with the United States, no?
Yes, sir, we have.
What about Macau? Do we have a treaty with Macau?
No, we don't have any treaty with Macau. So, the law regarding country that we don't have treaty with, there's a provision ho sa tax code, may tax-sparing mechanism ho, no? Pwede hong gamitin yung binayad doon na buwis as a credit against Philippine income tax, no? Kung meron hong income tax siyang binayaran sa Macau. Pero I think Macau doesn't have an income tax. He only has a percentage tax. So, yung percentage tax, hindi ho niya pwedeng gamitin as credit against income tax.
With the permission of the minority leader, because I recall when I was chairman of Foreign Relations, there were tax treaties that were ratified here in the Senate. Therefore, it is so important that we check in our Committee on Foreign Relations if there are pending tax treaties for concurrence and ratification so that our overseas Filipinos or Filipinos abroad do not pay double taxation. Is that correct, Commissioner?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. We have existing around 40 plus treaty, no? Already valid, no? Then we have some pending treaty. I think there was supposed to be a hearing on the RP Turkey treaty, and then we're negotiating some other treaty with other country, no?
Perhaps to expedite, again, to benefit the overseas Filipinos mentioned by the minority leader, could the good commissioner furnish the committee with all pending tax treaties entered into by the Philippine government, which just needs concurrence, just a few hearings in the Senate, so that the Filipinos residing in those countries will not have to pay double taxation?
If it's an overseas Filipino worker, he is exempted. We don't need to have a treaty with anyone, no, because we recognize that their income, but there's a definition of overseas Filipino worker. You should fall within that definition, then your revenue from your compensation from your employer, then that is exempted.
OFW residing in that country or working is exempted.
If he falls in the definition of the OFW.
I see. Okay. Why was it then, when I was chair of foreign relations, it was deemed as urgent to ratify those tax treaties with those countries if the OFWs are not?
These are businesses, no? Like say, or Mr. Pacquiao is not an OFW. So these are to deal with these
professionals or businesses.
Yes,
I see. But the OFWs are exempted from that.
Yes, as long as they qualify as an OFW.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I said, generally, I would here to listen and try to find out more about the policy, and we'll be asking our questions at the proper time. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, Senator Soto. At this juncture, I will be the acting chairman of the committee as vice chairman of the Finance Committee in the Senate. First of all, I'd like to thank the economic managers for your very good presentation and for your service to the nation and for all the good work that you've done. No? Let me also commend the Secretary of Budget with regard to the many budget reforms that he has initiated over the past few years. No? Let me also point out, Mr. Secretary, that for 2015, the budget is almost fully itemized. So we have to congratulate you for that. No? There is, however, no document which shows if indeed the itemized projects, let's say for the previous year, have been completed. Okay? The budget now has 7 volumes. So makapal na yung budget, more than a foot. No? More than 5,000 pages. But nothing in the budget tells us of how the budget was spent last year. In terms of itemization. Halimbawa, kung nangako tayo sa nakaraang budget that we will hire 10,000 policemen, did we hire 10,000 policemen? Kung nangako tayo last year that this airport, this road will be constructed, nothing in the budget tells us as well. Ano yung status update ng kalsadang yan, ng airport na yan, so on and so forth. Now, moving forward, Secretary, don't you think that it is necessary, utilizing the same JA format din, to inform Congress, to give us an update, kumbaga parang resibo. Ito yung perang binigay ninyo, sinabi ninyo, gagastusin namin sa ganito, ito yung resibo, ginastos namin doon. Don't you think that we should have maybe another item in the budget so that Congress knows exactly how the budget was spent last year?
I fully agree, Mr. Chairman. In fact, the principle of budget integrity is something that we are looking forward to be able to do, which really means exactly as you had presented. Was the budget as approved by Congress implemented as they provided? And if there was deviation, and surely there will be, considering that the budget is normally put together a year before it is implemented, so there are many events that happen in between. Yes. But nonetheless, we should be able to explain to you what the deviations were and why such deviations happened. So we are moving along that direction, Mr. Chairman, and technologically to make that happen, because it's also a question of technology, because right now, for example, in the requirement that agencies must submit their statement of allotments and obligation balances, it usually takes them a quarter before they can submit these updates, and so it's long. So we have embarked on what is called the Government's Integrated Financial Management System, so that real time, we get reports on both the financial and physical performance of every agency, of government. So, for us, the sooner that we can get to that regime, I think the better, so that the exercise of oversight by Congress is more meaningful, Mr. Chairman.
Yes. So, Secretary, could we expect next year some changes in how the budget is presented, following up on our discussion today, so that itemized portions in the budget could be further explained by the executive to Congress?
In principle, you should be. In fact, we want to vigorously move in that direction. In terms of how it will be formatted, that's something that we have to figure out. But something that is
yes. I'm recommending that you use the same JA format.
Well, that's one given that as a starting point we can look at, Mr. Chair.
Yes, so thank you for that, Secretary. Secretary, let me move on. We hear many complaints and we read in the papers and we see a lot of surveys that the joblessness today is roughly about 12 million. And let me follow up on some of the points made by Secretary or Senator Drilon earlier, the Senate President. No? Nominally, the economy has grown since 2010 to where we are today. Roughly 40%? Secretary Purisima? Nominally, approximately 40%. So if the economy grew roughly 40%,
but unemployment remains the same. Poverty incidence almost remains the same. Where is that growth going to? Yes, Secretary Balisacan.
Mr. Chair, I think we have to disabuse the claim that we are not generating employment. The truth is we are. As I mentioned earlier, unemployment, the economy actually generated 1.7 million jobs in the first quarter compared to the comparable quarter in last year, and we also see the same pattern for poverty. The only issue is that the stock of the unemployed and underemployed is huge. It's very big, and then there are also additional members of the labor force coming in every year because of population growth. And while we are able to, at least given the recent data, able to generate jobs, at the rate we are going, it will take several more years of rapid growth and particular investment to get that current stock of unemployed and underemployed to a very low level. That's why we keep saying that we need to sustain the growth, we need to get that growth supported by investment, because in the end it's really investment that would create good, decent, quality jobs. And we can improve or enhance the quality of growth by seeing to it that those sectors that are growing, those regions or space of the country that are growing, are the ones where the unemployed, particularly the unskilled labor force, are coming from. That way, the growth can be more sensitive to the labor market, particularly those who are poor.
Yes, Secretary, I understand that, Secretary. But if I were to go back since 2010, what the unemployment rate is, where it is today, the underemployment rate was where it is today, and the poverty incidence then and where it is today, and like I said, the level of the economy grew roughly 40% over the last how many years, right? And more or less those numbers are the same. So the point, and I understand where you're coming from, Secretary, but I would have answered it the same way. But having said that, Secretary, let me point out that in the budget, you have targets. There are targets, there are assumptions, so on and so forth, but there is no target for unemployment and underemployment.
Actually, in the PDP, in this midterm update.
In the medium-term Philippine Development Plan, yes.
We have, and we...
but not in the budget itself. There is no employment odometer, so to speak. Secretary Balisacan.
We do try to, sinisimulate namin yung impact ng spending sa ekonomiya.
Correct.
Both sa output at sa employment. In fact, as I have shown earlier, the target for 2016 in terms of unemployment is at the level of 16 to 18%. If the underemployment is expected to be at 17% from 19% today.
Currently.
Today, and
so let me ask, Secretary. Let me continue by asking, how many jobs will this budget create in 2015? Is there a target?
I could, if you give me a second, I can figure it out, because the numbers, from these numbers, we can calculate the absolute numbers of jobs.
You can just submit it to the committee, but I just wanted to make that point.
We could, because we did perform the analysis.
I understand, but again, let me point out, it is not in the budget documents. It would be better, I suppose,
to have such a number as well in the budget documents. That's what I'm saying, Secretary. But just for the sake of the committee as well, no? And for those listening to us, para maliwanag din. How many new teachers, so directly naman, how many new teachers will we be hiring next year? More than 30,000. What about policemen? Will we be hiring new policemen next year?
Yes, we will be hiring. Just
Yeah.
trying to get that.
That's okay. Health practitioners, I suppose.
Yes,
Nurses, doctors, so on and so forth.
that's correct.
Armed forces personnel.
Yes, we will be hiring more,
Okay.
including some of the uniform personnel,
Yes.
like Bucor.
So, hindi ba mas maganda sana kung maliwanag yung kaagad in the presentation that there is these numbers in the budget as presented immediately?
If Congress requires it, we will be happy to work on it.
Okay,
Mr.
so
Chairman.
thank you, Secretary. No? And hopefully, your staff can give us these numbers in the committee.
Yes,
I will not belabor the point so that you don't have to complete.
Yes, we should be able to work that out because we now require all agencies to prepare the programs of work in advance. So
Yes.
we should be able
Just
to
a
determine.
little intervention. How well or how far have we achieved? Let's say in 2013, what was the program hiring for policemen, program hiring for teachers, and how did we fare vis-a-vis these targets?
Well, for teachers, we have closed the gap. So we are now just providing for increases in population as well as the requirements of K to 12. In terms of police, we are nearing, the minimum that's required by international
1:500?
Yes. Military, well, that is going to be changing because of the nature of the defense requirements, which are now more focused on securing, where you need more Marines and Air Force personnel. But we have to depend on the DND for that, Mr. Chair.
So you're saying, Mr. Secretary, that by and large, we are meeting the targets insofar as the hiring of this personnel budgeted for in the General Appropriations Act?
Mainly for population-related personal requirements like teachers, police, doctors, and those types of employment, sir.
Thank you, Senator Rector. Yeah. And that's precisely the point, Mr. Senate President, why there must be another document in the budget to inform Congress of how the budget was spent. Katulad ng last year, they promised to hire 10,000 teachers. Did we really hire 10,000 teachers? Policemen, so on and so forth. And that's precisely the point I was driving at earlier. Just to follow up, Secretary Balisacan, I'm sorry, I forgot to mention this point. I said earlier that I'd be following up also the question raised by Senator Drilon earlier. Clearly, the agriculture sector, which contributes 11% to the economy, and I understand that in terms of those dependent on it, would be roughly 30% of the population.
Roughly one-third.
One-third. So alam na natin kung sino ang walang karamihan ng walang trabaho, mababa ang sweldo, they would be farmers and fishermen, by and large, right? Now, I noticed that in the budget for 2015, agriculture is only number 7. Number 1 ang DepEd. Number 2, DPWH.
Defense.
Number 3, Defense.
DILG.
DILG, 4, 5. Ang DSWD ata, 6 ang health. And then 7 ang agriculture. Bakit kaya ganun? Is that consistent with the NPPDP?
It's consistent in the sense of the following. What we really would want to achieve is a structural transformation of the economy in which we the sectors that are able to generate high quality jobs would grow and would have the opportunities to grow. And we know that the constraints that have prevented these sectors from growing, these are very poor infrastructure, very poor regulatory environment, and this is the one that we are trying to do in the budget. We address the poor problem infrastructure so that the manufacturing could grow, tourism could grow, agribusiness could grow, because even ang nangyari ho just a little going back to the 70s because the 70s gave us a good lesson when agricultural growth was quite rapid. No? It's about, at that time, 4 to 5% growth of agriculture. And that growth was very impressive by historical and international standard. But that did not lead to sustained poverty reduction even in rural areas. The reason we were not able to get the rest of the economy respond to that favorable growth because ang nangyayari dapat ho, ang usual transformation is if the agriculture is doing well, the rest of the economy must do even better because wages would be tempered from rising when productivity in agriculture growth is high, and that provides competitiveness for manufacturing, for industry. Pero hindi nangyayari sa atin yun as we found out. The reason is, and we learn now, is that we did not provide the opportunities for those sectors to grow. A very poor infrastructure, as we have seen compared the country with the rest of our neighbors. The competitive, the regulatory environment was bad. The macro fundamentals were bad. When, for example, the exchange rate was.
Secretary, so in effect, you're saying that it is by design that we reduce the budget for agriculture.
By design, what I'm saying is we need to change the structure of spending in agriculture by building. I think what has gone wrong in us is that we did not provide opportunities for rapid productivity growth in agriculture.
So let me, Secretary, it is in the wall, no? Okay, agriculture is number 7. Okay, it has one of the lowest growth rates there, 11.1%. Okay, when a third of the population is in the agricultural sector, and they are the poorest, I suppose, and most of them are the unemployed and the underemployed. That's the point I'm trying to drive at, no? So, Secretary, hindi ba kaya at the very least they should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Mas malaki ang budget ng social welfare kaysa ng agriculture. I mean, the idea is to increase the productivity of farmers and fishermen, right?
Correct. But my sense of the problems agriculture is that even with the current budget now, we can do much more if we can restructure that budget so that you really are investing more in.
So what specifically do you want to change?
For example, the R&D ho, kasi ang problema sa agriculture is unlike manufacturing na you can import technology and what works in Canada can work here, no? Because pero ang agriculture ho, very location specific, weather sensitive, soil sensitive, pest sensitive. So you really have, even if you have a rice variety in Erie, you can't expect that rice variety to work well, use it in Cagayan or in Mindanao unless you first adopt that variety.
Understood. So are we increasing the budget for R&D?
I think that's the budget for R&D in this country is very low, one of the lowest in Asia.
So the answer is we are not.
We are not.
Okay, second point.
And not only for agriculture, but even for the entire.
Understood. Okay, so second point. What other reforms do you want in the agriculture department or in the agriculture sector? As far as using taxpayers' money is concerned, the budget. Halimbawa, question, NFA. Magkano ba ngayon ang utang ng NFA?
About 150 approximately.
Okay, so can you imagine this, Secretary? We have debts that taxpayers will pay worth 150 billion na para bagang hindi na pakinabangan ng magsasaka at mangingisda. Okay, now having said that, karamihan yan nasa NFA. Okay? Today, government is importing rice. Okay? So, there is a monopoly as far as government is concerned. What is the position of NEDA? Should we liberalize rice imports? Should we allow the private sector to do the importation and then the NFA just regulates?
My position, sir, I made it clear that we must continue providing incentives to our farmers, protect them, but we must shift that protection from the current regime of quantitative restriction, which is prone to corruption, to something like tariffs, so that you can collect those tariffs and use that for agricultural production to support services. Now we are not collecting tariff from imports of rice or from...
Correct.
So that's one. The other one is that that I would like to see...
Have you recommended that policy shift to the President or to the Cabinet?
We are working on that now, sir. We are moving into, because as you rightly pointed out, the problem with our recent price increases has to do with the tightness of supply. Demand is growing fast because of population, because per capita income increases, and yet we are constraining the available supply. And so our decision was to ease that by now allowing imports to come in. As of July this year, and as we reported in our inflation numbers, 14%, we saw 14% inflation for rice, which is the one that's really pushing the food inflation, food prices, and it's the one that driving the increases in the CPI. So it's really very crucial, and the thing the reason that we have to be very worried about that is it affects the rest of the economy. The competitiveness of our industry, the competitiveness of our exports, and since BSP works on an inflation targeting regime, that would eventually also affects the rest of the economy through the financial market.
Any affects the performance rating of the President? Right or wrong?
It does, because the impact of high prices and the consumption and the purchasing power of the poor is large. 20% of the bottom 30% of our population spent on rice.
If there's one more other thing that you wanted to add to agriculture, what would that be?
I think we need to integrate the agricultural sector with the rest of the economy.
No, we understand that. We're talking about the budget.
I want to see greater integration of our rural economy, agricultural economy with the market centers. And that's why I want to see the infrastructure moving faster. And I want to see that infrastructure is moving in rural areas, not just in Metro Manila or neighboring areas.
Understood, Secretary. So what is different in the budget this year, in that sense?
I think the focus on infrastructure is really something that we have not seen in decades. The focus on social spending, because our data suggests that poverty in this country, as in many other countries, is intergenerational, and we are trying to break that.
We understand that, Secretary, and that's why we have supported the budget every year since 2010 and passed the budget. Now, what I'm driving at is this. The economy, ulitin ko lang, has grown by 40%, pero parang may disconnect. And maybe the problem is really here in the agriculture sector as well.
Ang tingin ko, because if you look at the experiences of countries na massive ang achievements sa poverty reduction, ang major contributor of that reduction is that these economies are able to link, provide the opportunities for rural, particularly agriculture-dependent households to move out of agriculture, and they can find decent jobs there. So China, easily 70% of the poverty reduction observed is due to that. People moving out of agriculture, they find jobs in rural industries, in rural services.
I understand. I understand all of that, Secretary. So thank you very, very much for your response.
Senator Director, before you leave that point, may I get the input of Secretary Bad? If NEDA believes that we should be spending more on R&D, even in agriculture, how much exactly are we spending for R&D, specifically for agriculture, in the 2015 budget?
It's not even beyond $1 billion pesos, Mr.
Total, for all the agencies?
Agriculture?
No, DOST lang yan.
DOST kasi meron sa agriculture din.
Also, it's even less than that.
Yeah, it's
So total R&D budget of government for 2015 is $1 billion?
No, it's much, much more, Mr. Chair.
For USD 19.4.
The total R&D budget for DOST in 2015 is 3.7 billion. For DA is 2.9 billion. I'm sorry, it's a mistake. And for the rest of the other departments like PCA, DNR, that's an additional of about $500 million more. So that's
About
about
seven.
3.3 billion plus 3.6, about almost 7 billion, Mr. Chairman.
About 7 billion.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
And a big chunk of that would go to PS, I would assume, and MOE.
Well, we can disaggregate that, Mr. Chairman, but yeah.
So a total of 7 billion.
It's a rule of thumb, Your Honor.
I was about to ask you that. What's the rule of thumb?
The rule of thumb is for a country at this stage of development natin, we should be already spending 1% of our GDP for innovations and R&D.
So that is equivalent to how much?
100 billion plus.
140 billion.
China is now spending 2 to 3% of their GDP for that for innovations and R&D.
So the benchmark is 130, 140 billion. If you're looking at 14, if I heard the figures correctly, in 2015, 14 trillion.
Just to stress the importance of that, kasi if you look at history of economic growth, at the end of the day, it's really about increases in productivity that really matter, that really sustain high rapid growth. And that does not come out of nowhere. Countries have to invest in innovations, R&D, human capital, and yan ang medyo hindi pa shaky pa sa atin yan. We need to get those investments coming in and stay that course for the next decades.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your response, Secretary Balisacan. Appreciate that. Secretary Bad, magkano ba ang budget na aaprubahan natin dito? How much are we really approving?
That's 2.606 trillion.
Correct.
Yeah.
I expected that response, Secretary, but that does not include the unprogrammed portion, di ba?
It does. It's both the program
And 2606?
unprogrammed.
It's more. It's about 27 plus 125.
You're correct. 2.0606 is program
Yes,
plus unprogram
correct.
plus automatic appropriation.
Correct.
2606 is 1862 plus automatic audit.
Sorry. It's 2.0606 includes the program and automatic, which is 1.8 1.862 less 123.1 plus 866. That's correct. You're correct, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Chair, would like to acknowledge the presence of Senator Trillanes. My apologies, I didn't see him earlier. And I would also like to announce that we will be working through lunch. So kung makakasubo ho kayo ng puslit ng subo, ayun, nakikita ko na. Sige lang po, sumubo lang ho kayo.
Kasi Secpol, kahit hindi mo
Kaya, sige lang po, tuloy niyo lang ho. Please proceed, Senator.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Secretary, the budget is actually bigger than 2606. It is 2729, more or less.
Yes, but that's contingent on certain things happening.
Correct. Okay. But in the past, ginagastos naman talaga. I mean, not only in this administration, even in the previous administrations, portions of the unprogram are really spent.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
And this is an authority to spend. The budget is an authority to spend.
It's correct. It's a standby appropriation.
Correct. No? Okay. So it's 2729. It's higher than 2606. No? Now, if we were to subtract the automatic appropriations, which is basically interest expense and the ERA, magkano matitira?
From 2606 minus 866, so that should be about 1.8 something.
1739, thereabouts, no? So ito yung new appropriations talaga.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Okay? So, in effect, the 866, we are not actually approving. Kasi automatic na yan eh.
That's why we don't present it for approval, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. And if we were to take away the salaries, kasi yan, parang automatic appropriations na rin yan eh. For the PS at least. Correct, no? Magkano matitira? About 1 trillion pesos. Thereabouts.
Thereabouts, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. And if you were to take away yung gastos sa 1 trillion na lang, and if you were to take away the electricity, water, supply, so on and so forth, yung fixed cost na MOE, magkano matitira?
Overhead is about 81 billion, Mr. Chairman, and personal services is about 762 billion. And if you deduct internal revenue allotment, which is 390, and debt burden of 400 billion, you're really left with what we call non-recurring or developmental expenditures of about 974
So
billion.
that's the productive portion in the budget.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
In effect, yan ang dinedebate natin dito na lang.
Yes, that's why in the U.S., this is really what's presented in the Committee on Appropriations, because the rest is taken up by the standing committees.
Correct. So yun na lang ang dinedebate natin dito. Okay? Now, in the past, masyadong malaki yung mga lump sum. And that's why I congratulate you, Secretary. Malaki na ang nabawas dito sa mga lump sums, and that's why the budget document is getting thicker every year and more volumes, because as much as you can, you're trying to itemize the budget, which is good, Secretary. Okay? Now, magkano natitirang lump sum na lang of the productive portion?
The total lump sum is if you include the automatic, if we deduct the automatic appropriation, because then that's 1.1946 minus 816. So hindi, kaya nga ito. So it's about 370 billion.
More or less 370.
That's correct.
Okay, lump sums. And that is found in the presidential, the special purpose fund, and
yes, the lump sum special purpose funds and the well, we disaggregated them into naturally lump sum funds, like
in the departments, in the different departments.
Yeah. Well, no, they're separate SPF.
Correct.
For example, the calamity fund, the contingent
Yes,
fund.
I understand that, Secretary.
So
that's one lump sum. So, special purpose fund.
Yeah.
There are also lump sums in the different departments. Is that correct?
Yeah, but not as big as
correct.
this one.
But nevertheless, they're found in both areas.
Yes. Yeah.
And like I said, I commend you because many are already line item.
That's
okay.
correct.
Halimbawa, DPWH. Is there still a lump sum item in DPWH?
Well, they have what they call the regional allocations, which are really meant for projects that cross boundaries, for which we provide.
So magkano yan? How much is that?
At the moment, we don't have the
figures. Okay, and then you would have like health enhancement. Lump sum din yan.
Health facilities, but
correct.
We require them from August this year to the end of the year to submit the disaggregation of those lump sums, which includes FMRs and irrigation.
Roads, yes, correct. Because I noticed the budget of the DPWH has tremendously increased over the years, and every year you can see naka-line item as much as they can.
Yes, because they have a good project management system in the DPWH.
But I noticed as well in the different departments, DA, DOH, so on and so forth. Last year, tinanong ko na rin to hanggang ngayon, hindi pa rin naka-line item. That is for those departments.
But we have required them between now and the end of the year
Yes.
to disaggregate because the President has required every project to have an ID as well as to be geotag so that they carry specific coordinates so that
And
when
what
you
is
look at them in the
correct. Okay.
you can monitor the progress.
And I support that. And remember, this is the same response we got last year also, that by August to December, let's say DOH will be able to submit a list.
That's why the FMR this year is getting a bit delayed because we have been requiring the Department of Agriculture to submit the FMRs in the context of a network plan for each
Yes.
province or district and to provide IDs and geotag coordinates. So that's delaying a bit because some of the agencies are complying better than others, Mr.
I understand, Secretary. The point is, kung mas marami naka-line item, number one, it's more transparent. Number two, it's easier to monitor. And three, there's more accountability. Di ba?
Yes,
And then it will be easier for you to report next year as well. Like we discussed earlier, maybe an 8th volume or maybe in the same 7 volumes, may resibo na, may update na for every single project in the budget as well.
Yes, and that is all premised on the different agencies
Yes.
strengthening their capacity to plan and program their
Correct.
projects and
So we are
activities for the
moving
year.
toward that direction, Secretary. So very good. And again, let me congratulate you on that.
Before you congratulate Secretary Abad on that, yung farm to market, Secretary, for this year, huli na. In fact, kalalabas pa lang yata nung listahan galing sa DA na nag-comply dun sa requirement ng DPWH na dapat nakakonekta siya sa provincial road, hindi yung tipong kaling ginawa lang na wala namang kakahinatnan. Are you telling me, given your response to Senator Recto, that we will be approving already, line item na rin, yung list ng farm to market roads, yung location ng school buildings? Because if I remember also correctly last year, yung 30 plus billion natin na school building program, ang listahan lang ng DepEd nung humarap sila sa amin was about 50%. They did not know yet as of the time they faced us kung saan yung balancing 15 billion worth of school buildings, kung saan ilalagay. So if you're requiring them to submit that para di ba, mag-bidding procedure sort of award na sila this year, I presume they should have that list already ready before we approve the budget.
Well, frankly, it's not yet 100%. In fact, it's still around 50%. And
Both for farm to market and school buildings?
yes, part of the problem, Mr. Chairman, is the decision as to locating the roads also involves some political negotiations with the governor, the mayor, and the legislator involved. So that is partly contributing to the delay, which it's something that I think is important because
It's part of the process.
yes, you have to make sure that they are located strategically. So.
But Secretary, if DPWH can do it, yun mas political ho yun. Yan ang pinag-aawayan ng congressman, mayor at governor, yung kalye. Ito, farm to market road, baka isang rason din kung bakit ganyan ang agriculture natin, because it's too politicized. Because if there is a system, again, if DPWH can do it to the tune of nearly 200 billion, why can't DA do it to the tune of their farm to market allocations of less than 20 billion? Di ba? Mas madali naman siguro gumawa ng listahan for 20 rather than come up with a list for 200 na ang pinakamaliit na project ay 2 million, may 1 million pa nga.
Baka mas maraming politika doon sa agriculture.
No, I mean,
Well, I think if you look at the way DPWH has laid out its roads and bridges plan up to 2016, they have very well rationalized and planned their programs.
so DA does not have that.
Which they do not have yet. And I think the Department of, because
And then ang problema.
we have to be able to finish almost 100% the national roads and bridges by the end of 2015. So I think we can move in the direction of strategic or arterial farm-to-market roads or provincial roads. And I think DPWH is right now in discussion with DA and DAR and DNR so that they can be part of the
Secretary,
planning for that.
2 taon na lang ho kayo eh. I mean, and the national roads are identified by DPWH. Whether na-pave yan o hindi, alam na ho natin kung saan yung national roads. But the point I'm driving at, I won't belabor the point, Senator Recto. Kung 50% of the way ay na-identify nila, can I assume that we will include that in the budget? Naka-line item yan, release document yan, even to the tune of 50%. So yung remaining balance na lang ang may iwang lump sum for school buildings and for farm-to-market roads.
Yeah,
Would that
well,
be the
before
case?
we approve the budget, we gave them a deadline of October to disaggregate all their lists so that the remaining quarter of the year will be devoted to procurement.
So by the time it gets to us in plenary, may listahan ho kaming hawak.
Yes, we will warn them that
Which we can insert in the budget already para release document na rin siya. Di ba? Para
So
mas
it's
mabilis din yung
automatically
pag-procure ninyo at pag-implement next year.
that's the whole idea why I required them to, starting August 1, to begin that process, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Senator Recto?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, just last 3 items, no? So we were discussing the productive portion of the budget. In effect, 1/3 of the budget of the productive portion na lang ang lump sum. 2/3 is more or less spelled out. And I don't fault you for having a lump sum, let's say for calamity, so on and so forth. That's understandable, no? Okay. The biggest item in your lump sum would be yung MPBF.
That's correct.
Diba? That is the biggest. And incidentally, many of the lump sums, with the exception of the DOTC in the previous years, many of the lump sums are in effect normally susceptible to savings. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's why,
Yes.
if you recall originally, all of these items, pensions, salaries, were really part of the PS items of
Correct,
all the
correct.
agencies.
Correct.
But since we came upon a practice where they do not fill up items or they do not
I
create.
understand. We'll get into that later.
So that's why we set up the
That will
SPF.
be my next point. No? But very briefly lang, I'll get into that also. No? Okay. So, next issue, Secretary, in relation to what we're discussing also, magkano naman ang off-budget item? What is not in the budget?
I don't have that list, but for example, the earnings of PAGCO or
Okay.
PCSO.
So let me go one by one, Secretary. Magkano ang malampaya? I suppose that's the biggest item.
Budget.
How much do we expect to collect next year from malampaya? Off-budget item. Roughly 30 billion.
I think the DOF can correct me if I'm wrong here, but
Yes.
we have included the Malampaya funds as part of the general fund to finance the projected earnings from Malampaya. I think that's...
So, ulitin ko lang, let me understand this, You need to tell me that the practice of spending malampaya continues to finance the general fund, the general budget.
Mr. Chair, it's included in the BES
F.
Yeah.
Okay.
Since,
So these are part of the revenues.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So it falls under what? Non-tax revenue.
Non-tax.
So binibilang ninyo ngayon yan
Yes, since
since the past, di ba?
time yeah.
Oh, so you're still doing that, Okay. So 2014, may nakolekta din tayo dyan roughly 30 billion. We will be collecting another roughly 30 billion next year. Okay? Now, in the past, the previous administration and the current one spent money from Malampaya. Meaning to say, kung ginastos na natin sa general fund, and then uutang tayo and claim that this is from Malampaya, then ini-increase mo yung deficit, di ba?
That's in effect what happens.
That's
Mr.
what
Chair.
happens, right? But isn't it that dapat tinatabi natin yung perang yan for a particular purpose? Halimbawa, in the case of Malampaya, energy exploration as what the Supreme Court decided. Na doon lang natin gastusin yan, halimbawa.
or there is now a committee report in the Senate that proposes we spend 30% of that for AFP modernization as well. Halimbawa.
Mr. Chair, there's this unique account, special account called 151, created by a presidential decree that allows you to have a special account within the general fund. No, so it's not in the complete sense a separate special account because it's within the general fund. That is how the Malampaya account has been treated from the very beginning.
Yes, but the point is there is a Supreme Court decision already na gagamitin lang yan for energy development, explorations, unless Congress decides, working with the executive, how do we spend that money? Or should we just give it to the Treasury para general fund na talaga maliwanag?
In effect, Mr. Chair, that's what's happening with every General Appropriations Act because it's included in the proposed BSF that's presented every year.
Senator Director, if I may, before that, can I acknowledge the presence of Senator Osmeña? Liwanagin ko lang, Secretary. Yung pera, yung cash, sinama nyo na sa BSF at non-tax revenue ng gobyerno, and you're using the cash as part of the general fund. The cash,
correct,
the cash.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
But the account of Malampaya remains intact for the purposes for which it should be spent. Tama ba yan? Ganun ba yan?
That is the
Or
way they're treating it under a special account 151. It's a unique, that's why I said it's a unique,
that was done too with the AFP modernization before.
Correct.
yeah.
Yung nakuha sa basis conversion, imbis na special account, imbis na trust account, naging special account. So yung cash na gamit, but the account is still there. Is that what you're saying?
There is a ledger that summarizes how much has been collected.
And therefore, Mr. Chairman, if I may, just to follow up on that point, in effect, what you're saying is that, and that's why it's been done in the past, ginastos na ninyo yung cash na 30 billion, in this case, halimbawa, at kung maisipan ng Presidente na gastusin ulit yung 30 billion, yung 30 na nakolekta mo, pwede mong gastusin 60.
In effect, as you correctly pointed out, Mr. Chair, the deficit is increased to the extent that
Correct.
you have an appropriation.
Tama.
Yeah.
Pero tama ba yun? Parang may mali dun.
If you ask me as an accountant,
Yes.
that defies generally accepted accounting principles. But that is the way government has set it up
Yeah,
from
but
the
we've
beginning.
discussed this for 2 years now. You could have come to Congress and there are bills filed here.
Yeah.
Para
pointed
ayusin
it
yung
out
problema
also
yan,
the
di
year
ba?
before. Yeah.
Okay, I will not belabor the point, but that's already here, no? Okay, what are the other off-budget items? PCSO, magkano ang PCSO?
There actually, if you look at the
Yeah, if you look at the BSF, it's this stick an item that shows the list of off-budget items, both revenues and expenditures. And for 2015, the total off-budget revenue expected is about 36.3 billion, and the total expenditures about 29.5 billion.
So you're saying there's 36 billion that you can determine how that is spent without the approval of Congress, in effect.
Well, there have been past statutes approved that authorizes these
Yes, I
agencies.
understand, Okay. And this would be include what? Malampaya, PAGCOR, PCSO. Which one?
I think ang kasama lang dyan yung departments and SUKs. PAGCOR, PCSO, and Malampaya are not part of that 36 billion.
No, they are. I'll give you an example, because there are revolving funds that are included here. For example, Department of Agriculture, you have the Agricultural Competitiveness Enhancement Fund,
Okay, sir.
the Philippine Livestock Promotion Fund, the BIFAR
I'm
Wildlife.
familiar with that document. No, let me ask a question. PAGCOR, magkano? My understanding of what's listed in that document is is 14 billion na I think that they paid because of the provision of income taxes to the Treasury. Pero meron pang iba pa na not in the BSF. PCSO would not be there. Diba? Because if it would be found there,
If you...
okay. So, in essence, Secretary, what we want to know lang naman is magkano naman yung off-budget items, ha? We discussed earlier the productive portion of the GAA, 1/3, 2/3 lumalabas, okay? Then we discussed the off-budget, certain off-budget items, what is that amount, and then we discussed Malampay as part of that. Yes.
Well,
Insofar as PAGCOR is concerned, we expect a net income before subsidy of 2.8 billion, while in the case of PCSO, 1.92 billion, Mr. Chair.
Na net income yan after they determine how to spend whatever discretionary fund that they had.
That's correct. Less stockholders' equity, retained earnings, and things like that.
Okay. Anyway, we look at that, no? And the idea is to find out magkano ba talaga itong mga off-budget items, Okay. And how are these spent as well, no? Okay.
Senator Recto, if I may go a step further, Secretary, can you submit that to us when you face us insofar as the DBM budget is concerned? The off-budgets being asked by Senator Recto of the PCSO, of PAGCOR, and I stand corrected. In the 2014 proposed budget, you included as part of the off-budget item SUCS, but in the 2015, you did not so include it. I don't know why, but can you submit that to us as well? Para makompleto yung picture na sinasabi ni Senator Recto. So I stand corrected, the 36 billion that you have in the 2015 BSF does not include SUCS pa. If I remember the SUCS of budget item, it's over 30 billion last year, roughly.
We will submit that, Mr. Chair.
Yes. And then, of course, you have the MVUCC, no?
That's correct, but which we program every year under the DPWH.
Yes, yes. Thank you, Secretary. And then, let me move on to the last two items along, Secretary, no? Okay. How much do we expect our savings to be this year? Or let's say in 2014 and 2015?
You mean the
overall savings? For whatever reason, Secretary, more or less.
For 2013, it was about 47.5 billion is the overall savings coming from unreleased PS appropriations, discontinued project, and withdrawn an obligation allotment.
Yes.
But you don't have the 2014.
Yeah, but more or less, from the previous year's data, you would know more or less what 2014 would look like, or 2015, di ba?
Well, if you average, for example, 2010 it was 63.6. 2011 it was almost 60. And 2012 was 66. If you average that, that's about it. But we don't want savings. We want to be able to spend more. So you will be seeing a decrease of this item.
Yes, I understand. So roughly about 50, 60 billion a year, more or less, no? Okay. Now, I noticed that one of the biggest lump sum items in the budget and the one of the hugest increases would be the MPBF.
Right, Chair.
Magkano ba yung MPBF?
118.
About 118 billion, no?
You're correct. 108.
Okay, and this is savings from unfilled positions.
No, it's allocated for. Well, there are about 4 items there in general.
Yes.
One is performance-based benefits. For 2015, because we are providing, the original idea was to be able to adjust salaries for another round of SSL, but we were not able to finish the salary and benefits survey. So this year, the President has agreed to provide 1 month PI, but performance-based with a minimum of 5,000 pesos, which is the existing policy. So that will be a big chunk of that, and part of that also is the performance-based bonus, which is also determined.
I understand.
So that's about 45.3 billion.
Okay. So, correct me. Yes.
And then
45.3.
And then the funding requirements for filling up unfilled positions totals 30.8 billion. The funding requirements for creation of new positions is 16.7 billion. And then the payment of benefits like merit increase, DOJ standard staffing requirement, differences because of the rationalization program, and then the payment of overtime gives you the balance of about 25 billion, which totals 118, Mr. Chairman.
118 billion. So you mentioned earlier, and that's what I was going to drive on, the possibility of giving salary increases.
Well, it will not be a salary increase. It will be a one-time, because we hope to be able to finish the salary and benefit survey by next year.
I understand, Secretary.
But in the meantime,
1 month PI.
Yes. Okay. So let me reiterate, Secretary, no? 118 billion MPBF, basically from PS. Okay, personal service, pasweldo. Okay, meron tayong 118 billion dito. It's one of the bigger items in the budget, no?
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
Okay. And you have 1.2 million filled permanent positions today. Okay? Now, there is a bill that I think the Senate passed yesterday on increasing subsistence allowances for AFP, PNP, Coast Guard personnel, so on and so forth, no? Which we adopted. Okay? That's roughly about 9 billion. That's not in the budget. But my understanding is that the executive is amenable to this.
Yes, the President has expressed.
Okay, very good.
In principle.
So, more or less, dito manggagaling yun.
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
Okay, now, there are other bills also, no? And something that, I just like to bring forward, no? Meron din yung pera for the entire bureaucracy. I mean, kung nahihirapan pa tayo to decide, halimbawa, on a new SSL, okay? If we have difficulty yet on deciding that, the possibility of giving for all government employees, halimbawa, similar to what we're going to give to the AFP, the PNP, so on and so forth, no? Maybe, let's say, 2,000 pesos a month for each. Magkano lang yun? That's 12 billion, 24 billion. At 1,000, that's 1.2 billion a month. At 2,000, that's 2.4 billion a month. Times 12, that's 48 billion. Diba? Or, 30 billion, 24 times 12, more or less, no? So, kayang-kayang pwede tayo magbigay dito kung sakasakali. I mean, these are the options, no? Secretary, I just wanted to point out, there are 3 options here what to do with savings. If you don't spend it, then what can be done One, reduce the deficit. So
That
let's
would
not
happen.
borrow money, which eventually taxpayers will pay. That's one option. The other option is maybe it's high time to increase government salaries also. Okay? At ito, flat. Whether secretary ka or janitor ka, lowest salary grade, pare-pareho kayo lahat. Ha? Or the third is to give a tax cut. You have three options here. Okay? And the Senate President mentioned earlier about the need for income tax reform. The last time we adjusted was in 97. But you know, based on our research here, that 1997, those figures were found in 1994. Furthermore, we are, in our new research, baka 1977 ba? So can you imagine? So if you're earning 500,000 taxable income, more or less, today, you're the highest in the region, paying 32%. Maybe that is one of the reasons why nahihirapan din yung middle class and many government employees. Diba? I mean, if you want, governance is about fair, equitable taxation and tamang paggastos ng pera ng bayan din eh. We cannot only look at one side, the expenditure side, but we have to take a look at the fairness of the tax system as well. No? So if we've not adjusted this for 20 years, and we know that there are savings, and these are the options, or we can probably do the three. Kung mataas pa talaga yung savings eh. I would highly recommend that the economic managers review all these three items and make a decision. We cannot have a situation na 19 years natin pag-iisipan to. Like the fiscal incentives bill, it is a yearly debate. It is not 19 years. I mean, every year we discuss naman eh. We pass the budget, we look at taxes, so on and so forth. No? So, just a reminder, Secretary, on those three items, what can be done. No? And finally, there is a portion in the budget, yung MRT. Can this be explained to us, what this equity buyout is? Ang halaga nito, 54 billion. There is a subsidy of 6 billion. So MRT alone in this budget, 60 billion ang pinag-uusapan.
Chair, can we recognize Secretary
Yes.
of Finance to
Mr.
respond?
Chair, in the previous administration, they instructed the Land Bank and the DBP to purchase approximately 80% of the economic interest of MRT 3.
Okay. And how much was that?
About $800 million approximately.
$800 million.
Yeah. And then there is still a portion that's not owned by either the Land Bank or the DBP. And the decision, since this is an onerous...
Who bought this, the MRT? The economic, 80% economic interest.
Approximately.
Yeah.
by-
So mga 35 billion pesos, more or less.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
And who bought this? DBP, Land Bank?
DBP and Land Bank.
Both government banks.
Yes. Yeah.
How did they decide to buy this?
This was the instruction of the previous administration.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then since it's halfway, and the
In return, what do they get nga pala for that 80%?
they get good return, 15% return on the bonds that they're holding. On the
Okay.
other hand of the equation, that's very expensive debt for us, and there are many
If I
provisions.
may, Secretary, I'm sorry, I read somewhere that the BSP was not in agreement with the Land Bank owning, is that correct? DBP Land Bank or buying 35 billion worth of the 80% economic interest of MRT?
Mr. Chairman, it's an exception to existing rules.
What does that mean? You're in favor or not in favor?
we are not in favor, basically. What we have done is to accommodate, since this is going to be a transitory arrangement. In other words, the plan is to eventually sell down these bonds to a third party. We gave them a deadline at which within which to sell the bonds. We gave both Land Bank and DBP.
Okay, thank you for that, Governor. Secretary, so just for my understanding, no, we bought 80% economic interest of MRT, and we're making good money from those bonds because 15% ang return natin doon sa 35 billion every year. For the next how many years, Secretary?
Maybe until 2025.
Until 2025.
Yeah.
Pwede bang makabili ng bonds na yun? Magandang return yun eh, 15%.
The other side to the coin, sir, is the government is the one that pays that 15% also.
Correct.
So,
Okay, so the point is this, no? In effect, in the past, kasi PPP project to, tama?
unsolicited.
It's an unsolicited project under the BOT system.
Yeah.
Di ba? Okay, ginawa to panahon ni Presidente Ramos.
If I'm not mistaken.
Nung panahon na yun, mataas ang interest rate. Meron tayong Asian financial crisis din eh. Kasama yun eh. Okay?
This was before that, actually.
Correct. But more or less, interest rates then were very high. We're higher than today, that's for sure.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
But this was before the Asian financial crisis, so maybe 12%.
Yeah, okay. So 12% is still good. I would buy a bond today at 12%, right? Okay, now, in that point in time, so, mas mataas ang interest rate because the macroeconomic conditions were different. And the global economy was different, okay? So, medyo mas mataas ang interest rate, no? And they wanted a return of 15%, in effect.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, actually, it's not just the return. It's the fact that they do not face any risk at all. There is no commercial risk. Everything's guaranteed by the government. And if you've noticed, that's not the way we've been undertaking PPP projects under the Aquino administration.
Yes.
In fact, the bidders have been paying the government
Understood.
premium. That's why we want to unwind this onerous contract. And since we own 80% already, we sought permission from the President to buy the balance.
One by one muna, Secretary. Let me do it for us to understand it and appreciate it. Let's do this one by one. Okay. So we understand what happened in the past. Government bought the economic interest 80%. And this is an issue now kasi nakikita natin yung MRT at yung problema araw-araw dyan eh. Okay. Now, and we're looking for a solution here. Okay? That's why I'm bringing this out, no? So that we can look for a solution, no? Okay, so 80%, binili natin, maganda ang return sa atin ngayon. Okay? And we're saying that government is better off buying this back, in effect. Okay? Kasi when we were discussing this, in effect, government and the private sector then, pumayag ang gobyerno, 15%, walang risk kayong lahat. Di ba? Parang gano'n eh. So now we're saying, medyo mahal. Okay? And we're saying, sige, let's buy back the economic interest, 80%. And we already did that. We're making a good return on that. Left pocket to the right pocket, as far as the government is concerned. No? In the past, who was operating the MRT? Was it the private sector or was it the government? When they started, who was operating the MRT?
There was an operating entity called
Please use the mic.
Please use the mic.
Please use the mic, ma'am.
So at that time, the operations and maintenance is the responsibility of MRTC. But
which is the private sector.
Yes, sir. But then, come 2012, it was transferred to DOTC because DOTC said that they would now want to handle the operations and maintenance. So they were the ones who contracted for the maintenance contract.
Ma'am, if I may, how do you know this?
Sir, I'm a member of the MRTC board.
MRTC
board.
MRTC board under DOTC?
No, it's a separate entity that manages the MRTC, the Line 1, the Line 3 project. there's a board that handles.
Iba pa yung MRT Holdings.
Ay, kasama po yun kasi po yung bali the board is now composed of the Land Bank and DBP being the majority holders of the ownership of MRTC.
Let me clarify that. I think Senator Recto is leading to that too. The Sobrepeñas who used to own this company securitized the earnings of MRT3, right? Yun yung binili ng Land Bank at DBP. Land Bank and DBP, correct me if I'm wrong, did not buy shares of stock of the company. It did not, right? It bought the economic interest in the company. Kasi nga sinecuritize it, para ko ba spin off niya?
It bought, in effect, the future earnings
of the company. But not the company. We're not yet there. Diba? Anong board ngayon, ma'am, yung sinasabi niyo?
Kasi, sir, what happened is that for the original shareholders who used to own the bonds and the shares, because of by privilege of the Land Bank and DBP having now the 80% economic interest, they have nominated the Land Bank and DBP to sit in the board. So nominees lang po sila na original shareholders. So they're not the real shareholders now, but they are just nominees of the original shareholders.
Kasama yan sa binili ba po ng Land Bank?
Kasama po dun sa usapan, dun sa documentation na that would be the rights of the new of the DBP and Land Bank having the economic rights to the MRT.
To be nominees.
Yes.
But DBP and Land Bank do not own a single share of stock.
No, sir. They are just nominees. Pero they have shares.
We own 20%.
Meron pong 10% preference shares.
Ng DBP at Land Bank?
Ng sa MRTC, sir. Hindi
preferred shares.
Yes, sir.
Preferred shares.
Preferred shares.
So, labas yan dun sa presyong lumabas sa dyaryo a few days ago, yung sinasabi ni Senator Rectong 56 billion kung bibili niyo yung kumpanya.
Nasa budget dito ngayon.
That's why it's 56 billion because we want to take it all out of Land Bank and DBP. So the 35, that was the first transaction under the previous administration.
Plus 54.
Plus whatever we spend, no? That will be used by Land Bank to acquire the whole thing. Then we take it off Land Bank. That's where the 54 will be used. Mapapasok po sa Land Bank at sa DBP.
But sir, that's economic interest. As we have seen in the past months, one of the reasons perhaps why we keep on having problems with the MRT, demanda ng demanda tong MRT holdings na to. Dinimanda ang DOTC with the RTC and with the CA when they tried to procure new trains. In fact, nagka-TRO pa for a while, na lift na lang. Demanda sa DOTC by this company, insofar as the O&M contracts entered into by DOTC is concerned. And now they even issued a press release, I think a few days ago, that they've been telling DOTC to check the rail, which DOTC hasn't done. We're buying it from them. Is it a takeover? We're buying it from them, or are they willingly selling it?
No, the balance of 20% is in the market because they sold it before. So we will be buying it from whoever is holding the bonds.
The economic interest.
The economic interest.
But what about the company, sir?
The company, we're also going to try and buy it, and I understand that the Metro Pacific Group has the.
Okay. Right now they do.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, let's go back to the previous question for a while, with the permission of the chair, so that we can understand this clearly. Okay, we bought 35% for 80% of future earnings. Okay? And I'm sure we paid the premium for that kasi mataas yung interest rate. There must have been a premium of some sort. 35 billion. Okay. And then there is a 54 billion in the budget here on the table. You're asking us to approve this budget. This is not in the program portion as we discussed earlier, but in the unprogrammed portion of the budget. It is 54 of 125 in the unprogrammed, a sizable amount. Okay? This 54 billion, bibigay natin kay nino to?
Land Bank and DBP.
Okay. So you're telling me, kikita ang Land Bank, DBP, may premium din sila ngayon. May premium sila. 35 natin binili. Nila. babayaran natin sila ng 54. Is that correct?
Not exactly, Mr.
Sige,
Senator.
please explain that portion first.
Because
One by one,
the 35 is only a portion, no? So they will have to buy the balance now. So if you add the 35 plus whatever it will cost them to get the balance, no? That's what we will have to reimburse them. So that then the BSP, the problem they have with the BSP can be lifted. And then we end up with
bakit natin binili in the first place kung magkakaproblema pala sa BSP?
That
And
was
then
not
ngayon-
us, Mr. Senator. That was the previous administration. But since we are
Yeah,
in a
yeah, but-
situation
but-
where 3/4 in, no, we might as well go all the way in.
I understand. Because
and, remove
Secretary,
Yeah.
look at the situation. May 35 billion na ginastos taxpayers' money dati. Walang pakinabang doon sa mananakay ng MRT. Ngayon pinag-uusapan natin dito 54 billion. I don't know kung mag-i-improve ba next year yung sasakyan ng MRT dito. Parang hindi maliwanag sa akin ito. And then, 3, parang napakaraming dahilan. Meron sinabi yung previous administration daw, and many of them came, the same staff that you must have in the Department of Finance, I suppose, the same bureaucracy who recommended this. They sit in the land bank, they sit in the DBB, they're members of the DBCC, inaprubahan, umupo doon, and then suddenly the BSP is saying, "Uy, you guys should not be holding 35 billion in economic interest." So gagastos na naman tayo ng 54 billion. Parang there's something wrong here eh. Okay? Now, so, and at the end, walang pakinabang yung mananakay. Hindi sila sigurado kung gaganda ba yung takbo ng MRT o hindi. Not to mention, maraming kaso pa ulit. Maraming kaso pa ulit. You know, I'm still gonna go to LRT1, LRT2, magkano nasa budget para dyan naman. Okay, so, ulitin ko lang ha, para maintindihan natin na mabuti ito. We should not be very fast with people's money. Masyado tayo mabilis magdesisyon dito sa mga taxpayers' money na bilhin natin to, and then we don't have, parang we're not operating it properly. That's the point. So let me take a step backward again. This was run by the private sector in the past, is that correct? BOT to eh. Private money, sila naglabas ng pera, nakipagkasunduan sa gobyerno, sinabi ng gobyerno noon, o 15% babayaran namin kayo. At that time, I suppose competitive yung 15%. Pero, bago pa lang tayo sa PPP siguro noon, kung binigay natin lahat. Posible. Binigay natin lahat. O we guaranteed yung kontrata. Whatever that is, right? And then now we're saying, we must have given too much, let's buy it back. And at the moment, since we did that, walang improvement. That's the point. Okay? So, until 2012 or until 2011, the private sector was running the trains. Right? No? No, that's what...
The maintenance contract is with...
You just gave a maintenance contract, but you know, a lot of these things are... Most of you don't know about this. You're the one who knows, Ms. De Leon, because you were there from the very beginning, di ba? Okay.
Sir, I just came in nung
I'm not blaming you, but I've already advised the Secretary that there's no use buying the bonds because you were not buying the common stock, so you didn't have the right to even expand by one cab.
And I'm going to get to
now,
that. Yes.
let me explain, Mr.
Yes.
Chairman, now because there's a lot of errors here. I investigated this. This is the MRT bonds. And Ms. De Leon, you were then what? Undersecretary of Finance.
Sir.
That's right. And the problem started, this is not a BOT, this is a bill lease transfer.
Correct.
So, MRT Corporation, the one headed by Sobre Peña, and there were 5 big companies and 2 smaller companies. That's the Ramcar Group, the Ayala Group, the Jeffrey Yao Campus Group, which is Greenfields, and the National Bookstore guy. Yeah, then plus two smaller ones, no? Well, the government never... They won the contract. It started in 2001. It was a 25-year cooperating period to have expired in 2025. Correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. De Leon. Right? Okay. Unfortunately, this was a bill lease transfer, and it was never included in the budget. So since Sobre Peña and company were never being paid on time, because I remember the first time Lito Camacho, Secretary Lito Camacho, ran to my office and said, Sobre Peña just came from my office and he said I owed him 2.3 billion. Is that correct? I said, yes, I think that's correct because we guaranteed them a certain return. And so the government never paid on time because they had to include it in the next year's budget. Therefore, Sobre Peña went to Gloria Arroyo and said, do you mind if we securitize our economic interest, which was a guaranteed 15%. Actually, it was 18%. This was a deal. So, ang binigay ni Ramos yung Trinoma. Sabi niya, let's keep it at 15 because 18 looks too high. Even at a time when interest rates were high, 18 really look absurd. So, let's keep it at 15 and I'll give you the Trinoma development. Okay? So it was at 15 and Gloria Arroyo gave them the right to securitize the economic interest. The economic interest, not the equity.
Correct.
Not the common stock.
But who's operating the trains?
Yeah, DOTC.
So from the very beginning, DOTC was operating.
Yes.
But the maintenance...
There was a lot of leakage. The generals were screwing it right and left.
The maintenance
they gave a
public
maintenance to Sumitomo. Sumitomo had a maintenance contract up to 2011.
Yeah, but who bidded that project out to Sumitomo? Private or public?
No, DOTC.
So public.
Yeah.
So they never operated it. The private sector never operated it. It's always been
DOTC.
Yeah, and to understand the BLT in effect, okay, they built it and then we paid them lease payments for 25 years, then sa atin na yun after 25 years, correct? That was the agreement. Okay.
Let me correct you
okay.
then. Okay. The cooperating agreement expires in 2025. However, they have a clause in their bylaws and articles of incorporation that they cannot sell the equity until the end of the cooperating agreement. All right? So therefore, what happened was that now we had 80% of the economic rights were securitized. It was called MRT3 bonds, and they even had a trustee, Bank of New York. The 20% owned by Ayala was not securitized. Ayala directly sold its shares to Goldman Sachs for $56 million. The rest securitized. Unfortunately, the holder of the bonds were still not being paid on time. And there was this naughty group, which was a voucher fund called Elliott of the Netherlands, a couple of crazy guys, going to the office of Secretary Gary Teves, Secretary of Finance Gary Teves, and said, by the way, you've been missing payments. We intend to take you to court. We just successfully sued the government of Peru, and if we win, all your loans are going to be called. Paripasu yan eh. Alright? So it scared the hell out of Gary. So Gary runs to Malacanang, and they formed a task force of 5. Correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. De Leon, because you were there the whole time. So it was Department of Finance, Land Bank, DBP, NDC, because they thought they could use NDC as the company that would buy out the economic rights, and one more. Who was the fifth one? DOTC, sorry. DOTC, Finance, Land Bank, DBP, and NDC. All right? And so there were shenanigans there, which I investigated. To make the long story short, Land Bank and DBP each approve a loan for $90 million US to no one in particular. There was no borrower, but they just approved a loan for $90 million to buy MRT3 bonds. Correct? Mr. Leon? Okay. All right. Unfortunately, they bought this, and they bought this from some Babyong Pin companies and Ashmore and Belsky of Hong Kong and General Air Services of the BVI. And they overpaid as usual. That preferred shares is worth nothing, but they used it as a device to pay another $200 million. I'll tell you why those preferred shares are nothing, and you can ask those that formulated this whole scheme, Penta Capital. You can ask, they explained it to me. They said, boss, at the end of the cooperating period, when all the bonds are paid, baka magkaroon ng butal. Because the Bank of New York is supposed to invest the money it collects from the Philippine government and distribute them to whoever was holding the bonds. But those bonds are not normal coupon bonds. They were all zero coupon. They were all zero coupon, so much 2007, 2010, 2012, ganun. And so when the government bought them, it was not getting a discount. It was buying it at market. Yeah, it was buying it at market. If the market then was 7.5%, it was paying double. Because 15%, and there's nobody in his right mind who say, no. I'm getting 15%. I'm selling this to you for 7.5%. In other words, you pay me double. All right. What happened was that the two banks were not allowed under their charter to hold these types of assets. So they had to get a special permit from Bangko Sentral. And it was given in chunks of 6 months. So how many times have you renewed that 6-month thing? 12 times? 15 times?
I'll have to check the exact number.
Right, but it started in 2007.
I don't think it's 10 times or 12. It's less than that.
It's 6 months.
6 months and then
okay, in 2008. Okay, so 2008 up to now, that's 6 years times 2. So that's 12 times you've rolled it over already.
We'll have to check. I think the authority was given later after 2008.
But anyway, every 6 months they have to go back to you. The Land Bank and the DBP has to go back to you. In the meantime, Sobrang Peña was laughing his head off because he knew that the government didn't have common shares. So he went, this was in 2012, he went to Manny Pangilinan and said, I cannot sell you these shares, but I will sell you the rights to buy these shares in 2025. In other words, he still had the rights now to buy 49% of the common stock of MRT. And under the bylaws, you could not even add a single cab unless you had the common shares. So that's why the problem now, I agree with the Secretary, let's get DBP and Land Bank out of the hole that they find themselves in. But that's not going to give you any power. That's not going to give you the power to expand the MRT. That's why legally, tama yung MRT holdings. They're suing the government because they're saying, wait, I have majority of the common shares, or I have the rights to the majority of common shares. And I think you have to do a deal with Manny Pangilinan's group, because there's no other way you can take control of MRT without buying those common shares. The preferred shares are non-voting. The preferred shares, you know what the par value of the preferred shares were? The total paid up for the preferred shares was $100 divided by 10,000 shares. That was 1 cent per. Pero kung may butal, ang estimate ng Penta Capital, they could have as much as $54 million in 2025. And that's how they would divide it by the holders of the preferred shares, or what they call the preference shares. So right now, Mr. Secretary, I'm suggesting you do a deal with. You don't have to spend the 54 billion. Of course, kawawa naman ang DBP at Land Bank, no? But you don't really have to spend the 54 billion to take control. You have to do a deal with the owner of the common stock.
So that is the point, Mr. Chairman. There is a 54 billion item in the budget, and we were hearing the Secretary that money would be used to pay the Land Bank and the DBP. Kung mga 35 yun, may butal ka pang 19. And the Secretary said that they would still buy additional bonds in the market. Yes.
Secretary, can you please respond to what Senator Osmeña said and to the query of Senator Recto, please?
And how will any of this now help the riding public?
Mr. Chair, the objective of DOTC is to unwind this BLT. And therefore, the reason for the 54 billion is to, one, take it off the books of Land Bank and DBP, and also be able to purchase control, no, including from the Metro Pacific Group if necessary, and we've had preliminary discussions with them, no? And then once that's we unwind the BLT, I think the plan of DOTC is to reconfigure the arrangement so that one, the connection between the other MRTs is more seamless, no? And the contract aligned with the current contracts that we've been giving to the PPPs in this area.
Secretary, ba't kawawa ang Land Bank at DBP if they're earning 15% from these
They're earning
bonds?
15%. I told you they bought this at market. As a matter of fact, they overpaid for it. See, it might look like the coupon rate is 15%, but if the market is now at 7.5%, you have to pay me double.
So they pay the premium for it.
Right.
And
But
so
what I'm
that is-
saying is, to save the government cash, we can just keep on getting the BSP to keep on renewing that. Later, when we have the money, we can buy and pay the 54 billion. But right now, first get the common stock.
No, that's precisely my point. Pwede namang, you've been doing it for the past so many years. Kung 12 times man o 10 times.
2009, di ba?
Mr. Chair, that's why it's in the unprogrammed portion of the budget. It will be triggered once there is extra.
No, but if we're spending on it, as Senator Recto, Secretary, and Senator Osmeña said, at the end of the day, we want to improve the service we are providing the public. This will not improve the service in any way.
Not.
It may clean the books of DBP and Land Bank, but how will it improve the service?
Once the contract is restructured, no, then I think we will be able to expand it easier without the handcuffs that we have under the present setup, and then make the connections more seamless with the other.
Can't you reconfigure the contracts without first touching the economic interest? Because at the end of the day, again, you have to get common shares and not the economic interest. Even if you have 100% of the economic interest, how will that help you reconfigure?
Sir, the plan is to acquire, including not only the economic interest, but also the legal interest. That is the plan.
You're talking common shares.
Everything, sir. That's why we've been in discussions with, preliminary discussions with the Metro Group.
And then I presume you will reprivatize this?
Under
better terms?
Yes, under the current terms that we use for O&M of the train system that we recently bidded out.
So, kung yung budget na hinihiling nyo sa program fund is to purchase the remaining balance of the economic interest, both from Land Bank and yung mga naliligaw pa doon, when will you acquire the common shares? What you call the legal interest in the company, and how much would that take?
Well, obviously that will depend on the negotiations, but that is ongoing as we speak, Mr. Chair.
It has been going on for quite some time, actually. Even GMA tried to do that during her term, apparently with not much success.
Well, we believe that we have some inroads into a potential solution to this issue.
You wanted to say something, Commissioner Inares?
Yeah, I think the whole problem is because of this uncertainty in the ownership structure, who owns what, who controls what, the government is having problem improving MRT3. So even if we say we don't want to resolve this, even if we want to spend for MR3, we were being brought to Supreme Court for a TRO, we cannot spend it. So the getting control is important as of this point to be able to improve the MRT3 infrastructure. In the sense that even if we believe that we can spend for it, we can improve it, these other people keep on bringing us to court.
But if you're in negotiations with them, Secretary Purisima, why do they keep on suing us? I mean, if you're talking to them, if you're already in negotiations, why do they keep on suing government?
I think they have the answer, not me, because but our hope, no, is that we're able to move forward in the next 12 months on this.
Okay, so finally,
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Chairman.
the indulgence, just
Sure,
for
sure.
confirmation,
Okay.
yung pagbayad ho natin ng 54 billion will not improve the services of MRT. Am I correct? Will not. Will not.
Mr. Chair, it's a part of a process to get to that point. No, if we don't move, nothing will happen, and that is why we have to see this through. And to see this through, we need to unfortunately buy out the remaining interest, both economic and legal, that's no longer ours. And after that, we will restructure the whole thing. But even before that, the government is doing its best to expand the capacity as well as improve the maintenance.
Chair, and sa palagay nyo, by paying 54 billion is the first step toward us getting better services for MRT.
It's really not the first step. It's probably among the last steps, no? Because the first step was taken many years ago. No, we can just do nothing, no, and leave it as it is. But I don't think that's the right thing to do. The best thing to do really is see this through and improve the situation. No? So we inherited this situation.
Mr. Chair, may I just ask two questions to clarify. The 54 billion is going to be paid to DBP and Land Bank. In other words, those are both government banks, and so government, in essence, controls the economic rights to the tune of what? 80% of the economic rights, right?
If it's the 54, the hope is that that's 100% of the.
Okay, so it's 100%.
Including the legal.
All right. What will that get you in terms of rights? Nothing.
Sir, the plan is to include the legal, because I think the assumption is that we're just focused on the economic. We want to get both the economic and the legal.
So that's a very good intention on your part.
Yeah.
But all you have to do is buy the common shares, and it's not going to cost you 54 billion to buy the common shares. It might cost you 1 or 2 or 3 billion, depending upon how well you negotiate it.
But we will not be able to unwind it, sir, without getting the balance of the economic.
The economic
interest.
Yes, you're talking only about what, 20% left?
20%, yeah.
Okay, so buy that, but not. It's not going to cost you 54 billion.
There's 35 billion that's already incurred.
Okay.
That's in the books of DBP and
That's right.
Land Bank. So plus the balance.
In other words, what I'm saying, you don't have to pay DBP and Land Bank or buy them out right away. So you can save that 35 billion. Use the 15 billion to buy the 20%
That is the plan, sir. In fact, we did not put it in the main part of the budget. It's in the unprogrammed part of the budget because we know that we do have flexibility in terms of when of course, with the indulgence of Governor Tetangco.
The governor will always roll that over.
Thank you for yours.
He's a
Thank you for your
Filipino,
support,
he's
Mr.
a
Senator.
nationalist, and he's a patriot, and he will keep on rolling
Mr.
that
Chairman,
over.
the reason has been given to support the request for this rollover a number of times was that the market was not conducive to the to the sale of the bonds, no? Because as Senator Osmeño was saying, the market had already moved, and it is to the disadvantage of whoever will buy it if he buys it at the current price.
Governor, in effect, what is the YTM for that today?
YTM, we'll have to compute that just to be precise.
So it's below market.
No, it's above market.
No, today.
Yeah.
No, it is at market.
Yeah, no, I understand.
So
It is
I
at
don't
market,
accept
yes.
the answer that, the yield is bad. The yield is whatever the yield it is today, and you're not going to get. As a matter of fact, the other holders of the 20%, they're banks. It's Bank of PI, Union Bank, etc. Because people who had originally used this as collateral for their loans or dasyon en pago. See?
But they got a better deal.
Of course, they got a better deal. That's why
than
they don't want to
Land
sell it.
I see.
They will not sell it
So
to you
the
at
20% got a better deal.
Yeah.
In effect, the reason why the BSP wants them to unload is because they got a bad deal. Land Bank and DBP.
The main reason, Mr. Chairman, is that this is because of the economic benefit that's attached to the bonds. This is in effect an equity investment by these two banks, which is an investment in a non-financial allied undertaking, which is not within the authority of a universal bank.
But you can keep on giving, on rolling over those permission, that exemption for another 6 months.
We have rolled it 8 times, just for the record. Not 12.
Yes, so finally, Mr. Chairman, the point is, we have spent 35 billion, we're discussing 54 billion now, and the operations of MRT is not getting any better. In fact, it seems to be getting worse. And now we have had experience already with BOT, or BLT in this case. Marami tayo na sa pipeline na PPP, Mr. Secretary. Okay? I did file a resolution to look into some of these PPP projects. And the reason for that is simple, Mr. Secretary. Meron tayong mga binid na PPP. Ang gobyerno humingi ng premium sa bidding. Okay? Then they will still construct these projects. Upfront, nabayaran ng gobyerno. Okay? Then they will construct, the private sector will construct these projects. Do we honestly believe na hindi nila sisingilin ng user later on?
First, sir, let me...
What guarantees do we have here in Congress?
Let me clarify.
Na baka mamaya, the point, Secretary, is this, baka mamaya, 10 years from now, we have the same problems with LRT1, your Cebu Airport, ano pa ba? NLEX, SLEX connector, SLEX PAGCOR connector. Baka paulit-ulit na tayo dito niyan, at malalaking pera itong pinag-uusapan natin.
Sir, clarify a couple of things, sir. First, we did not ask for a premium. In fact, we were offering a subsidy. But because the way we do it now, there is competition, they competed. And instead of taking the subsidy, in several cases, in the contracts we bidded out, they offered to pay the government. Second, unlike the contracts that were in the past, which were unsolicited and practically, as I said, a sweetheart deal, this has fixed contract terms and has very specific performance standards. No? In fact, if you call a hearing, Mr. Senator, we would be happy to show you the changes that we've done in terms of the terms of these new PPPs that we've been rolling out on a solicited basis. So we're comfortable that learning from the experience such as this one, that we will be able to have a better.
Yes, Secretary, I understand where you're coming from, no? And yes, I'm looking forward to a hearing on this issue as well, no? But the fact remains that we did receive premiums instead of us subsidizing certain construction activities so that later on, bumaba ang presyo para sa user at consumer. Ito, nakikita ko na as early as now. I hope I am wrong, but pagdating ng araw, mangyayari yan, sa tingin ko, tataas ang presyo to the user and to the consumer. Yung private sector, I agree that the private sector is important and they're the ones who should generate the jobs in this country. At the same time, there's so much money in the system that they need to make these investments. I agree totally. Nevertheless, the problem is, like I said, iilan lang ang nagbibid sa mga project na yan. They're the same, almost the same people bidding for the same projects, no? And the fact remains that premiums have been paid, and these are huge amounts as well, no? So it necessarily would follow that they would want to get a return on those investments as well. So I will not belabor the point because that's already outside of this, no? The budget that we're discussing, and I look forward to the hearings on this later on. And I only mentioned that in relation to the MRT as well, no? So here you have a situation, just to repeat, 54, it's good that we had this discussion with Senator Osmeña present as well. Meron tayong 54 billion dito. Siguro we have enough time between now until December or November, before passing the budget, to know clearly what are we going to do with this. And remember, I pointed out earlier that the budget is not 2606. It is 2606 plus the 125. Part of that 125 is 54 billion in the end program. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Senator Recto. Senator Bina is recognized. Ma'am, you may proceed, and good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Pa. First, I would like to thank Secretary Abad for submitting the documents that I previously requested during the DAP hearing. Ang gusto ko lang malaman, Secretary, but can you explain further itong grassroots participatory budgeting?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, as we vigorously pursue the government's poverty reduction program, and as we grow the economy, it becomes really more and more important for us to be able to involve the communities and their local government units in that process, because as we grow the economy, the national government is also tasked with many other functions, and it's not in a position to do many of the things that naturally local communities are able to do. For example, the construction of a barangay health center. You know, where do you locate that? Who will construct that? That's really a concern of local communities. So it's really important then to be able to enable local communities and their local government units, as well as their organized citizenry, to be part of the development process. Unfortunately, as they stand right now, many of the communities are not well organized, and many of the local government units do not have the capacity to undertake these projects, especially the poorer municipalities and barangays. So that's why this administration thought of a process by which we can begin to empower these communities by making them participants in the government's poverty reduction program, as well as making them more capable to undertake them. So the reason for the Grassroots Participatory Budgeting Program, Mr. Chairman.
Itong programa na to was started what year?
It was started 2 years ago, so that should be 2013.
At magkano po yung, when you started this in 2013?
It started with about 900 and 650 It started with 609 target LGUs with a budget of 8.4 billion, Mr. Chairman.
And in 2014, you increased it to 20 billion.
Yes, because the number of targeted LGUs increased to 1,233 with a budget of, that's correct, 20 billion, Mr. Chairman.
And for 2015, ano yung target number of LGUs?
We're looking at 1,634 LGUs with a bigger, a slight increase in its budget, about 20.9 billion, Mr. Chairman.
And then, which government agencies will be involved in this budgeting process?
Yeah, it depends on the nature of the projects. If they are agricultural development projects, then the Department of Agriculture. If they are Department of Health, then Department of Health. But there is an executive committee that oversees this whole process, and its members include the National Anti-Poverty Commission, which is really tasked to do the poverty mapping of these municipalities and cities, and then the DSWD, where many of the projects are really involve social services, and the Department of Interior and Local Government, since we are dealing with cities and municipalities.
So, paano yung proseso? Yung PO, how do you begin the process? Yung, ano ba, the POs, NGOs will submit project study or...
Well, there is first of all, there is a criteria for qualifying projects, which is determined ahead of time. Maybe we can also show the slide. So, the first step is the communities through their organized groups. They can be parent-teachers association or farmers association. They self-select the representatives through an inclusive into an assembly, and then the LGUs, together with the CSO representatives, identify priority poverty reduction projects to a planning workshop, and then the projects proposed are reviewed and validated by the national government if they fall within their priorities, and then subsequently funding is provided in the proposed national budget, Mr. Chairman.
Paano yung accreditation process niyo for CSOs?
It's the DSWD, which has been tasked under the GAA to do the accreditation together with the National Anti-Poverty Council.
Secretary, can you provide the committee listing of all the CSOs or POs approved for GPB?
Yes, we can do that, Mr. Chairman.
Tapos, paano ho yun? Ano, is money given to the NGOs?
Well, if the community, the most ideal situation is if, for example, a local organization of the community is the one that undertakes the project and therefore receives the budget, as in the case of the Kalahi Seeds project, where the communities themselves receive the money and implement the project. But that is not the case for many of them. So the next likely recipient agency will be the local government unit.
Siguro para mas concrete, since total it's been 2 years that you're running this program. For example, let's say isang LGU from siguro Cavite na recipient netong programa na to. Siguro can you para ikwento nyo yung proseso na kunyari did it start na si CSO tapos si LGU they did the project study, tapos ano yan, sinabit ho ba yan? Which agency do you submit it? Which agency approves it? Paano
Well, for example,
let's baka kung pwede yung i-step by
pwede
step
siyang
yung process.
the initiative can come from, let's say, a very active mayor, or it can come from an NGO in the community.
So hindi yung requirement na NGO. It can be
Yeah, what is
through a mayor, a
what
local
is-
official.
Yeah, what is required is that there has to be a consultation. You know, the local CSO in the community and the local government unit, like the municipal council, they have to agree on the project because the CSO has to sign into the project.
May menu ba kayong which projects that
Yes, there's a menu of poverty reduction projects. There.
Mr. Chair, can we get the copy kasi parang ang hirap, I can't read it anymore.
It's in the, I think the presentation of Secretary Bud is in the copy distributed to the members, but let me interject. Secretary, actually, tanong ko na yan last year eh. If it is BUB, bottoms up budgeting, or grassroots participatory budgeting, the logic is, alam ng community kaysa sa inyo kung ano yung kailangan nila para to alleviate poverty in their areas. Why do you even give them a menu?
Well, what you want to make sure is because they can, for example, national roads and bridges, that is to be undertaken by DPWH. Farm to market roads are better undertaken by DPWH. So we want to make sure that the menu covers within the capacity or competence of the community.
But I think they know that. Wala pa ako nakitang munisipyo yung nanghihingi ng pondo para magpagawa ng national road.
Well,
wala ho. I mean,
there are some like big irrigation projects.
Because I've talked to some LGUs and they are complaining about the menu. Na talida yung kamay nila, yung gusto nilang gawin, and they will not ask for money for a national project, na hindi nila mapagawa yung gusto nilang gawin. Eh, akala ko ba bottoms up to na, di ba, the national government officials who simply sit in their desk cannot be in a better position to know
What is the need?
what is the need and on the ground than the people who are on the ground, whether it's NGOs, POs, CSOs, or LGU officials. So why the menu?
Well, as I said, if you look at the earlier presentation I made, we put a lot of emphasis on social protection and social services and infra, as well as certain industries like tourism and agribusiness. So we want to make sure that what is happening on the ground also impacts on the national priorities. Actually, I think that's really but if you look at that coverage, it's really a broad
Just a question lang, Secretary, if I may, Senator Binay. Is there a process to appeal the inclusion of a project outside of the menu if what they need is outside of your menu? Or are their hands really tied to that particular menu?
Ang liit.
Yes, for example, in 2015, there is a process where you can, in fact, if it's very peculiar to the community and therefore they need it badly, then you can accommodate. Yeah.
Mr. Chair, can we get a copy of a hard copy? Of
It's part of the submissions to us in the budget documents. Malilit lang talaga.
Maliit talaga.
I think it's in the BSF.
It's in the BSF.
It's in the back part of the BSF. Pero ganyan din kalit.
Ganyan din kaliit.
It's also in the national
Sinasadya
expenditure
ho ba
program.
talaga na maliliit?
Kasi kakapal eh. Ako ginagamitan ko ng magnifying glass yan eh. That's why I saw there are various projects na lump sum eh. There are some, di ba, Secretary, hindi naman siya nakalain item talaga lahat eh. May mga various projects eh.
What happened there was, because we increased the number of beneficiaries, but we more or less maintained the budget. So some of the communities are really still in the process of deciding.
May proposal now from let's say the proposal came from an LGU. Kanina niyo yan sinasubmit? Sa DBM? Sa appropriate agency?
It's the agency that naturally covers the project. For example, it's an agricultural project. It goes to the DA.
Kunwari, I think kasama ho dito farm to market road.
Hindi na yata kasama as a rule, pero kasama yung mga local infra like access roads.
So may construction of roads up.
Yes.
But I noticed DPWH is not part of the
yes,
13 agencies. So
yes, because the DPWH requested us not to be included because their plate is full already with, for example, we have tasked the DPWH to do the FMRs, to do the school buildings, and to do the DOH
so for
facilities.
yung mga ganyang access road, who do they submit the proposal to?
If it's local infra, then they go to the DILG, I think. Yeah.
So pag mga construction, yung mga access roads will go to DILG.
Yes.
And may specific amount ba kayo, like, kunyari, infra, yung a certain percentage of 20 billion for social services,
no,
let's say 5%.
It really depends on what the communities decide. So, of course, our preference is for them to focus on health and education.
But hindi nyo naman nilimit to that?
Hindi naman, because it's really dependent on what they agree on the ground with the CSOs.
And then ito mga proyekto na to will go through a bidding process?
Of course, there will be procurement unless the LGUs decide to do the projects by administration.
And is it possible ho yung CSO?
Even then still for, let's say, materials, they still have to go through the procurement process.
And is it possible ho yung CSO will implement the project?
Under this instance, it's not, although that would have been a good situation like what they do with the Kalahi seeds, where the CSOs receive the money and implement the project. But in this instance, I don't think that's possible.
So ang CSO talaga does not receive a single amount?
Well, unless, for example, they are part of the implementation of the projects as, for example, the labor component, the farmers provide.
So in a sense, they can still get government funding through the implementation?
Well, it's not funding, but their wages paid or,
Pero pwede din sila yung mag-supply, kunyari, may mga, feeding program.
Well, they can bid for the that's why we have we have included a new policy in the GPPB for community participation in local procurement.
So talaga walang prohibition, there's no restriction that an NGO, CSO can supply or implement the project.
For as long as they are willing to
go through the process.
Engage in open and competitive bidding.
So more or less, yung previous 2 years, what were the project? Ano yung majority na hinihingi ng mga LGU?
Well, many of them were local infra projects like access roads, water.
More or less, this is how many percent of kasi parang na-implement yun is more or less 20.
We can provide you with that percentages of where the past actually it's just 2013 were invested. There's the menu that
So paano ho to? How do you pick the LGU? Is this first come first serve or bunutan ho ba to or
No, originally it was the poorest municipalities as identified by the National Anti-Poverty Council as well as
if you say that, parang pagkaintindihin ko, I think my brother mentioned na he was able to get funding for itong BUB, considering Makati ho is not poorest.
Well, the policy is high incidence of poverty or high magnitude, because in urban centers, while the incidence of poverty may not be high,
so,
the magnitude is
Secretary, but can you give us parang detailed kung saan nagastos yung previous years? Kung,
yes.
Which province, which town?
Yes. In fact, we already...
Pwede ba ito na may round 2? Or ano lang ho to, pag nabigyan na kayo, you cannot qualify for the incoming year.
Well, every year,
So every year ho, pwede kayong beneficiary ng grassroots.
the municipality, yes.
At may instance din naman ho na may mga LGUs na hindi rin nyo napapagbigyan pa.
Well, the thing is, the grant is not automatic. There are certain good governance conditions that you have to fulfill.
But the decision...
If you don't fulfill them, then you cannot get the grant.
Pero ang nagde-decide ho where to put the project is the...
Is the community and the local government.
Hindi, pero ultimately ho, ang mag-a-approve is the agency, diba? Kasi, kunyari, ako sa LGU, isasubmit ko sa DA, sa DILG, or sa TESDA. And then, decision ng agency kung i-grant na yung request ng LGU.
Just based on the criteria. For example, the project falls within the menu. These are legitimate CSOs, and there is the process that was followed, and then they also complied with the good governance criteria. Then, so there's nothing arbitrary
Siguro,
about
can
it.
you also give me a list of LGUs na hindi pa ho nagiging beneficiary netong grassroots participatory
Yes, we can do that.
budget?
Those who qualified and those who did not.
Pakisabay na rin, Secretary, yung listahan ng mga LGUs na na beneficiary, pero hanggang ngayon hindi pa nare-releasan.
Yes, for example, many of those in the arm have not been...
I'll give you a closer example, Quezon. Not all of the municipalities listed in the BUB were released the funds, although all of them are awardees of good housekeeping. And in fact, a resolution was passed by the Mayor's League in that town denouncing the non-release to certain municipalities in that province. So yung listahan, and what will happen to those funds that are not released?
Yeah, we will do that, Mr. Chair.
Please submit it na lang po.
Okay.
Tapos, paano yung neto? May feedback mechanism. What is the feedback mechanism? Lahat ho ba nung nabigyan niya ng pondo, updated kayo kung anong status ng mga projects?
Not all, because retrieving the reports is not that easy because some of them don't have access to...
So, paano natin nalalaman if, sabi niya, there's parang delay dun sa feedback mechanism, kung talagang nagawa ba yung access road? How are you sure that money is being spent right?
Well, it's not that the project is not being done. It's just the report that's being delayed. But eventually...
Which means, dito sa ganitong programa, wala kayong parang reportorial requirement sa mga LGUs.
In fact, the reporting requirement is every quarter. And therefore, yes, for example, in 2013, we can show you to what extent the LGUs and the CSOs have been reporting on their projects.
Siguro, baka, can you also provide us a list of, kunyari, fully complied with na yung, kunyari, construction of, kung ano man yung construction of road, or kasama mo ba, kunyari, feeding program dito, or...
There is likely a project like that, feeding program.
May cap ho ba yung amount?
Well, for example, in for example, if you're a first to the third class municipality, there is a requirement that you provide 10 to 20% counterpart. If you're a fourth to the sixth class municipality, then it's a full subsidy.
Which is how much?
Well, in 2015, it's on the average 15 million.
So an LGU can receive 15 million.
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
And
as much as, but well, it can be very good because some LGUs spread that money around to as many projects as possible. For example, they can do a level 1 water project. They can do access road that's not going to cost them 5 million pesos. So they can, for that amount of money, they can have a variety of smaller projects.
Pero yung ito ba yung validity ng project is also good for 1 year?
Well, they need to obligate it because otherwise if the project also, the appropriation also expires.
And namomonitor nyo naman ho na within that year na
In fact,
na-implement nila yung program.
In fact, that's really the safeguard there because if they don't obligate it within the period that they should be, then they forfeit the funds.
It goes back to
the treasury.
DBF. Kasi parang I'm just worried about yung feedback mechanism. Kasi if you can see ho dun sa DAP na mga various projects that were given to LGUs, parang it's almost 400 million na hanggang ngayon parang humihingi pa kayo ng update dun sa LGU kung saan nila ginastos yung proyekto, kung nagastos ba nila yung proyekto. So I'm just parang medyo concerned lang ho ako dun kung talagang nafa-follow through ba yung kung ano yung programa, yung proyekto na sinubmit nila dun sa concerned agencies.
For us, it's also important because the project is just a venue for developing leadership, organizational, technical, financial, and administrative skills. So it is as important for us to be able to find out, because if as a result of the project nag-away lang yung mga tao, then you would have lost the objective why you started it. But if as a consequence of the project, even if it fails, for example, but they were able to develop the skill to prepare simple feasibility or program of work, or develop simple financial management systems so that they can properly manage and oversee the projects. And then I think it would have served its purpose.
Secretary, Senator Binay, correct me if I'm wrong, Secretary. The special provisions for GPB, formerly BUB, has a reportorial requirement.
That's correct.
In fact, for the 2015 budget, it almost copies what's found in the 2014 budget, which says that the agency shall submit in printed form quarterly reports on the financial and physical accomplishments of the amounts appropriated under GPB, kumbaga this year, BUB, to be submitted to the DBM, House Committee on Appropriations, Senate Finance Committee, and posted in their website. I just asked our staff, we haven't received a single quarterly report from any agency that handled BUB. Kayo po meron?
We receive our reports.
Would anyone know here if the agencies actually posted it in their websites?
We're not aware, but we...
Buti pa ho kayo, binibigyan kami, hindi.
Because
but there are such reports, Senator Binay.
We will look into that, Your Chair.
I wonder, Mr. Chair, kung 100% compliance yung, for example, yung 1,233 LGUs, ito ho bang 1,233 LGUs compliant dun sa requirement na yun?
No, it's the agency in charge.
Yeah, but how can the agency report something when the LGU doesn't report to them?
Well, I don't think it's 100%, Mr. Chairman, but I think for the most part, the agencies have been getting the reports.
Siguro, can you furnish the committee
we can do that.
Report kung ilan ho yung out of this number of LGUs, kung ilan na yung ano ba tawag doon, yung talagang every quarter compliant dun sa reportorial requirement.
It's also possible that the communities or LGUs may have been complying with the reports, but it's the agency that is remiss in that.
Which means siguro, Mr. Chair, baka can we ask for both? Kunyari, from dun sa LGU pa lang kung compliant na siya, and then yung concerned agency kung compliant din siya.
Can we submit that as
what we can
at least from the agency?
Yeah, from the agency.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Binay. Senator Legarda?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. May I request Secretary Balisacan, since we're in the macro, just to, based on your statements earlier on the impact of recent calamities on both agriculture and the infrastructure sector, the proposed, or no, the projected or the forecast growth outlook for this year would have been 6.5 to 7.5%. Is that correct? But would recent calamities change this forecast or its outlook for this year? And how will you adjust your targets based on that?
Our target for this year is 6.5 to 7.5, Your Honor, and that when we reviewed this last year and early this year, that was already after the Yolanda and other areas. We decided to keep those targets because we believe that they are still doable, despite the calamities, particularly in Yolanda-affected areas.
These targets were set before November 8, no? Before Yolanda happened. And even in the aftermath of Yolanda and even after the effects of Glenda, we are able to maintain those targets. May we try to understand how will we be able to reach such targets despite the after effects of these natural hazards?
Well, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, as of the first quarter, as we have seen, we grew at 5.7%. The numbers that are coming out from the industrial production to exports to consumption, remittances to other indicators, leading indicators of the economy, they seem to be quite favorable, and we do think that the growth rates in the subsequent quarters, the next from the second to the fourth quarter, would be better than the first quarter. We also do think that as we ramp up our spending and as the rehabilitation gain traction, reconstruction and rehabilitation gain traction in Yolanda affected areas as well as in other areas like Bohol, those could provide additional sources of growth. So we do think that the 6.5 to 7.5% is still doable.
Earlier, you mentioned the negative impact on private infrastructure or private spending in construction, and also the 0.9% growth in agriculture. This was already heavily discussed, but may I know what is it in the budget or what is it in government policy or even in the implementation of our budget that we must do to be able to spur growth and spending in these two important sectors? In short, if you were to realign or change or revise the budgets of past and the present budget, what is it that we have done wrong or that we have not done to be able to change this trend of, dwindling expenditure on private infrastructure and on lack of growth in the agriculture sector, which, as has been mentioned, is 1/3 of our population?
Let me address the agriculture first. I think that the problem there in our agriculture is is kind of a structural problem. It has been going on for some time. It's essentially lack of number one of public investments. I think that irrigation, for example, I mentioned earlier our quite little. Or the little growth that we have seen in past years of investments in innovations, in research and development, particularly for agriculture. I keep on emphasizing agriculture because I don't know of any country, Your Honor, particularly in developing countries, where good and sustained levels of productivity growth could be achieved without investing in R&D. And in this, our country is really underinvesting severely in agricultural R&D. That's one that we want to change. The other one, Your Honor, is that our rural areas, particularly agricultural areas, are so disconnected with the rest of the economy. Again, just learning from the experiences of rapidly growing countries, and especially those that have succeeded in addressing their poverty problem, what we see there is that when the rural population, particularly agricultural population, is able to move into other sectors as a result of improvement and opportunities in those sectors, and particularly They could be rural industries. They could be fast emerging industrializing or cities, small cities. If that is happening, you are bound to see a very rapid poverty reduction. You see that in Indonesia, in Vietnam, and so what I really would want to see in our budget, Your Honor, is to see to it that we are addressing that structural problem in the rural economy, which is the disconnect between our farms and the rest of the economy. Because if we can get that connection, that would reduce the cost of doing business, not only in agriculture, but also outside of agriculture. We can make industries more competitive because there is less pressure for prices of food to rise. If you have high productivity growth, then therefore there's less pressure for wages to rise, and therefore industries can thrive and can expand without causing rapid increases in wages in early stages of development when you have so much unemployment and underemployment. So yung sa tingin ko ho, yan ang problema natin. Hindi short term ito, unfortunately, medium term, long term. It is something that we have to invest on in the next decade or two. And the other the third factor that I see as has been a major problem for our agriculture is policy issues. I think that insulating our farms, from competitive forces is not the way to go. We can, let me qualify that. We really need to protect our farmers, but protection has to come in the form of improvement in services, in higher, in access to technologies, in access to credit, in access to, in other words, their income per hectare has to rise, and not just output per hectare. Because what we have seen is we're trying to raise output, but income is not rising because inputs are also rising. I think that's wrong. But you need to raise productivity. That's the only way to make that happen, and ensure that at the same time we can take advantages of opportunities outside, and I mean outside the country. For example, the rice prices have been going down in the world market for some time now, but our rice prices have been going up. Certainly, that's the disconnect that I'm trying to say, that our farmers, our population could have benefited from those if we have managed those issues that I just described, Your Honor.
I agree with you, Secretary Balisacan, and thank you for that. And if we are to implement what you had suggested, may I know the positive impact on the 2.9 million unemployed, assuming these numbers are correct? In short, if we are to do that, how many jobs will it generate in the agriculture sector? Is there a direct correlation?
If we achieve the 6.5%, if we achieve the 6.5% growth this year, that should allow us to generate roughly 1.1 million pesos. And the good thing about that, persons, 1.1 million jobs. But the good thing about this, it looks small given the stock of people who are unemployed and underemployed, and also the new entrants to the labor force who number about 500 to 800 depending on the season or the year, persons every year coming in. But what I see as a positive development is that those jobs are increasingly coming from wage and salary workers. We have seen that the proportion of the wage and salary workers, which internationally is used as a proxy indicator of the quality of employment in the labor force in the economy. And it has been rising from 54% in 2010 to now about 57% today. And that we should continue to push, and I believe that if we get this this program that we just outlined, that is focused on the resurgence of manufacturing, developing our tourism, linking farmers to the market through agribusiness developments, logistics and infrastructure. These are the areas where you could create a lot of those high-quality jobs, Your Honor. And I think that I really believe that if we succeed in realigning those budgets, and we are moving in that direction, we could lick one and for all this unemployment problem.
Thank you for that, Secretary. Are we saying that with your optimism to still meet the 6.5% growth this year, you will project that it will create 1.1 million jobs, and as we sit here 12 months from now, we will be able to see the reduction in the numbers insofar as unemployment is concerned, which is, I believe, 2.9. So it will drastically reduce the unemployment to at least 1/3 if a 6.5% growth is reached this year?
As we showed it earlier, the unemployment should go down from 7.2 in our baseline, which is 2013, to about 6.8, 6.7.
I'm sorry, I don't know where I got this 2.9. I saw it in a graph earlier. So it's 6 point. Say it again.
Unemployment percent. This is the proportion of the.
I'm talking about real numbers.
This is the proportion of our population or our labor force who are unemployed.
Who would attribute 1.1 million jobs generated in agriculture with a 6.5% growth?
1.1 million is not just agriculture. It's the entire. But I can get a breakdown of that. I could submit it to you, Your Honor.
No. It was 1.1 million jobs for a 6.5% growth, but not solely for agriculture.
Only for agriculture.
But per your,
what I in fact expect to see is that if we succeed in invigorating our economy, that proportion, the absolute number of workers employed in agriculture should decline. That's what should happen. It bothers me if it's increasing. It means that you are not being able to get the economy moving in a dynamic way and in a sustainable way. The importance of agriculture in total employment should decline with development. And no country, Your Honor, has escaped that. It's part of the whole economic transformation, because there's a very important reason. Number one is productivity is really much higher outside of agriculture. That's why it pulls people out of agriculture. Number two is that there's so much, the sources of growth are much more vibrant, more robust outside of agriculture. I mean, you can only eat so much per person. You know? You can, but the production opportunities and the consumption opportunities outside of food or agricultural products much higher. That's why typically the non-agricultural part of the economy grows faster than agriculture.
With a 6.5% growth, what contribution to GDP would agriculture then claim for this year, Secretary?
Fortunately, we expect agriculture to grow next year. For this year, I think it's about 0.5. It's not too high because of the distractions of assets in agriculture, particularly from the Yolanda, and now we have this coconut infestation. And several typhoons last year in central Luzon. So we are not expecting a high growth for agriculture this year. For 2015, actually, our assumption is roughly about 2 to 3%. If we got 3%, that's already quite good, given our history. But again, as I said earlier, if the agricultural sector can grow at 3 to 4%, 3 to 5%, on a sustained basis, that's a very remarkable performance, because it's always the industry and the services sector that tend to grow faster.
earlier you correctly stated that disasters had really had a negative impact on both agri, infrastructure, etc. May we know whether the present budget for next year has amply provided for disaster risk reduction, for preparedness in every department which is vulnerable to these ill effects of natural hazards?
I think one thing that's quite different in this budget is the explicit recognition of disaster mitigation and prevention. And as was shown by Secretary Boots, you have that's part of the pillar of our development program. I should mention, you're quite right there, Your Honor, that if we don't address this disaster and the vulnerability of our population, particularly in agricultural and rural areas, the war against poverty will be much harder, because as many people are moved up, many people are pushed down by disasters. And in the numbers that I'm looking, a big part of that poverty that we are seeing every year is due to that due to disasters. So it's indeed very important that we see here, and we have we're using Build Back Better as the platform for disaster prevention and mitigation.
Thank you. I'll just ask my questions, my other questions tomorrow, but may I request perhaps Secretary Abad to give us the total percentage of the whole budget that is allocated for disaster risk reduction, and perhaps each agency to be able to help us, let's say for DA, for DepEd, for DNR, etc., the percentage dedicated towards disaster risk reduction, unless it's already clearly stated.
Yes, we will do that, Mr.
Yes,
Chair.
thank you. I yield to Senator Surge.
Finally,
you,
my
Secretary.
turn. You know, I want to thank all of you for staying this long, and I noticed that nobody touched his lunch. We must serve really bad food in the Senate because buong-buo yung rice ninyo, tsaka yung vegetables. So I won't be long so that you can all go and have a better lunch next door. I'd like to address my first questions at Secretary Balisacan. Mr. Secretary, I heard the President mention in his SONA that he created 1.2 or 1.3 million jobs in 12 months. True ba yun?
It's the April of 2014 versus April of 2013, and
that's 1 point what?
That's an increase of 1.7 million
1.7 million jobs. That's more than the amount of people who are job seekers, that new job seekers every year. No?
That's correct.
That's 1.2.
That's correct.
No. And normally, say in 2010, 2011, 2012, 2013, we can only absorb about less than one half of that in our economy.
It's
just give me a round number.
We are able to generate almost the number of new entrants to our labor force. It's fluctuate from 500 to 800,000.
The new entrants to the labor force every year is only 500 to 800,000.
Because it fluctuates quite a lot depending on the season and the month of the year.
No, I'm not asking you to give me the month of the year. I want you to give me the whole year.
Yeah, the figure for the whole year is just simply the average for those.
Yes, so the figure for the whole year is roughly what?
For example, the average for 2013 is about total employment is about 38
I'm asking the new entrants into the job market. These are people who graduate from school, drop out of school.
For 2012 ho, it's 421,000. For 2013, it's about 596,000. That's a new.
I've never seen those numbers before. Where did you get those?
The Philippine Statistics Authority. This is our labor force survey.
Would you like to submit that to the?
Sure. It is
committee?
actually in my presentation. Ho. I'm looking at slide number 9.
Well, I haven't had time to look at your presentation today. All right. Anyway, we do have scorecards, don't we? For example, our Millennium Development Goals. President never mentions that. How are we doing there? In the UN
in general,
Human Development Index, how are we doing?
It's the numbers have improved overall, but we have had some drawbacks in some or moving slowly in other dimensions. Like for example, the maternal mortality. That's one area where we are failing. Universal.
Why was this never mentioned by the President in his SONA? This is an international scorecard that we have subscribed to since 2000. So we're now what, in our 14th, 15th year? What is our grade?
Sir, we are the overall measure of human development performance that we are using traditionally has been the poverty and the employment, and that's what he used. And in the
you're not answering my question, Mr. Secretary. Why is that?
But poverty is part of the
there
MDG, sir.
Yes, I know that poverty is number one, but there are 8 MDG goals, right? To eradicate extreme poverty and hunger. Are we anywhere close to meeting that goal? One half, di ba? Dapat?
Yes, sir. We
were at 33% when we signed it.
We will miss the poverty.
All right.
We'll miss the poverty.
By how much will we miss the poverty?
Well, we are now.
We're at 24%.
We committed. Well, when we in 1991, it's about 33%. That's supposed to be down to 16%, 16.5% by 2015. But it doesn't look like that we would get there.
You're an economist. Give me precise numbers. Don't give me rounded numbers or general statements like it doesn't look like we're going to meet it.
Yes, sir. Well, sir,
we were at 33. Where are we today?
24. Well, it's 24.9 for the.
And we were supposed to be at 16.5 by next year.
Correct.
So we're still a long way off.
It's a long way go. But let's put it this way.
No, wait. Just answer my question. How long away off are we in terms of years?
Well, if in the numbers that we showed you earlier,
when will we reach 16.5%?
Baka 2017, 2016 now. Because
baka.
Yeah, because in our in our numbers by 2016 that would be about from 18 to 20%. It range yun ho because it depends on our
that's why I'm asking you to give me
18 to 20% ho by 2016. So if we can move or maintain that performance, we would be at 16 by maybe 2018, 2017 now.
Okay. What is our total number of unemployed in this country? In absolute numbers. Not as a percentage of pop.
3 million, huh?
3 million. Underemployed.
17% times. Roughly 7 million, huh?
So 10, all in all.
Yeah.
Out of a total labor force of
40 million. 40 million, huh?
40.
Yeah, 40. Yeah,
all right. So about 25% unemployed and underemployed.
Underemployed.
All right. That's 25%. So why is it that you're saying we're generating more jobs than actually enter the job market. Therefore, our poverty rates must be going down much faster, di ba?
The poverty rate is going down, but I think that this year is quite remarkable, sir. That the 3 percentage point reduction in 1 year, that's quite high.
Yeah, I know.
By any international comparison.
But in the Millennium Development Goal, universal primary education, have we met that goal? Have we met gender equality and empowerment of women? I know.
Yes, sir.
In the Senate, we're almost there, no?
We are.
We will have 50% lady senators by next election.
The areas where we are not likely going to make it, sir, are the following.
I don't want generalized terms.
Yeah, I'm looking at the numbers.
Give me,
because we have this.
Submit it na lang. Reduce child mortality.
Child mortality. That's one area where we are. Where is that now?
No, we're failing in everything except the last one.
Hindi naman ho, sir.
Di ba?
No, hindi naman ho.
Improve maternal health.
Where is the health here? Ito. The infant mortality rate, actually, we're doing well there, sir. The under 5 mortality rate, we are doing well. It is in the proportion of 1-year-old children immunized against measles. That's where we're not doing well.
You know, we'd like to see that scorecard, but you don't submit it.
No, it's available in our website, sir, the Philippine Statistics Authority. But we will.
Yes, would you do that, please? Because it's really hard to go through all that. What about to ensure environmental sustainability?
That's goal 8 or goal 7. We are doing well in the proportion of families with access to safe water supply. Proportion of families with sanitary toilet facilities, that's positive. The other indicators
you are familiar now with the UN Human Development Index.
Yeah, I am.
That was done locally by some. Di ba si
Human Development Network, sir. Yeah. I used to be the president of that for 6 years.
Where are we ranking now overall out of 187 countries?
This year, I think it's over 100, 102. I'll give you the number, sir, but
we're 117.
We slide a bit, sir, because the other countries have progressed much faster.
Well, definitely. Yeah. Slide a bit. Magaling ka talaga magsagot. I mean, you know, I want to know where we were in 2010, 2011, 2012, 2013, 2014.
I'll give you a report on that, sir.
You can give it to me now.
Well, we can access it because those numbers are available the website of UNDP, sir.
Right.
I could get.
How come there's never any reporting on this? You know, if you give us the scorecard every year, then we will at least be able to see.
Do that, sir, because the scorecard are in our website, and we do furnish the executive branch and the. And I believe we also.
All right. In the areas of foreign direct investments, how are we doing? How are we doing in absolute terms today in relation to where we were 10 years, 5 years ago? And how are we doing in relation to other members, nations of ASEAN?
Well, in relation to our past, sir, I think we have made significant progress. The rate of growth has been quite high, but we are starting from a low base.
Well, we've always started from a low base.
So if you compare the absolute level of the eyes to that of our neighbors, of course, we are so far away.
We're far away. And why is that?
Because of our still lack of long history of sustained growth, sir. Because remember that our neighbors have been growing for more at the rate of 7, 8, 9, 10% for the last 3 decades. And we've only been growing for 2 to 3 years at the rate that they are growing. The way I read the data, sir, is that as these countries have established, our neighbors established a long history of rapid growth. That's the magnet that attracts FDIs. So it's still an uphill battle for us to improve to sustain our growth, to make sure that our economic environment
Let me get this clear. If a country shows rapid growth, it tends to attract more FDIs, di ba?
Yes, sir.
Right. So, for example, if there must be a relationship between the absolute amount of foreign direct investments and the GDP of a particular country, because say a few years ago Vietnam didn't have much to say by way of GDP, but they still attracted more foreign direct investments than we do. To this day, they attract about 3 to 4 times.
Correct, sir.
I don't see the relationship between growth and because what you're saying is if an economy like ours is growing and a lot of our growth is internally generated growth, it's not because of our exports, right? Vietnam hardly has enough internally generated growth because hindi pa maka-afford yung market nila, no? So access to markets would not be a main reason for somebody to put up a factory. It's probably because they have cheaper labor, they have more efficient infrastructure, etc., etc. But we've been wallowing along for the past 20 or 30 years, and I just don't know why we're still there after 4 years of being in office. Why are we still wallowing in how much are we attracting this year? $3 billion, $4 billion in FDIs?
Recollection, sir, is roughly around that number.
That's nothing.
Yeah, compared to our neighbors, of course, that's nothing.
It's petty cash.
Yeah. But let me, I was trying to say, sir, is this, that this long history of boom-bust growth, low growth, instability, high risk.
But that's only if you are depending on the market here. So if you're going to put up a factory to sell to Filipinos, wait a minute, but these other countries are setting up factories for export.
Oh, sir, that's true.
So
no, that's exactly.
I don't see your reasoning coming into play there.
No, it's the same, sir. That whether it's for domestic or for exports, the investors come here if they make money, if they can make money, and
that's
that correct. They can make money if the risk of failure is low enough to absorb. But if you have political instability, you have high rates of crime, you have high levels of corruption, your regulatory system is so uncertain, they would not come here. And I think that has been our baggage, that we don't have a solid history of sustained growth. Whereas our neighbors, of course, Indonesia, Thailand, Vietnam, this also started at a very low rate. But as their economy improved and attained respectable growth, that improved the credit risk, the attractability of FDIs to this country. So, hindi one direction lang yung from low GDP to high growth and therefore high FDIs. It's it's circular ang relationship.
Most of our FDIs are registered in PESA, no? Most.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. Therefore, they're export-oriented. So they're not dependent on the local market.
They are not immune to the corruption, to the system,
I agree with you there, no? So there are certain gross inefficiencies in our system, bureaucratic, we have systemic, a lot of imperfections. My point is, when are we going to get to a level wherein we would at least have some sustainability at the $10 billion FDI level? When do you foresee that?
That if we can maintain the momentum, sir, of 6-7% growth and build up our deliver our commitment to improve our infrastructure, to improve our regulatory system, we should from 3 we can easily move to in the next 5 years or 4 years even to 10B. I mean, it's cumulative yun naman yung impact niyan, sir. I think that as we add more years of rapid growth, that is build up confidence of the business community.
If I replay the videotape of our DBCC hearings in 2010, 2011, at that time it was Shell Habito would be saying the same thing, and now you're saying the same thing. I just don't see light at the end of the tunnel yet. I don't see that breakthrough, and it shows even in our poverty incidence level. No? I mean, if we're really growing, at least internally, we have to be able to show larger improvements, and we should at least be able to meet our 2015 commitment to have, if we're only committing to have our poverty as of 15 years ago, so 16.5%, and keep on going from there. What's the poverty level of Indonesia today?
Less than 10, huh?
It's less than 10. What's the poverty level in, Malaysia is way ahead of us, no? Vietnam.
Vietnam is using the comparable standards
PPP?
as what we have, PPP. It's about roughly mga 12%.
12%, so better than us. Cambodia.
It's a bit higher than us.
And you know, the only trouble with Cambodia is that their agricultural sector cannot take off. There's too many unexploded ordnance there. There are kids with no legs, no arms, because you plow a field, a green field, at biglang may puputok eh. So nobody wants to take the risk, and to me that is just such an injustice that is committed on that country. Their only attraction there is the temple, the Angkor Wat, in and out. All right, now I'm expecting those from you. I'll continue tomorrow. I'd like to ask Secretary Abad, if you don't mind, some questions. Secretary Abad, how do you define pork barrel?
Well, there is a legal definition provided by the Belgica case, which is post-enactment intervention by legislators on budget execution other than the exercise of oversight. That's how the Supreme Court defines it.
But that's not accurate, because other countries, pork barrel is really the identification of project by a select few, usually members of the Appropriation Committee, for their particular districts. It does not even have to be post. It can be in the budget, but it was not in the original budget submitted by the DBM of those countries, and it was an insertion by powerful congressmen or senators to benefit their districts. That's pork barrel, di ba?
Well, because proceeding from that legal description of what constitutes pork barrel, it would seem, Mr. Chairman, that the participation of legislators during the process of budget preparation and budget authorization is seen as proper exercise of the power over the purse.
Yes. Well, we agree. As a matter of fact, Google has certain criteria, 7 criteria, and I'm sure you've seen this, which by which spending can be classified as sport. 1, requested by only one chamber of Congress. 2, not specifically authorized, I guess by the DBM. 3, not competitively awarded. That's corrupt, but anyway. 4, not requested by the President. 5, greatly exceeds the President's budget request. Of course, that's not allowed in under our Constitution. 6, not subject of congressional hearings. And 7, serves only a local or special interest. So therefore, if I ask you, can you put 100 million to improve the Port of Cebu in the budget, that would be pork barrel, would it not?
Well, if
it's not in your budget, eh? Wala sa.
If you say that this port here in Masbate.
No, Cebu City.
No, I say.
That's where I come from.
That's not priority. What is more important is Cebu, because it's a bigger economy and it's a tourist destination. So put that money in Cebu and not in Masbate. That's properly within your power, sir.
That's within my powers. No, I'm not talking about my powers. I'm talking, would that be defined as pork barrel? Because certainly Congress has the power.
It would not be during the period of budget authorization, Mr. Chairman.
So if it is just suggested by one chamber, it would not be defined by you as pork barrel.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Because if
it was not subjected to a congressional hearing, it's still not pork barrel.
Well, all of these things should ultimately be approved in certain phases of budget authorization. For example, in the second reading, in the third reading. So there is
the third house.
Ultimately,
the buy comes the most important naman eh.
Yeah, but then it's subject to ratification, so it's still
nobody
approved.
ever reads it, and you know that, Nobody has ever read it. Line 1, this instead of that. Have you, when you were in Congress, ever read it? Nobody even knows what it's all about.
Well, the broad powers of the legislature over the purse is would cover many of the points that you.
All right. So lastly, not lastly, but to close this topic, therefore, I'm sure you're telling us now that there is no pork barrel whatsoever in this budget.
Well, in the manner that it was provided in the past, there's none, Mr. Chair.
No. I'm not asking you to bring us back to the Belica definition.
Yeah.
So there is no pork barrel in this budget. There is no 70 million per congressman, either in terms of scholarships or medical assistance or farm-to-market roads.
What I can tell you is there are, because the way the legislators argued in the House is that how can we stop the students from continuing in school? We have to continue.
No, I'm not talking about the reason why. I'm asking just from a point of view of definition, because I always get asked by the media, may pork barrel, but yan, and I always answer, I'm 100% sure there's pork barrel there, because that's my definition.
Well, yes, if we follow your definition, that may be the case, but since we go by the law or legislation, the pork barrel that we once knew is not there anymore, sir.
All right. Another thing is, I always hear this repetitious statement that the DAP has enabled government to accelerate spending. In other words, if you are allowed to transfer funds in the middle of the game, meaning declare something as savings when heretofore it had not been legally defined as savings, which is what the Supreme Court said, so that you could put it in a project where the department is better able to absorb and spend. The DAP, therefore, has been a device which has accelerated spending.
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
Now, in your current definition of budget and savings as you submitted to the House, how fast, after how many months can you declare savings? Can you declare it after 1 month?
It depends on where is the source of the saving. For example, if unutilized PS appropriations, if you don't hire a teacher or a police on the first day that he should be hired, then on that day you generate a savings because you don't have to pay him on that day. But if you hire,
yeah, but when can it be captured by DBM and transferred or realigned or reallocated to another?
Then it becomes an administrative issue because we have to declare.
So can you do it after one day?
No, we don't normally do it because it will entail a lot of work. So normally after a quarter we can declare so that we can consolidate the savings.
So therefore, the budget that you're asking Congress to approve as of December 31st this year can be quite different when we reach this March 31 and June 30. In other words, what we are authorizing you to do is giving you an expenditure program for the first 3 months of the year.
Well, the intention of the executive is to spend the budget.
I'm not asking for the intention because the road to hell is always paved with good intentions.
No, what we really want to do.
What I'm saying is I'm really only giving you a 3-month. You're only asking us for authorization for the first 3 months, and after that, bahala ka na.
No, if you look at the total savings generated, it's not even 3% of the total appropriations that you approve. So
no, I want to know what am I approving, Mr. Secretary? 2.6 trillion plus another 125 billion. Ito po. And this is where you spend it.
Yes.
But of course, after 3 months, you can change it around, no? So I'm only really giving you authorization for 3 months, and after that, you have a blank check. That's essentially what you're telling us now.
No, that's not the case because we committed to you certain outcomes based on certain outputs and performance indicators.
So meron kang a scorecard yan.
Yes.
And if you meet certain things, but this is on your judgment because you're not going to come back to us and ask us to approve the realignment, right?
Yeah, but if we come back to you the next time, or if there is an oversight committee that calls us every quarter, and we are unable to present to you performance based on outcome on a particular quarter, then you can hold us accountable for that.
When you come to us with the budget, it's in those thick books that you gave us. There are 3 columns there. You put there 2013, 2014 as approved, and 2015. Therefore, the 2013 would 1 be as approved and number 2 as spent. We need 2 columns for 2013. Do you have that for us?
Well, that's the recommendation of Senator Recto a while ago, that next year we should be able to show to what
why
extent.
Can't you give it to us now this year for 2013? What I'm saying is that I want to see what we approved in 2012 for 2013 and how you actually spent it.
I would also be interested in that because as I was pointed out earlier, I would want to know to what extent the budget deviated from how Congress approved it and what the reasons were.
And you don't have that?
Well, the way we structure the budget and the reporting system right now, it's very much manual, so it takes a while for us to generate those. But we would certainly like to move in that direction, Mr. Chair.
You mean you haven't bought enough computers yet or something?
No, I think it's possible for us to do
a lot of computers.
I think it will. We can actually do that, but it will just take a little while, Mr. Chairman.
No, but that should be automatic, diba?
Well,
part of your job. I mean,
once the gift miss is in place, it will be, Mr. Chairman.
I mean, your system of control goes haywire, and unless you can press a button and know at least at any one time within the last 15 days what has really been spent, no?
We can show you that, Mr. Chairman, but it will take a little more work. But I myself would want to find out to what extent we have been faithful to
But that's what bothers me, because if you don't have instant information, then you've just thrown the money out there and you don't know if it was spent, how it was spent, whether the project was finished, or whether kulang pa ng pera. When, Mr. Secretary, I'm talking about 2013, huh? That's already 6 months ago.
It's not so much us at DBM, but it's the reporting
from the other
departments. The other departments. That's our problem, really, Mr. Chairman.
Now, earlier, Secretary Balisacan, you were discussing agricultural policy with the committee. You got one hell of a lousy secretary, and he's still there. Doesn't the cabinet have any moral suasion on the president to get rid of non-performing assets? None. Okay. No, because really we haven't advanced because, Mr. Secretary, you know that I used to chair agriculture, and that was in 1996, 97, and it's still the same problem today. The rice problem that you're all talking about, Jesus, I've been through that already. There was already a by the ADB, the Grain Sector Development Program Project. It was the most unwieldy title. That was the title, the Grain Sector Development Program Project, where they already suggested get rid of NFA and use tarification to control. I was against it at that time because I felt the rice farmer just wasn't ready. But then the government never bothered to help him anyway. So 15 years later, I'm saying, okay, go ahead and maybe we can move to tarification. But then we would have the same problem with, say, sugar. I mean, we're the high-cost producer of sugar. We couldn't beat Thailand or Australia. So are you suggesting the same thing with sugar, just to tarify and open up importation? Because we are really supposed to do that.
Sir, I would like to, my position is that it's a temporary thing, but should slide down over time.
What should slide down?
The tariff rate.
Yes.
That should slide down over time and to conform with our WTO commitments and ASEAN economic integration.
But you know,
so
that's going to get rid of the marginal producers, right?
Not necessarily, sir. If we invest now in productivity
but
measures.
I've been hearing that invest now for the past 20 years.
Yes, sir. That's why I really would want to see that when you say we invest now, we are really putting money.
Show me where you show me which part of the agriculture budget have you invested in to the. I want to be surprised. R&D. How much is our R&D for agriculture? How much is going to field rice, before, etc.?
I think it's a proportion of GDP, gross value added in agriculture. That's could be less than 0.3%. Sir, where the standard.
The gross value added in agriculture is about 11% of GDP nominal, no? So you're talking about 125 billion, ganun? Huh? I'm sorry.
11%.
1.5 trillion. So you say we're spending 3% of that?
0.3. Well, sir, I'm talking about the gross value added in agriculture, right? So it's 11% of
11% of 11.5 trillion.
So we'll take 0.3% of that.
1.3 trillion, right?
Times 0.003. That's all that we.
003. Dalawang zeros pala yun. So
0.3%
less than 1%.
I think it's less than 0.3% ang total. Kasi ang yardstick kasi, sir, ang rule of thumb is at this stage of development natin, we should be investing in 1% of our gross value.
Yeah, we used to discuss this. So 0.003 is roughly only about 4 billion pesos. Wait, I'm sorry. That's 1.3 trillion times 0.003. 3.9 million? No, that's impossible. Probably 3.9 billion. Diba?
The 38.9.
No, it's not 13.9. 1.3 trillion. It's 3.9 billion. 20 years ago, it was already 1 billion. And so, can you imagine the low R&D that we have been spending in agriculture, whether it's for field rice or the Bureau of Agricultural Research? So we're not putting much into.
That's what I am saying, sir. Because we are not investing in R&D for agriculture. Then you don't expect any increases in incomes per hectare for our farmers, because for them to realize higher incomes, you have to increase their productivity.
Mr. Secretary, you used to be with Circa, no?
I used to be with Circa, sir.
Okay.
That's why I'm familiar with those numbers.
And what was the expenditure, say, for Thailand and Malaysia around 20 years ago? How many percent of their gross value added in agriculture
they would,
were spending?
I think 1%, sir. That's at that level of development 20 years ago. They probably were spending 1%. China today is spending 2 to 3% of its GDP for R&D and innovation.
So I guess we'll never get there at 0.003, no? No, because ang layo ng lag time eh. So what they've already spent in the past is just cumulative, and it builds a better base for them, and we're just being driven out of the market. Even in simple things like fruits, we have one kind of lanzones and they have 15 kinds of lanzones. We have one kind of durian and they have about 30 kinds of durian in the market, no? So we've got a long way to go. So do you think that the Pinoy administration will see its way clear to spending? John Paul there has a lunch better than mine. Yeah. I think as a committee member, I can object why. Sorry, John Paul. Yeah, I mean, I just want to know what sort of numbers can we expect in, say, in the next 2 years, because this year, that's nothing.
Sir, I've been talking about this, sir, and because we reflected that concern in our PDP update. We put here innovations as the foundation for rising productivity, rising incomes, and we would like to see that translated into actual support.
All right, tomorrow, may I request, Mr. Secretary Abad, a blow-up of page 13, which is a wonderful map, but which, because of the nature of the map, is hard to read. I can understand, I know where those provinces are, but maybe if you can just have a blow-up of the poverty areas, which is on page 13 of your presentation. Yan. The right side po. If we could have say...
We can also give you the list of provinces, Mr. Chairman, that correspond to, no?
I really don't need the provinces because we can tell where the provinces are, but we just need a blow-up of this map because I had some questions to direct at the DBM Secretary tomorrow.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Otherwise, it would be hard for the other members to follow. As of today, for today, Mr. Chair, I would like to rest my case with reservations to continue tomorrow.
Okay, sir. Thank you, Senator Semeñas. Senator Trillanes is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'd just like to address my concerns to Secretary Abad. I was in the other room earlier tackling Senate bills authored by the chairman of the Finance Committee, Senator Escudero, Senator Recto, and Senator Estrada. This in relation to the
increase in the personal economic relief allowance from 2,000 pesos to 4,000 pesos. And I would like to ask, and since your your personnel from DBM and the Department of Finance snubbed my hearing out there, so I decided to just extract the answers here. So would the DBM have enough funds for this? Should we increase it from 2,000 to 4,000, Secretary Abad? That would roughly amount to 30 billion, Secretary. We can get that from the MPBF.
Well, we will have to study, Mr. Chairman, the impact of this on the total budget, because this year we are providing a relief since we have not been able to finish the salary and benefits survey, which we hope to complete before the end of this year. That would have provided for a basis for salary adjustments of the public sector employees. So instead of doing that, for next year, we are providing performance enhancement incentive of 1 month pay with a minimum of 5,000 pesos, and that will cost us something like 30 billion pesos, and this will be another 32 billion pesos. So we will have to figure out how to accommodate, or if we can accommodate actually both.
Okay. Well, there's also a proposal for a 1,000 peso increase. So that would be around 15 billion. But this, I think there would be a difference from a one-time incentive of what you're proposing and the monthly additional allowance, Mr. Secretary. So,
well,
what do you think?
The PEI of 1 month is really more to tide the employees over while we do the salary and benefits survey, which we hope would be in effect by 2016, depending on the results of the survey. So that's really what we had in mind when we instituted this 1 month PEI, Mr. Chair.
I understand, Secretary, but I think there's no conflict here, because assuming you would be able to finish your that survey, then in any future recommendation for a salary increase, you can actually incorporate this para adjustment, Secretary.
Well, as I said, with your indulgence, if we can in fact include this para in that study of salary and benefits for 2016, because as was raised earlier by Senator Recto, there is also a proposal to increase the subsistence pay of uniform personnel. That will also impact on our PS level. So these are and what we do have to keep in mind is that increases in pay also impact on the pension system, and so right now the past for SSL, the recently improved SSL implemented SSL 3 had created some distortions. For example, it had substantially increased the pay of those in the lower ranks of the public sector, but then it also resulted in the middle management and the upper management levels of government to be further removed from their counterparts in the private sector. So we really have to figure out this time around how do we configure this so that we don't create too much distortion as well as impact on the pension system. So that's why it's a bit complicated and difficult for me to answer right now whether in fact this is something that the executive can accommodate, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. I'll take note of that, Secretary Abad. But let me just stress that the personal economic relief allowance has no impact on the pension system. This because this is just an across-the-board increase, and it's pretty straightforward. So you can come up with a round figure depending on how much you would increase. And I believe the Salary Standardization Law 3 was passed by the previous administration, and while it was implemented in your administration, you have yet to come up with anything to at least uplift the standards of living of those in government. And while this is not to this is just to compare with the attitude of the administration towards the increasing of the conditional cash transfers, which I am fully supportive of. But these people, these civil servants, are already working for the government, and a little relief from the increasing cost of living would be greatly appreciated. And it could be as low as 1,000 pesos per month, or if you're a bit generous, why not 2,000 pesos per month? So at least it could absorb the rising cost of living. I believe, Secretary, but you can find 30 billion there somewhere.
Well, we would be the first to agree with you that we do need to revisit the salary and benefits program for the public sector employees, and this is one of those measures. If we can just be allowed to consult with the cabinet and the president on this, so that we can fully discuss this as to its implications, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you very much, Secretary Abad. So what we plan to do is we'll just get this thing, get this bill passed. Then it's up to the president to just veto it at some point. That's all.
Thank you,
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you,
Before Senator Esmeña, Secretary, but can you kindly activate your PLLO para nyo na hong awa? For the simple reason that, again, that situation will arise. The Senate will most likely pass the bill, the House will pass a bill, the President will be put in an awkward and difficult situation that he would have to veto a measure that some perceive to be popular. Pero kung yung PLLO nyo on the ground, tinatrabaho, alam na agad yung bill, ang dami hong binito ni Pangulo Aquino in the history of Congress. This is the most, I think, that the most number of vetoed bills ever. For one simple reason, if the President had told us that he would veto it anyway, then we would have had second thoughts about passing them to begin with. But no such communication has ever been made to us by your PLLO. Senator Esmeña?
Thank you. I'm sorry that Senator Trillanes just left, but I was going to suggest that if his 2,000 peso or 30 billion peso pera can be subjected to the 32% tax of Commissioner Kim, then I think Secretary Abad will only have to look for 60% na lang of that, or about 18 to 19 billion, di ba? Exempted? All right.
Can you say that, ma'am, on the record para sa mic talaga?
Under the de minimis now, the present at the 2,000 peso, in our regulation, it is exempted because it's de minimis, no? But if the value goes up...
Yeah, but this is incremental.
Yeah, that's why.
This is
So
on
now
top
it might,
of.
now it might not become de minimis anymore.
Ayun.
Because it now become a big amount. I don't know, sir. I don't know.
I just wanted to add something before we adjourn for today to Secretary Balisacan. Mr. Secretary, earlier also you would, with regard to the the farmer problem, we still have to see what is known in other countries as off-farm income being promoted in the farms. Countries like the United States, Europe, Canada, where they have a very short agricultural season because of winter. I used to talk to the USDA representative here about 20 years ago, and they told me 50 to 60% of the average household income was off-farm income. In other words, from economic activities that had nothing to do with the farm. And I'd long been hoping that administrations would develop those things. So I know you have the approach of agro-processing, etc. And essentially, agro-processing is really bringing the market to the farmer. I mean, it's easier to site a tomato paste plant right there in Bukidnon rather than put it in Manila and have everybody ship the raw tomato to Manila. No? Yeah, but aside from that, there must be other activities that we can help the farmer with that might not be necessarily connected with the agricultural produce that he or neighboring farms produce, so that we can encourage this. Now, when I was in Thailand with Secretary Pangilinan about 2 years ago, we were given the tour of various subsectors of the economy. We have a DTI attaché there. Unfortunately, there's no agricultural attaché in Thailand. So I asked the DTI attaché to start studying the rice, the rubber, tuna. He never sent me any report. In other words, he was intelligent enough to do it, but he was not ordered by the DTI to do it. Can the Department of Agriculture, would you put it in the budget, at least certain countries where we feel is advanced agriculturally or whose practices we can adopt? Because Thailand fascinated me. I mean, they were doing so many things that I thought we should be doing. So say Thailand, Malaysia, Australia, where we can cite an agricultural attaché who can do a lot of this research for us, so that we don't have to keep on reinventing the wheel. I'm just asking if maybe we can include that in the budget of the Department of Agriculture or the Department of Foreign Affairs. But sayang eh. Ako nasasayangan ako because nandiyan na ginawa na nila, and I saw exactly how wonderful it was going for the Thai farmer. Secretary Kiko can tell you the same thing. All right. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Osmeña. Senator Osmeña will continue with his interventions tomorrow morning, as well as Senator Ejercito. Understand? Will make his interventions tomorrow morning. I shall see you again, gentlemen and ladies, tomorrow at 9 a.m. sharp, so that we try to finish early, if we start early. Thank you. And hearing is suspended.
You didn't hear my comment about your lunch, huh?